had limited resources at the time, very, very limited resources at the time. I didn't know what countries do you get, but I started thinking about it. And then I went to Presec, the best school in Ghana, by the way. Yeah, and that's when I started making associations that would also propel me to that vision. And so interacting with people of like-mindedness also like helped me a lot in shaping the vision. And so then after Persec, I had to go through other phases of life and started reading more. So I read a lot of books, and one of the books that changed my life was Rick Warren's Purpose-Driven Life, and then also Gifted Hands and Think Big from Ben Carson. So these are some of the books that shaped my life. I came to now be conscious more of the person that I want to be. And then I started now asking myself questions, especially Rick Warren's book will make you ask yourself questions a lot. And so I asked myself a lot of questions. And so these are some of the turning points for me. And then I realized that even the little things that we do matter, the little words we say matter, and the actions and all of that. And so it was a phase of what is happening at home, my socialization with people, my interaction with great minds through books as well. And so these are some of the transitional points in my life. Yeah.
Impressive. Okay, so you finish your schooling. And
I mean, I would say I'm done with school.
Yeah, that phase of school.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. So I mean, I'm done with my master's.
Right.
I did my master's in international law, but I'm still looking forward to maybe
continue with
maybe a PhD or something.
Why?
So I am an academic person.
Okay.
Yes, I'm an academic person. I love reading. And I think that is one of the things that I want to do to also inspire the generation that is coming. And I always tell people this, that also there was a time in my life when I struggled with education, not because I wasn't good, but because of financial constraints. So after my senior high, I had to spend 6 years at home before I went back to the university.
Now that you have money, you can collect all the degrees. All of those degrees.
Yeah. So I am a spiritual person. So I believe that sometimes where your blessing is where the enemy wants to frustrate you even more, just so that you will not be able to make the influence that you deserve. And so sometimes you need that sort of educational milestone to be able to propel you to the next level of excellence. So it's more about my journey,
right,
than even to prove the enemy wrong. Because I've already proved him wrong. Yeah, that he cannot. Yeah.
Right. That's impressive.
Yeah.
So now, you want to be a lawyer. You're a lawyer. You want to become somebody in the society, and I can see your badge. Tell me about it.
No, yeah. So I am kind of a legal professional, not yet practicing as but a lawyer that I would go to court, but I still do legal consultancy. Okay. I can still advise on legal matters. And I do more of international law and development as well. And so anything that is to do with business and law, and I'm still effective. And but the batch is just identify myself as a Ghanaian legal professional, and it's not really like anything. It's just identify myself as a Ghanaian, because mostly I engage sometimes as well in the foreign space. Okay. So sometimes you just want people to identify, oh yeah, that's a coat of arms. I'm Ghanaian. So yeah. Okay.
That's nice. Yeah. Are you preparing yourself for any political office? Ambassadorial roles?
Yes. So I think it's just I think these are very political. I'm not necessarily politically affiliated, and I'm looking forward to engaging more in socio-economic
Okay.
activities, and also more international relations activities. Because of my background, I would always welcome things to do with international relations, international affairs, diplomacy.
Yeah.
I've been doing quite a number of that.
Tell me about it.
Yes. Yeah. So the federation, which started in 2020,
Okay.
in 2021, I became
What was it called?
the Federation of African Law Students.
Okay.
Yes. So in 2021, I became its president, its international president. At the time, we were 9 African countries. Now we are 42 African countries. Now, from that time when I was elected the president, I was asking myself, okay, so why this? So why is it that I am elected as president of an international organization and the people perhaps do not know me? My subjects do not know me. Because we had a conference. I was a chairperson of the first ever annual conference, which was held in Ghana. I was like, okay, my people do not even know me. So how do I make this happen? And so with that passion, that has always been fueling me as an international development person. I was like, okay, you know what? I also and like I already said, being a spiritual person, I saw this as an assignment to a greater calling. So I was like, okay, you know what? This should be a stepping stone to higher grounds. So how do I see this as an assignment and how can I grow this? So I started applying myself to things that would engage me in the international space. I started collaborating, engaging international associations, engaging international personnel. And through that, I was able to travel across the continent. My first travel to East Africa was through the senior presidential aide for the president of Uganda. And I had invited him for a conference in Ghana. At the time, we had that sort of interaction. So there was a diplomatic visit that I had to do in Uganda. And so the prime minister of the office of the prime minister of Uganda at the time funded my trip to Uganda during that period. And so it's because I saw it as an assignment, I started applying myself in that direction. And so through that, I led the federation to several international collaborations, international partnerships, among other things, engaged young lawyers across the continent, law students across the continent, hosted the president of the National Bar Association in the United States of America, which is the largest and the oldest bar association for African Americans in the United States of America twice. I hosted him twice here in Ghana, and also hosted several personalities from Australia, also engaged in several conferences and summits around. Still in terms of representing the federation to the rest of the world, and so it's been a good journey, a great one, where I have represented the interests of law students in Africa, or African law students, and also young Africans as well. Yeah. So it's been a very long journey. Yes.
So looking forward, what do you see in the future?
Oh, these are very direct questions.
Yeah.
Looking forward, I mean, as personal or as
oh well, it can be personal, it can be aspirationally for the organization.
Yeah, so looking forward, I see more collaborations.
Right.
Currently, I'm the co-founder of the African Young Leaders Foundation, which is also in 33 African countries. Okay. That is not necessarily legally based, but it's more about entrepreneurial drive and people from different, walks of life, trying to develop young Africans to understand leadership. One of the core problems in Africa is leadership development. Yeah. And leadership development is one of the areas we are lacking, and which is why we always talk about our leaders, our leaders, our leaders. And so, how about building some sort of like a phoenix? So we creating a system out of the current system, so that by the time they grow to take up leadership positions, they would have been refined and understood what Pan-Africanism is about, what the 21st young African leader is supposed to be about, and all the qualities they are supposed to possess. So in the next few years, I'm envisioning an Africa where young Africans would collaborate more, would apply themselves to different skills, and will be innovative, will be creative in their approach to solving issues and societal problems, would be more about community engagement, would be more about mentorship, so that we will be able to create an ecosystem where all of us are going to be relevant. And so the problem we have in Africa usually is to do with the breaking chain of our ecosystems. So personally, in the legal space, what I'm doing is creating that sort of legal community where young lawyers, law students, law firms, international law associations are able to come together to collaborate. And so you see that in that chain, when you find a law student, you'd probably find a law firm in that sort of community. And we do that also through some initiatives like internship initiatives, cross-border internship opportunities. So let's say if I travel to Nigeria, getting opportunities for all our students across the continent, so that wherever there are opportunities, there are openings for these law firms, a student from Ghana can intern there, and a student from Nigeria can intern in South Africa, and a student from South Africa can intern in a firm in Mauritius. And so that's what we are trying to do. So be the catalyst of that new change, so that people can see that this is what Africans can do. Because when you go to Europe, it's there. European law students are able to intern from in different African in different European countries. But we see that sort of breaking link here. And so that's what I am seeing in the next few, some of the things that I'm seeing happening.
If you're able to do that, that would be excellent, you know. The only problem is that we have these aspirations, and sometimes actualization becomes off a bit. But yeah, I mean, it seems like you're already doing it.
Yes.
So yeah.
Yes, I think the issue of actualization sometimes, the complexities of it is that people have interests.
Right.
Everyone has their interests.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that I've noticed with this is that the interests of others may be different from the other. So and it's with every international institution or international corporations. So usually what the firms are looking for, some firms are looking for in this country, could be different from what other firms will be looking for. You still make contact. So I mean, it's still, like you say, a growing economy. So so trying to make even more contact to see how you'll be able to make the things work and integration possible. But yeah, not easy, but making
doable.
Yes, yes.
I mean, it sounds excellent in my ear. The only other thing is that missing link of action, you know. But again, from what you've said already, the people you've hosted, the contacts that you've made already, I mean, this one is just at the back door. Yeah. So I'm sure it will be easy for you to manage. Okay, so let's go personal a little bit. When you were growing up, was there somebody who made trouble that inspired you to be a lawyer then?
Oh,
Somebody who made trouble with you and you're like, you wait, I'll show you in the next 15 years.
No. So my decision to become a lawyer or legal person. It's more of a calling.
Okay.
It's more of a calling. It's very deep. More of a calling, very, very, very deep. Because I had several dreams.
Okay.
So aside the fantasies of one wants to become a lawyer, I also had dreams. I also had visions, and I saw certain things.
Have you always been religious?
Yeah, so like I was saying earlier, I mean I grew up from a very Christian home. So church matter has always been like that.
Not church.
Yeah,
Relationship with God.
yeah, exactly. So I'm building
Right.
the point. So church has always been targeted.
Right.
And so I think it became stronger during my junior high times.
Right.
Yes, when the relationship with God, I realized that I had to be very personal with it. And so then when I went to senior high, that was
A different person
yes.
altogether.
So senior high, like you would always have it like your ups and downs.
Attentions, yeah.
But in senior high, I saw it clearly, the things that I was supposed to do. And because of my curiosity in reading books, I read some books that actually also align me in that purpose. So aside every decision I make, I try to align it with purpose.
Right.
I mentioned Rick Warren's book, one of the books that changed me.
Yeah.
And so it was during these periods that I knew that this was the person that I was going to be.
Right.
And I still tend to find myself every single day.
Right.
Every single day I still tend to find myself. And so
many of us that are Christians, sometimes when you have this personal conviction, the next thing is the tension to be a pastor. Have you been under that influence of?
So you see, one very interesting thing about me is reading was so much that I read the Bible back to back 3 times. And so there was that point when the spirituality was very high, very, very high. Yeah. I remember at some point I was teaching in a school, and it got to the period where it was like a crusade. Yeah. So, and then even after that, I was ordained as a pastor in a church.
Right.
But I never applied myself as a pastor because I always thought that I had a call, but there is a time for the execution of that call.
Okay.
And so I am a firm believer of the fact that I would still be in line with godly principles, but I will not rush my call simply because someone has identified the call I already know. So I was called and ordained as a pastor in a church, but I told people not to call me pastor because it's not yet my time. Because I know my time, I would go back to the pulpit eventually, but I understood that that was not the time, and I would have.
Might it be that you're delaying the call?
No, so I'm still that's also another argument. But what is the call? Right now, I'm applying myself to international relations, and if I were practicing as a pastor at the time, I would have been confined to that space, and I would not have.
But you will never know.
I know.
Okay.
I know. So now what I'm doing more is I'm even having to build the profile, build my relationships. And one thing I never stop doing, and I'm pretty sure even throughout this conversation, you've heard that I'm a spiritual person, or I'm a godly person, or this. And so no matter where I find myself, it will show. And so I don't necessarily need a tag, let's say as a pastor, to be able to steward people. I mentor people across the continent.
That is the thought.
Yeah.
Do you think God wants you to serve him the way you want or the way he wants? Because you know he called you.
Yeah.
And it's been confirmed. And another. So, but you want it in your
So
way.
you see that's very, very debatable.
Yeah.
Now, the call of God, we know is irrevocable.
Mhm.
Now, the call of God is in different ways.
Yeah.
So when you read the book of Corinthians, you realize that for some he called to be this, for some he called to be this, for some he called to be givers, for some he called to be motivational speakers. Now, I think in a dispensation, many times we get the call wrong. Now, so there are
But did
so
you
many.
get it wrong?
Pardon me?
Did you get it wrong?
I don't think
Because you know the call. You know.
I don't think I'm getting my wrong. That's why I'm
Okay.
saying that it's a transition.
Right.
So around during this period, I'm supposed to be doing this.
Okay.
I'm supposed to be doing applying myself to international law and development, diplomacy. I'm not necessarily supposed to be, and I'm still being the steward. Okay, so I see it as stewardship, and so I am mentoring over 100 people across the continent. Now, this is giving me more platform to be able to engage people, teach people, and mentor them, and give them make them realize who they are supposed to be, their God-given potentials. So I see it more as purpose than just the usual call. That when you are called, you are supposed to, let's say, stop everything you're doing and be in church. I see that there are a lot of people currently in church who are missing their call. Imagine if you are supposed to be an innovator, creating things. And I believe that we have so many Africans who are missing their call in the name of, let's say, Christianity. Okay, now Christ empowers us to do this, to innovate, to be creative. I was listening to one of Bishop T.D. Jakes' preaching. It was like God didn't create chairs, He didn't create tables, He didn't create furniture. He gave us trees. And so it's now for us to apply the talent He has given us, the gift He has given us, into creating all of it.
Yeah.
And so that is why sometimes some people make Christians the laughing stock, because they are unable to really identify who they are and their call. So the call is not always about being a pastor or being an evangelist. You can still, in your way, be amazing and still influence people. Daniel was a governor, and David was a king. And these people were still men after God's own heart. And these people were still people who dominated territories. These people were people who governed. And so it's not an issue of the contextual Christian we find it now, where, like I was saying, there are so many, I believe there are so many people who are in church who are maybe serving as pastors under people, and they are missing their call big time because they are supposed to be businessmen who are going to be bringing money to fund
the work.
Church.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, because some of us will be the businessmen, some of us will be the pastors, some of us will be the brokers of international relationship. Yeah, I totally agree with you. When I was much younger, I thought I was going to be an evangelist.
Oh,
yeah. And then I realized that mine is to establish God's wealth and to demonstrate His kingdom in the marketplace as an entrepreneur.
Wow.
My mandate is to be a missionary entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you are making a valid point in the fact that we all have distinct roles to play, which God calls you and He anoints you and He gives you the power to execute in your office. Yeah. But what happens sometimes is we deep down know where the call is, but sometimes also some of us, because pastoral job is too difficult, we want to take our time before we get there, you know? Yeah. But I like to push people to understand what they think. Yeah, I like your argument.
So I think being a man of God is sometimes taking understood narrowly. I think sometimes being a man of God is understood very narrowly. When we read the Old Testament, we speak about people like Joseph.
Yeah.
That was a man of God.
Mm.
But seldom did you find him necessarily in like preaching or whatever. And so these were the times we had.
Yeah, he was preaching as a conduit of wisdom in revolutionizing. Yeah.
Now God has given us Africa. God has given us the world. He has given us people across the continent to influence, to make impact. And so and there are people who are supposed to be doing that. And these people are in the convenience of, let's say, Christianity, not doing it. And they are praying every day. And it's good. But we also need them to bring their mind to, to influence and what is happening.
Yeah.
The other time I was having a conversation about the church awakening, and it sounds that some churches go to church every single day, or majority of the days, where people must be doing other things, which will bring kingdom wealth, and even more kingdom influence. These people are still in church.
Yeah, somebody will write the policy, because we can pray for a change of policy, but if we have a Christian at the head of affairs, they will write the best policy, which will favor everyone.
And it's actually the book of Romans, I think 13, which is it Romans 13 or Acts 13, which talks about the people in governance that God is even placing them. So you realize that. So there was a time when I was having a conversation. It was like, as a Christian, are you supposed to be in political office and governance? And I said, hey, we are called to,
of course,
have dominion. And manage the things that God has created. And so because we don't, because we are reluctant, and when you're a Christian, you're a good one at that, people think you're supposed to be behind the pulpit. That is why we are getting people who are not called in such places to occupy the place, and whatever they want to do with us, they do it. And so I believe that the call has different folds. So there are some who are called to represent nations, but still speak the mind of God in boardrooms, speak the mind of God in cabinet meetings, and they are not pastors. But eventually,
not conventional pastors.
Well, not conventional pastors, exactly. But they can identify as a kingdom ambassador.
Obviously, we are kingdom ambassadors. Whether you're a shoe shiner, you shine the shoe as if it's the best thing that God ever made, because obviously, we are conduits in whatever sphere.
So I identify more as a kingdom ambassador, and
that's nice. That's nice. Okay, so now you are creating an association of individuals that would excavate the system from those holding it currently. Is that the thinking?
Yes. So like I was saying earlier, one of the things that we are struggling with as Africans is leadership development. Spirituality is not an issue. I think I was listening to one of the sermons of Miles Morrow, and he talked about this. Says like leadership development. So what we are trying to do is nurture the young Africans to be resilient, to be confident, to have a global mindset.
Right.
I think that some years ago we were not really in tune with those sort of
Agenda.
mindsets. Yeah, exactly. But now we are thinking more in that direction.
Yeah.
And we have had several engagements in that direction.
Yeah.
I've had so I just came back from Kenya. I was a facilitator of the youth session for the United Nations African Youth Business and Human Rights Forum. And this was the first of its kind where they were engaging the youth. And I was the facilitator of the session.
Right.
We had conversations with the youth across different industries in the country. Had several like off the session conversations with them. And I noticed something. Now, just weeks ago, we saw the Gen Z insurgency in Kenya,
Yeah.
which led to a whole lot of issues in Kenya. Now, when you are there, you are talking to the youth themselves, and you're talking to they themselves, you realize that this is going to go down in history as one of the best ever social intervention initiative.
Mm.
Now, these youth we are talking about were teenagers. They were early 20s.
Yeah.
And saw that there should be a systemic change. And they decided to hit the streets every day of their lives for weeks until they saw that change. This change saw some of them dying, like Martin Luther King. That sort of struggle, is akin to it. So whenever there are youth movements that apply themselves to advocacy, things happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so the identification of the power that we wield as the youth is also very, very important. And so these are some of the growing conversations we always have, to be able to realize the potentials that we have and the economy that we possess in the world is the biggest economy in Africa and in the world at large.
Yeah, it
so
is.
that
60% of all persons under 30 will be of African descent by 2030.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I suspect that the world hasn't seen anything because, and the beautiful thing about it, a lot more young people are now getting serious with God more than before. And, imagine if there are 100 of you, right, in different countries in Africa. Then we can question all the data. Then we can scrutinize the research, right? Then we can look into the policy, right? Then we can sit in the boardroom and represent the right things. Then we can talk about issues as they are. Then we can read the laws before we pass them, right? Then we can debate from equity and equitable standpoint without missing the overwhelming oversight of our creator, right? So, yeah, I'm very, very excited about the future because many young people are beginning to realize that we are not on our own. We didn't create ourselves, right? And so whenever I have this conversation with young people, I say, look, we are the smartest generation the world has ever seen. And we have evidence that it has worked, right? We have evidence that it can work. People have done it. And so this is our time. This is our time, and we, as much as we have a lot of problems in our different countries, that's the opportunity. If there are no problems, there wouldn't be any need for you. If there are no fragmentation of policies, there wouldn't be any need for someone to scrutinize issues and see, okay, is this of personal agenda, or are we promoting our agriculture? Indeed, right?
Yeah.
Is the narrative based on actual data, or is it manipulated data?
Mm.
So we are the ones to do the research. We are the ones to review the research. You know, we are the ones to welcome good trade partners. We are the ones to also question the ones that are not in favor of our future children. We are the ones to demand for evidence, right? Because we are uneducated. We are the citizens of this, you know, we are the stakeholders of this whole thing, you know.
Major stakeholders.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Mm.
So the time for ignorance and cowardice is gone.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree with you. And like you said, the problem exists for a reason.
Yeah.
I always tell people that every purpose exists to solve a problem.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There will be no need for purpose if there was no problem.
Yeah.
So the purpose is existent because there is a problem. And so a typical example is water or laptop. The laptop comes to mitigate the problem that exists with efficient work. The phone comes to mitigate the problem of communication.
Yeah.
So the purpose of the phone is to solve that. There is a reason why the largest economy is the African Union. It should exist to solve a specific problem.
Yeah.
The problem is because we are not empowered. The problem is because there are no opportunities.
We are empowered.
I'm coming there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there has been that sort of
rhetoric.
You know, what would you say?
Rhetoric that we went on. Yeah.
And there have been that, and there have been the issue of inclusivity. Okay. Now these things have happened with time. So now you have seen that the youth have realized that. They are now seeing that we don't even need to be empowered.
Because we are empowered. We are
exactly
empowered.
We are the empowerment.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly. That's the word.
Yes.
That's the word.
Yes, we are the empowerment. We are the resources
that
we need.
Absolutely.
Yes. So all we need is us.
Absolutely.
And so now when you come to that realization,
you find your place.
Exactly. It solves a lot of problems.
Yeah.
And so that is what we need to all come to the full realization of, that yes, we are not going to be empowered.
We are the empowerment. Yeah.
We need to go. We need to start something. We need to put our hands together on a wheel and start driving the change that we see.
Absolutely.
So if you see it's not happening here, you may not have access here, but you have access to this. So why don't you apply yourself to this and seeing this happen?
Yeah.
And so these are some of the things that we are looking for. I don't come from a good home. I come from a very humble home. And
that was Joseph. That was Daniel.
Yes.
That was all the great men of old.
Yes. Yes. So what I saw was the need to be able to engage my potential to the next level.
Yeah.
Look within me and see the potentials that I had.
Yeah.
And start engaging the world with those potentials.
Yeah.
And
magic will happen.
Yes. And building strategic alliances.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Very, very important.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Very, very important. So I think that the young African of today, African leaders of today must be very strategic in building.
Let's use that for the closure, because you know, we can keep talking and we miss the other sessions. We don't want to insult anybody whose name is already on the agenda. So look into the camera and use that segment of your conversation as the closure.
Right, sure. So it's very important that we have this conversation, and it's been amazing having this conversation here in support of Tom Cruise's initiative. And I always tell people that the thinking that guys are intelligent is much more important than how much intelligence you may have. It's very essential, important that you apply yourself to the thinking that guys you're intelligent as a young African leader. Let's be collaborative. If you don't have a passport, trust me, there's time for you to engage yourself, have a passport, and build a global mindset, learn another language, and start engaging yourself in meaningful and strategic alliances. So it's been amazing having me and having you. And thank you very much. And I look forward to even more interactions and look forward to engaging more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alfred.
Thank you very much. So, pleasure. And looking forward to you beating it.
We would.
Yeah,
we
we
would.
will.
We would.
We will. For sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Right. Should I just, is this?
Is this still live? Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Hi, Prince.
Hey, hi.
This your internet.
Now,
Should have been
I they join with laptop, they join with
okay. Perhaps you can switch off video so that
join with laptop and everything. That it's still, is it better now? It's my voice, okay?
your voice is okay if it remains like
Okay.
this. Perhaps you
Yeah.
can switch off video so that we do voice call, eh? We
Okay.
have
All right.
okay. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. We've already started a conversation. You were telling me about the arrangement with your other guys.
Yeah.
Okay. So moving along. Um, Now you came back and you started the Ghana wing of the establishment.
Yeah. Correct.
How's that one moving then?
So far so good. We started off officially registering the company in 2017. We've been scaling since then with operations in Accra, which is a Greater Accra region, Central region, and more recently in the Ashanti region. So hopefully next year the goal is to reach out through more regions before the end of next year. So it's been a tough and interesting journey. You keep learning, you keep raising funds, you keep scaling, you keep making impacts on the ground.
Now you want to teach those that are listening how to start and raise funds for sustainable business.
Correct.
Okay, let's talk about that. What's the practical starting point?
Well, I think it's first of all, it's important to understand what is the business, what business do you want to start up with. I would say ideation is very important. Before you actually talk about fundraising, you just need to figure out um, what sort of idea do I have. Usually, most of the funds would not invest in idea stage. People want you to put a skin in the game. So they would typically want you to have getting something started, at least have an MVP, which is a minimum viable product. And so you have people that have an idea, and yes, it's a nice idea, but until you have a MVP, it's very difficult. So I give you an example. We just started up another platform, and I before I started the platform, I needed like $10,000 to raise to build an MVP. So I sent an email to one of our partners and said, "Hey, I know you found it out in the past, but we have this brilliant idea where we want to sort of build this sort of platform that will do ABC and do ABC. And we want to start it, but we need to build an MVP. We want to know if you have any funds lying there that can support the development." And then they came back and say, "Yeah, we can make $10,000 available. Would that be available to build an MVP?" And we said, "Sure, we can work with that." So with that, we were able to build an MVP. And currently, with that MVP, we are back on the road and we're raising funds. So, but I'm saying that I couldn't have done this back in 2016 if I hadn't built that network of partners and investors and having gained the knowledge I had today. I didn't have any of that, so I couldn't just send email to a partner or a business partner or potential collaborators and say, "Hey, this is who I am. I built this brand and I am looking to pilot the next big thing. If you can push an idea, it's push money to this idea, you are going to make money." So that is what you have to do. If it's brand new ideas, I'm just talking from where you're coming from. If you're an entrepreneur and this is your first business, you don't have the network, you don't have people that can push in the money, then it's important to put skin in the game. Start up building an MVP. MVPs are usually very cheap to invest in. and then you push it in, and then you're able to get an MVP that you can show to investors as to what a product will look like. And that is a fair key step, yeah, into when it comes to fundraising.
Did you have MVP for Coliba before you started fundraising?
Yes, I would say. So what happened with Coliba would be that
What?
we go
No, I was
ahead.
gonna say, what did it look like?
It was an app. It was basically an app which we built on our journey after Cote d'Ivoire. We built an app, a collection app. I remember I paid a developer, I think around 6,000 CDs to build an MVP. This was back in 2016. Um, and and that's, I mean, it's a 6,000 CDs was quite some good money back then in 2016. So we built a prototype for the collection, more like an Uber for collection. But it didn't really work out because back in 2016, it wasn't as now that everybody's very, very sustainability conscious. Back then, people were not interested in using the platform. But that MVP showed that if we had launched and invested so much money, we would have failed very terribly. So it allows you to either succeed or fail, but also make sure that you don't fail standing, because when you fall standing, it's more dangerous than to kneel and fall. So it's more like you're on your knees and you're on your
Now
knees
you're
and
talking like a motivational speaker, eh?
you're on your knees and you're falling. So we fell. And of course, we then said, okay, an app will not work. It doesn't make sense. Let's solve real problems. And we started collection. And instead of investing in an app, we invested in a machine to recycle the plastics. And that's how we began to scale and making real profits and making real collection and handling materials and scaling. And then when investors spoke, we sent them videos. They came down, they checked what we are doing, they see the product, they see the samples of the product. They understand what we are doing. And it's okay, I like the model. I'm going to push this amount of money. So that's how we started small.
Where were your investors based? Are they Ghanaian investors or internationally?
My investors were based out of Germany. My first investor was in Germany. The second investor was from Belgium.
How did you make the contact?
Interesting. So the investor came through, there was a more like a Bavaria investor tour. So there was a Ghana, Bavaria trip, which allowed Ghana to bring Ghanaians to bring Ghanaian government through the government of Bavaria, which is, I think, German area or something. They brought them on a trade mission through the embassy to Ghana. And I was invited because, I was part of these hubs and incubators. So it's important to always join hubs and incubators. When I say join hubs and incubators, be a member, subscribe to newsletters, get to know about events. So I was there for this event, and during the cocktail meetings, I connected with my first investor, Rudy De Capel. We spoke over drinks, and having wine can sort of open you up to a lot of to a lot of things. So we spoke, and he was interested in the business, and then we booked a meeting for him to come on site a whole day, arrange for a driver so that he can come and check the model and see if it's something he's interested in investing.
And it worked.
And it worked. He came, spent the whole day with us from center to center, talking to our supply chain, our collectors, and all of that. And then he went back and spent a week. He requested for more document, financial statements, and then from there we started. We started, and he gave a term sheet. The term sheet worked, and it was a um, convertible note, and then that was how our partnership began.
How much was your investment?
Oh, first investment was 100,000. That was at a very early stage, so he invested 100,000, USD CN. And then he later on did another investment over the period. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you needed extra money. Talk to us about the second investment.
Well, second investments were really grants. So we've raised significant amounts of grants, more than 300,000 USD in grants. Um, um, so it has always been through partners. So for instance, Acumen invested in us. We have partners like Vito. Vito is an oil company, drilling company, invested in us. Um, yeah, so we had at some point we had large sums of grants coming in, and most of these grants it wasn't competitive. It's just like an email, hey, we see what you're doing. Because we had when you Google waste recycling companies, we pop up. Our search engine optimization is great. We pop up, and we were getting invites to, hey, we want to do and I think we were in the industry at the right time. So the whole plastic agenda was there. There's been so much need for an investment in the space, and those grants, which is way about 300 though. I'm just giving off my head. Those grants helped us start up our complete system. So we had a washing, upgrade our technology, and that's how we continue to scale. And then we also did some debt investment. We took some loans from funds through IMP. As we scale and we became profitable, we assessed debt financing, which we're still servicing. And then we believe that it's faster. It was a faster means of raising money. But sometimes raising equity, the due diligence and everything could take you up to a year. But with debt financing and the way it's done, you could get a debt approved in 2-3 months maximum. So that was pretty fast for us to raise the right investment.
Why did you need extra that required debts?
Well, to tell you, we need about 50 million. The waste sector is huge. And I started basically with basically nothing. I started with small amounts of investment, which was less than $5,000. We've raised I would say we've raised more than 1 million in revenue, like in investment, and we keep raising. Currently, we're trying to raise 2 million. It's huge investment. It's recycling is huge. To get the smallest recycling machine, it's more than $300,000 investment. So basically, the small monies we were raising, we were building local machines ourselves. And as you scale, then you have more waste, and then your capacity is small. You need to upgrade the infrastructure. So initial cost of waste management, it's a huge venture. That's why there are really a few players when it comes to waste collection in Ghana. And most one of the key companies in Ghana, it's a huge investment. The people in the recycling space are mostly foreigners, Chinese and Lebanese, who always come together and put resources together. And most of the Ghanaian recyclers, we are always at the lower level of the value chain because the machines are local and cheap. But if you want to maximize profits and make more impact, it's quite a huge investment.
Interesting. Okay. Speak more words.
That was a question.
Yeah, you were talking to those who need to raise money. So
Yes, so yeah.
yeah, go on.
So, like I said, depending on who you are, if you have a network of people that can give you money, some people money is not a problem. But if you do not, then it's important that you are able to get an MVP. And when I say put a skin in the game, it means put money in it because investors want to be sure that you were able to put in some money into the product, and that is very, very important. So you have to put a skin in the game so that investors are sure that you are making an effort, and then you need to map out what sector you are in. So if you're in the agri space, a lot of fun in the agri space, what is the sector fundraising? Because if you're going for angel investors at the beginning stage, you need to understand what it means to lose equity. You need to understand what it means to have a CN and convertible note. What sort of, how do you want to lose it? How do you define a term sheet? Do you understand a term sheet? How do you relate to the investors? Do you have the right documentation to become investor ready? Do you have, now I don't think business plans, none of the investors I'm speaking to are interested in business plans anymore. They will tell you I need a very detailed proposal. And those detailed proposal has elements of the business plan. They are not looking for SWOT analysis and all of those stuff. They just want to know what is the problem, what is the solution, what makes your solution unique, how big is the market, what market share are you estimating, what are the financial projections, what are the numbers, what are the team like, and what are your ESG, environmental, social, and governance tracking in terms of giving back to the environment and sustainability. Once you're able to put all of these documents, you put in a pitch deck. A pitch deck will now further narrow it down into 5 to 10 slides that again will pretty much summarize all of those concepts that I talked about into slides. And then you should have your bank statements. You should have your key proper accounting record right from the beginning. Probably depending on how much you're raising, you need an audited account. So if you're doing a Series A or raising huge amounts of money, about 50,000 USD, then they may need a audited bank account. But if it is something less, most of the grants that are less than 50K may not ask for audited bank account. They just need a statement of account. And there are a lot of softwares there that can allow you to sort of keep good financial records. And then have a board and have all the
Example.
right documentation. Come again?
Example.
Example of
Software.
Oh, so I mean, this is just what we use. We use Built Accounting. We were basically using an international platform, but we stopped and we thought it's more sustainable to support local Ghanaian businesses. So Built Accounting is owned by a Yali guy. I don't know if you know his name. He's also a Yali alumni. Where they have a platform for accounting, an amazing platform, also very affordable. And also they have accountants that can audit your statements at a go as fast as possible because you're already on the platform. They can audit your accounts in a matter of days. And also file all your compliances. So make sure that you're compliant with SNIT, with your VAT, and with all your tax regulations. You're compliant. All of it at a click of a mouse. So that's one platform we use.
All right. What else do you need to tell the entrepreneurs looking for advice from you?
Once you're able to figure out what your product is and what markets you find yourself and finding the community to join. Community is very important. Join the right community is important because you get informations. I can also later on if the team or people who are tuned in are interested in there's a database I have created that it's more like an open source database that lists all investors that I've communicated over the last 7 years. It has all investors on Africa that are interested in the African market. I can share that document with you. That document specifies who they are, and then how much they invest, what sector they invest, what is their ticket in terms of investment ticket, their emails, and how you should contact them. Most of them are sector agnostic, which means they can invest in any form of sector that has interest to them. So I can share that with you. So it's important to really know the community, connect to the community, go for enough networking events, talk to as much people as possible, and that's how you get information. Now, there are always 3 ways of financing. I always say 3 ways of financing. One way is the grants, looking for grants. And there are 2 types of grants. There is a payback grant, which is recoverable, interest-free. So they give you the money, you pay us back. We've assessed such a grant before where you are giving maybe $50,000 and you have to pay back $50,000, but you pay it back over a period of 24 months or 36 months, right? The only difference is you pay it back in dollars if it's given in dollars, or you pay it back in euros if it is given in euros. So these are some of the example. Another form, apart from the, and also so interest-free grant. There's also interest-free grant, which is the recovery grant. Then there's no recoverable grant. No recoverable grant means that you are giving the money. It's for you. It's for free. So Tonelu Foundation, which for instance is a public information, opens up. Can you hear me? Opens up application every January from 1st of January to I think March, so that people can apply, and they give out a non-recoverable grant ticket of about $5,000. It's an platform that allows people to have access to financing. Can you hear me, Chris?
Yeah, we
Hello?
can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Great. It allows people to have access to finances. So people who are listening, you can always check out the Tony Lumelo Foundation. It's part of the Excel sheet that I'll share with Chris. In case anybody is interested in the database and will want to learn more about
Prince, are you still there? Prince, go on.
yeah, hi. Sorry, I
Go on.
lost you. Where did you lose me?
You were talking about the document you will share.
Yes. Sorry, network. I'm gonna share a document which has an Excel. It's an Excel document that has all of the investors that people should be able to. It's an open source. So far as he commits to not editing, it's an Excel sheet, not editing or deleting stuff. Then it just rotates within the community. So I talked about two forms of grants: recoverable grants, non-recoverable grants, which is free money. So we have we've received this type of grants. And then there's equity. Equity simply means you are selling a part of your business. The beautiful part of equity simply is that you don't have to start paying the interest or dividends immediately. So if your company is making a loss, the investor is typically making a loss. We talk about it in another way. If one fancy way to put it is you're going into a marriage with an investor. So you're going to share there with the investor. You are married to the investor. The only source of divorce, there has to be a clause in the source of divorce. If you are divorcing the investor, I give an example where we had to lay off an investor and buy back his share because we realized his values and our values were not aligned in
Hold
terms of
on,
the. Hi,
Prince.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you, but I want you to reemphasize that part. Oh, you needed to lay off an investor, you said?
Yeah. We needed to buy off an investor who was torn to our flesh, unfortunately. So part of what we did was to buy of the shares was to tell him directly that he was not aligned with our vision in terms of our environmental goal. So to be more, can you hear me?
Yeah, so how did you go about that?
So to be more precise, this is what happened. He was more focused over our priority change as a business in terms of being more um, people and planet focused over profit. So we were
I see.
making decisions where we were, for instance, we had 107 workers at those moments, and I would request that all of these workers be put on a private insurance. Back then, a private insurance was costing us about 210,000 Ghana cedis, 2010 cedis, and we had 107, and we would pay for all of this because it was hundreds of thousands of cedis. And the investor was, it doesn't make sense. We could as well just renew NHIS for them, which cost 30 cedis. You know, NHIS is a co-pay provision. So I believe in coming from a place where I take care of my workers because these workers are pickers and low-income people that cannot afford. Even NHIS doesn't cover everything. They still have to come up with payments. So I prioritize fair wage over minimum wage. Salaries that we're paying, for instance, minimum wage currently is 18 cedis. We pay 60 cedis a day instead of 18 cedis a day, right? So we pay more than almost 600% of the minimum wage. And so the investor was seeing profit, but for him, it's too, we are spending so much on people. It's very toxic. And at some point, I just thought it couldn't work and we have to dissolve that relationship. And one way we dissolved that relationship was to sell the shares and buy back the share after a couple of negotiations.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you have 60 more minutes, so you can go on.
Yeah, so it's interesting. We broke that negotiation, and the stakeholders agreement clause I had with him was that for us to buy the share, he cannot sell the share to someone else. He has to make the offer to the shareholders. So he made the offer, and we bought back the share. So when you're giving out equity, I think it's important to be aligned with the investor. Do get to know the investor on a more deeper level. Who is this person? Not just about the money. You know, some people, some of the investors I met investors that I wasn't aligned. One of them was willing to give me money. He would take me out to the club and smoke and drink, and he wanted to hang around with me all the time. He wanted every detail, and I felt like this person is not someone I can take the money because I feel the relationship will not work. He will not trust me enough to make decisions as the CEO, and certain behaviors I wasn't really comfortable in, and there was no vibe, right? So it's good for you to be assertive and be aligned. Is this really the value I want? If this person comes to the board, is this a value I want to be illustrated on the board? Is this the person I want to be on the board? So and then have a very good clause, have a lawyer draft the clause. Of course, don't allow just the investor to have his lawyer to draft the document. I've made that mistake before. Ensure that you have a lawyer. Lawyers are not expensive. There are lawyers that are available to really look at the document from your perspective as a lawyer. He will look at the document and also advise you on the exit clauses and what should work and what should not work. And oftentimes, if you're connected to an incubator or a co-working space that provides support to entrepreneurs, they always have a legal support service that will, pay a small amount that will overlook into your contract and make sure your contract is right. So equity is a very easy way to raise money, and it's an amazing
No, it's okay. Leave it. Isn't he still on the call? Yeah, I think the microphone is not responsive. Okay, so yeah, you can use the 30 minutes roundup.
This network is bad. Oh my God.
No worries.
Hello?
Use the 30 minutes to round up.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You can use the 30 minutes to round up.
Yeah. So Tom, Chris, what I'm saying is, in summary, guys, sort of find the right investor that work for you in terms of equity. Find the right grants that work for you. If you have to do debt, only go and do debt or take a loan when you're sure you can pay back. The debts we took are not in Ghana. Most of all the debts I took are out of Ghana because I took a debt of 5% per annum. The maximum debt I've taken is 10% per annum. Ghana will typically be around 28% or more. So you only want to do that if you are profitable and you're sure you can pay back and you have good access to collateral. My debts are collateral free because it's a debt from the EU. And so just look at where your business is, what sort of financing do you need, and how can you scale from there? And I think yeah, that will be helpful. That's all in summary.
All right. Let me check if you have any question. Just 1 second. Check the YouTube for me while I check our platform.
YouTube, no chat on it.
Okay. All right. Looks like your listeners are getting you correctly. So no question here. All right, Prince. Thank you so much. Huh?
Hello? Sorry, I lost you.
Now, I was going to say, we don't have any question from the participants. So seems like they got you correctly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Sorry for the poor network.
All right.
And thanks for having me, Chris. All the best.
Thank you.
Bye.
So we go on early break. We'll be kicking off by 3:15. Hi, Princess. Yeah, so we'll be back. Your session is on in the next hour, so you can rejoin. You know, Ghana is 1 hour behind Nigeria, so you can rejoin in the next hour or hold on the call.
The mic is muted.
Oh, hi. I thought my time was 4 p.m. West African time. That's the email I got.
GMT. I think he used GMT, not WAT. So it will be at 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. GMT, which is in the next hour.
No way. Wow. That'll be hard.
What could happen is if Emmanuel wants to switch places with you, then
Can I speak to Emmanuel, please? I would really appreciate that because I kind of moved everything around to just fit this particular time. And I've just been very careful about it because I'm aware that there's a time difference. And I was like, okay, if it's 4 p.m. their time, then it's going to be 3 p.m. my time. And I just kind of moved everything around. So if I can talk to Emmanuel, I really will appreciate that.
I don't have Emmanuel's number. Hold on.
Mm.
Princess, let me talk to her. Let me talk to him, okay?
Thank you very much.
No worries.
I've not even asked how you're doing. How are you? I can't hear you.
I'm holding up well, thank you.
Every time I go to bed, I just tell myself, I say, oh my God, I'm sleeping. 2 days now I've been sleeping. Somebody hasn't slept.
Well,
Oh my God.
we're working on something.
I know. Nothing good comes easy. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And
Oh, well,
congratulations. It's already done.
thank you.
And I'm
Yeah.
very glad to be a part of it. You know, whenever there are good things, Nigerians and Ghanaians, we identify with each other. But when it's time to fight,
Yeah, funny. Uh,
yeah,
okay. Shall we lift off?
definitely. Just let me know if you can see and hear me clearly.
I can see you. Yeah.
All right.
Let him in. Let Emmanuel in.
Oh, he's there physically. Oh my God. Bless his heart. Emmanuel. My apologies.
Actually, he's joining virtually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm going to interview both of you. I'll start with you, then afterwards I'll move to him.
So what happens to the next hour?
We'll see.
Oh no. Oh my
We'll
God.
see.
I feel so guilty. I'm sorry.
No problem. We have someone on a spare boat there. We plan for emergency. So
Oh, thank you so much. I was just trying to do everything I can to ensure I'm within the right time frame. So I'm guessing too much planning is what has caused this because I was like, okay, this is Ghana time. Let me be very careful and make sure that I don't. And our clocks only just went back this Sunday, so just be very
no
careful
problem.
that I don't miss it.
No problem.
Or do you think we can do 30 minutes? Maybe I do 30, then Emmanuel does 30.
No, you do you don't worry.
Okay.
Ready?
So like,
Emmanuel, please change your background, eh? Change your background with the one we sent you. All right. So, Princess, kindly introduce yourself to the virtual audience.
Hello, everyone. My name is Princess Onka Kimpelu, and I'm an educator. I'd like to say an education activist, but that word activist, it just holds some type of connotation to some people. I'm the founder of Safe Teacher, and it's an ed tech organization that helps teachers find better job opportunities and also earn extra income.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm Nigerian, proudly.
It's good to have you here.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
All right. So, we are talking teachers earning power.
Yep. Yes,
All
we
right.
are.
All right. So, how do we go about improving our teachers earning power?
That's a very straight to the point.
I know.
I mean, if you're talking about in terms of the government, I think more attention just needs to be paid to the profession. And the profession needs to be dignified in terms of what they are paid on a federal and private level. And I think it's a problem that cuts across the whole of Africa. In fact, the teachers in sub-Saharan Africa are said to be the poorest teachers across the world. So, I mean, there are countries that are very deliberate, like here in the UK, they have, again, even though there is inflation, they have again increased, the average salary for the teachers. And it's just deliberate. They just need to be more deliberate and say, okay, these people are important to us and we need to increase what they are earning. If you're talking about privately for teachers, I think you just have to get to a point where you know and realize that if the government is not going to do this and if the money is not going to come from my classroom teaching, then I have to supplement one way or the other. And that's why we created the platform that we did.
Tell me about it.
Okay, so on our platform, teachers can sell their self-made resources. So as a teacher, you're already making teaching resources that you use in the classroom, but right now you can put it on a global platform and sell it to teachers from all over the world. So that's one way we are actually empowering teachers. You can also find, jobs from all over Nigeria, and hopefully now, to expand to other countries, you can also find jobs on our platform. But we are really focused right now on teachers being able to earn an income by selling the resources that they make and use in their classes. And there's a foreign platform that does that, and it's called Teachers Pay Teachers. And I was very inspired when I was, watching videos of teachers on this particular platform. I don't know if you've ever heard of TPT, which is Teachers Pay Teachers. It's an American platform, and I was watching it. It's so teachers can sell their resources there too. So I was watching a video of a lady who sold $100,000 in a year, and this is supplemental income to the money she's earning as a classroom teacher. And she was able to earn extra $100,000, dollars simply selling teaching resources, worksheets, slides, lesson notes, anyone across the world can see it and purchase it. And I mean, this was how she was able to raise extra income. And we're hoping to be able to do that also for, the African teacher. Yeah.
Sounds interesting. It reminds me of a system in Nigerian universities where teachers sell handouts.
How do you know about Nigerian universities?
That's what happens. Isn't that what happens?
So they don't sell handouts they used to, I'll just be honest, but a lot of universities stopped that. I think during my time, it was already really fading away. Where there were recommended books, you could get them at the school, bookshop. So yeah, something like that.
Is that what you are trying to technologize?
Yes, actually, something like that. But something like that. But think about it now in like bite size, not like a whole module of, a course you put online. That also is there. But let's just say lesson notes on circulation. You have to teach circulation today. You don't really have lesson notes. You want something that is very broad, that already has assignments, has, worksheets, has diagram, has everything. You can go to Safe Teacher and find it for how much? 500 naira, 1,000 naira, and purchase it. And a teacher made that, and a teacher is earning from that. So it's essentially, teachers paying teachers. Yeah.
That sounds interesting, though.
Yeah, thank you.
No worries. How did you come about the idea? From the one in the US?
I'll be very honest with you. Now, the name of my company is Safe Teacher. And if you know anything about startups, right, you start up the business and then along the line, you have to pivot to something else, which is essentially what happened. So we started off like a safeguarding company, hence the name Safe Teacher. So we teach and train schools about safeguarding and all that. And so currently we are in an accelerator program by the World Bank, and it's an accelerator program called She Wins Africa, and there were 100 female-owned businesses chosen from across Africa, and Safe Teacher was one of them. And we're just looking about road to profitability and how can we actually establish this business. And we just kept on hearing, teachers don't have money. Teachers can't pay for anything. This business that you want to do, teachers will not pay for training. Teachers will not pay. And I was hearing a lot of teachers can't pay, teachers can't pay. And it struck me that, okay, this might actually be the problem that needs solving. Teachers need money. Teachers don't have money. So instead of trying to sell them something, let's try and make them money. And that was where, the idea came from. Of course, in the fleshing up the idea, you want to know who are my competitors, who has done something like this and has succeeded. And that's how we found out about this, the foreign company that does that. But it was not because of that foreign company that we came, but just, we're always here. We're trying to push a product into the market, and teachers were pushing back saying they don't have money. And the idea came to us and say, just instead of selling to teachers, why not help teachers earn money? And that's where Safe Teacher came about. Yeah.
But what was the original idea? The idea behind the Safe Teacher platform, what was it?
Safeguarding training for schools and teachers. That was just it. Safeguarding training for schools and for teachers. Yeah.
How did it work before now?
Before now, we would go physically into schools and offer them safeguarding training and then offer them the certificates for the safeguarding training. So we wanted it to be so if parents wanted to see which schools are safe in this area to
safe in what sense?
Safe in terms, okay, there's something called safeguarding in of course in a general context, but in the educational context, it just means that the teachers, the whole staff in the school, they are aware of how to keep a child safe from abuse, from harm, and from neglect. They also know how to identify the signs of abuse, of harm, and of neglect, and they know what to do when they spot those signs. I don't know if you know some of the crazy stories that that come out of school sometimes. I really don't know about Ghana, but in Nigeria, you have some crazy stories. We had a student who died in a boarding house. He was poisoned or something happened. We had a girl who was kidnapped and murdered by her headmaster and all those type of things. So it's just basically empowering teachers and school leaders with this knowledge, how to spot signs of abuse, what to do when you spot these signs. And that's originally how we started out.
Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds interesting.
I mean, very interesting. I love the idea so much, but we just had to pivot into something else that would be profitable and along the line still teach, teachers about safeguarding, and that's
How's the new pivot going now?
It's going very well. We launched very recently and it's looking very, very good and promising. We have teachers, reaching out to us we've even heard from teachers in Kenya, and we're hoping that more than just it being profitable, we're hoping that teachers are able to earn supplemental income, because the truth about it is we're going to lose our A-listers. And if you notice, there's been a massive brain drain generally, even from people just traveling abroad. There's a brain drain in Africa, but more so in the education sector, whereby teachers are transitioning to everything, to tech, to whatever else profession you have, because it pays better and you can't blame them. So when you lose your A-list teachers, the best brains in the job, then you have complaints like, my child's teacher cannot spell, my child's grammar is bad because the teacher's grammar is bad. So we stand, the risk of running into problems like that. So I think this will actually be very great encouragement for classroom teachers to earn supplemental income while also helping us build, the future generation. Yeah.
How did you hear about the She Win Africa World Bank project?
To be very honest, when you're a founder of a startup, you are applying to everything. This was one thing I didn't even remember that I had applied to, because I've applied to so many. There is no program, opportunity, accelerator, funding program that I didn't apply to when we first set out. And I was just really applying to like crazy and always getting, unfortunately, and I would just, close those emails down. And then I got this one. At first, I didn't believe it was genuine. I was like, I don't remember applying for this. Apparently I did. And I went for the first meeting and said, this is really by the World Bank. And it was amazing. So yeah.
Very interesting. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to you too.
Well, the congratulations I need will come soon. But yes, thank you.
In advance.
Yeah.
Yes, speaking it forth, yes.
Right. Okay, so what's the future of the project you are running now? Like, what's the plan? Would you still include the safety element while pushing for monetization?
Definitely. You know, I always say education is never complete until it is safe. It doesn't matter all the positive outcomes we have. Teachers are now earning more money. Yay. Students are now passing. They are, having scores, high scores. Yay. But if a student leaves school with all A's because their teacher was empowered by safe teacher, and now they have all A's, but they were abused during that process, you've dug a bigger hole in their soul than what you have put in. So yes, they're academically excellent, but they are I don't want to say damaged, but they are hurt, they are broken essentially. So safety is still at the very, forefront of education, and it's something that will continue to ride with Safe Teacher even as we continue to expand. So our larger goal would definitely be safer schools and also teachers with more earning opportunities. So it's like a two-in-one. We want safer schools, we want teachers with more earning opportunities, we want teachers that are more empowered. So the two of them work together.
Let's go back. You went to university in Nigeria or in the
Oh, in
UK?
Nigeria. In Nigeria.
Okay. So how was the experience?
I did my bachelor's and my master's in Nigeria, and it, it could be better. It definitely could be better. Um, I would just say the basics that you need, you would find. A lot of it is outdated. A lot is outdated. You still need to come out and learn everything afresh. If you're going to work in a school, you're going to learn a lot of things afresh. Many things are outdated, but I think the barest minimum that you need to survive, you would get in the Nigerian university. It was a great experience. Shout out to all my lecturers, my master's lecturers also. Schooling in Nigeria was a great experience. It's tough. It's not really easy, but if you're driven, you definitely make the most of it. I don't know what schooling in Ghana is like. Maybe it's all chill and fun and very interesting. But in Nigeria, you really need to work hard because there are so many distracting factors. Especially I went to the University of Lagos. There are so many distractions, but you just have to, and nobody's going to really chase after you to do anything. So you can literally just be in the university and achieve absolutely nothing. But I thank God that I was able to pull through. Yeah.
Okay. So did you always know you are going to launch a project like this?
Absolutely not. I didn't even choose education as my as my first choice. I always wanted to do something. Well, I won't say I always wanted to do, but I feel like sometimes you're not aware, but God is directing your steps in a particular direction. So I volunteered in an education non-profit organization. I started volunteering with education non-profit organizations when I was 16, and I thought it was just something I was doing to pass the time as I was waiting for admission. And so I tried to get into the university about 2 times. It didn't work. The third time, then, I fell short of the cutoff a little bit, and then I had to transfer to education, and I was absolutely devastated. What do I want to do with education? Who on earth wants to become a teacher? I hate this so much. I'm going to change this course after my 100 level. I'll make sure I change back to sciences. That was what I told myself. And then going into university, I realized that I actually did love education with my whole heart. But I never saw this so much in my future. I mean, growing up, it was always, I want to be a doctor. I was very science inclined. I never saw anything like this in my future. But things worked and aligned themselves together in this path. When I was done with my bachelor's, I did my master's in education. I worked in about 3 schools. And in the last school that I worked in, that was when this idea just came into my head. And I worked for about 3 years. Yes, 3 years exactly I worked. And then I resigned to start this business.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how did traveling come into the picture?
Oh, traveling here.
Mm-hmm.
My husband works here.
Okay. Are
Yeah.
you on visit or
I live with
permanent
him.
relocation?
I live with him. My husband works
Okay.
here. Say, am I on visits? I'm like visiting my husband. I live with my husband. He works here. So yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay. So how would you be running the company then?
Or even when I was in Lagos, just like every other tech startup, it's not a physical business. So everyone works from where they are. We are all remote and we all work remotely, and all the work that we do is online. It's all cloud-based work, it's all tech work. So we really don't need a physical building or to be in one physical location. So I'm still running my responsibilities, and I have team members also in different places in the world also running their different responsibilities for Safe Teacher. So location doesn't really affect us.
Interesting.
Yeah, thank you.
But are you eventually going to have an office in Nigeria?
I definitely look forward to having offices, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa. Even here, I'm also just looking out for opportunities to see how Safe Teacher can also spread its tentacles here into Europe also. So we are definitely looking forward to having offices all across, Africa. If not for anything, at least offices where teachers can have access to technological devices and get better, sharpen their skills and try their hands at. Because I remember when we started this, I was trying to teach teachers how to create teaching resources using Canva. And I realized a lot of teachers don't have a laptop. But if you think about it, if you're going to buy even a fairly used laptop in Nigeria now, you need to have at least 300,000 naira. Statistically, the average Nigerian teacher earns between 50 to 100,000 naira. So if I'm earning 75,000 naira and I want to save 25,000, it will take me over 16 months to be able to save the money that I will need to buy a laptop. So even if just for that reason of teacher having access to digital resources, technological resources, Safe Teacher is looking forward to having that kind of physical edifice across Africa. Yeah.
Interesting. So are
Thank
you
you.
looking to add other services? Because it seems like there are so many other things you can do beyond selling, beyond providing opportunity for them to sell those things.
So many. Right now, that's not even all we do. We also do job matching. So schools can post their jobs on our platform and teachers can find jobs on Safe Teacher also. So it's not just selling of teaching resources. But when it comes to this space, the possibility is endless. But we first need to enter the market and empower the teachers. If not, they will not even know how to take advantage of these things that we are giving them. So I think we start with this first, but the possibilities are really endless. We're looking also into incorporating artificial intelligence into, our platform.
What will it do for you then?
It will help make the job matching smarter. It will help also for the teachers who are creating resources, in the sense that it will help them know the type of resources that the market desires more, and also help them to put some things together. Sometimes I find that teachers have difficulty sometimes just putting their thoughts and ideas together. So it will help them in creating resources and also help with job matching. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about education as a whole.
Yeah, I love.
Okay. What is your thoughts about the future of education in Nigeria?
Definitely. I mean, the United Nations has already told us there's a UN 2030 plan for education, which is like a crisis plan saying that, Africa will need to recruit, I think, about 30 million teachers by the year 2030. If not, there's going to be a serious educational crisis. I do not like to be a prophet of doom, but you have to say what you're seeing. We're losing teachers. We're losing teachers to other professions. We're losing teachers to tech jobs. We're losing teachers to outside the country. Last year, here in the UK, they started something called the Fairer Path to QTS. QTS is the certification you need to teach in the UK. Now they are saying if you're a Nigerian teacher or you're a Ghanaian teacher, and they listed some other countries, very few countries, and Nigeria is one of them, Ghana is one of them, and you are certified in these countries in some particular subjects, which are our core subjects, then you can come to the UK to teach. So essentially, if I'm a Nigerian teacher earning 75,000 naira and I have that kind of opportunity, I'm leaving. And these people are, making their process to be in such a way whereby they are taking the best brains. So the state of education assists, if the government doesn't really stand up to take a drastic stand and ensure that it establishes its teachers and establishes that sector and strengthens and invests in that sector, we're not going to be left with the very best in the next few years. That's my take on the state of education, Africa-wide, Nigeria and Africa-wide, well, sub-Saharan Africa.
Wow, that's an interesting take, eh?
It is what it is. That's what it is, really. Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, you have a point. You have a point because obviously the the salary you mentioned is quite interesting. So if there are possibilities, like you say, elsewhere, whereas if they stayed back, they will be earning what you said, then it's obvious that some people would be looking to use that opportunity to just get away.
Definitely.
So Safe Teacher becomes one of the vehicles to transform the system, don't you think?
Definitely. Exactly. That's what we're doing.
The only problem is that you're transforming from very far away.
I'm not far away, please.
You're far away.
I'm not far away. I'm not far away. And we don't have a key person risk in Safe Teacher whereby the company is anchored around one person. And so I'm not the A to Z, Alpha and Omega of what Safe Teacher is, not even the half or the quarter of it. And so me being here.
How many employees? How many employees do you have?
As of this moment, about 6.
6?
Yes.
And they are based in Nigeria?
Yes, all.
Okay. So what would they be doing on a day-to-day?
We have meetings twice a week. Everyone has their roles. UI UX designer will be designing. Developers will be developing. Social media, we actually have one of the most engaging social media platforms. So we're Safe Teacher everywhere. Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, we're Safe Teacher. We have a thriving WhatsApp community also. And we're always engaging our community. So everyone stays busy, trust me.
I don't doubt.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next operation will be for you to start expanding to different states beyond Lagos.
Yes, definitely. We are in different states beyond Lagos. We have teachers from all over Nigeria on our platform. We have some teachers from Kenya on our platform. I wouldn't say if I'm sure about Ghanaian teachers. I haven't seen any metric from that angle, but we do have teachers from all over Nigeria and just some teachers scattered other places in Africa. Yeah.
How many teachers are on your platform now, all in all?
Currently, we have over 1,000 teachers on our platform.
1,000?
Yep, over 1,000.
That's an interesting number.
And it keeps increasing, right? But this is just as at the last time of going over our documents, our lists.
Has there been transactions?
Definitely, there have been transactions.
How much what?
Do you want to give us money?
You never know.
Give us money.
Businesswoman.
Give us money. Of course, because we are in our early stages, we haven't seen groundbreaking metrics. We haven't seen groundbreaking metrics, and we haven't also seen more than what we have put into the business. So basically, we haven't broken even. But we are very hopeful, and we are still in our early stages, just newly launching out into the market. We've been in testing for, over a year plus, beta testing, and just making sure that we have product market fit. And now that we've hit the ground, we're sure to definitely report positive metrics in the coming, months. Yeah.
That's great. So if somebody wants to start that kind of business, what are the practical process to start?
If someone wants to start a tech startup,
Well, tech startup in generic, something like safety share.
an ed tech startup, right?
Okay. All right.
First of all, you need if you're going to be the founder, you need either education experience or you need tech experience. So if you don't have tech experience, you need a tech co-founder. I have a tech co-founder because I have education expertise. So I needed someone with tech expertise. So I have a tech co-founder. So if you're a tech person, you need an education co-founder. If you're an education person, you need a tech co-founder. You need to be sure that the person is very well grounded in this subject matter area and has previous experience working in this subject matter area. Also, you need to count your costs. If you want to found a startup, you want to be a founder, you want to found a startup, you need to count your costs because there definitely will be a lot of investing on your part before you start to realize profits. You're not going to be rich today, tomorrow, or the next. It will take a lot of time, of you pouring resources in. So ensure that you have resources that you're willing to pour into the business before wanting to realize, and also ensure that you're solving a real life problem. Ensure you're solving a real life problem. And one advice I will always say that really helped me so much is follow the data. You might have an idea, you love the idea so much, you don't want to change the idea, but the data and the market is showing you that that idea is not going to be profitable. Instead, the data is pointing in another direction. You have to be ready to listen and pivot following the data. So that's all I'll say. Free masterclass. You're welcome.
Okay. So what about designing the technology itself?
Oh, that's why I said you must have a technical co-founder. Like I said, if you're not a technical person, you must have a technical co-founder. And if you're a technical person, you must have an education co-founder if you want to start an ed tech business. So if you're talking about what happens on the tech end, my co-founder is not here to answer, but you just need a very good and efficient team of developers, of UI UX designers, and product managers to at least prepare an MVP. And MVP is your minimum viable product, which is just something that we can see and at its base level can show us what this product or platform does. And once you build your MVP, then you can start testing. But you will need developers, you need UI UX people. Luckily for you, if you're lucky, you have friends that do that. If not, they don't charge small money, so prepared. Tech bros don't charge small money, so be very, very, very prepared. Yeah.
Hey. All right. What else shall we talk about? Your time hasn't finished.
Oh, that's lovely. What else do you have in mind?
I have a lot in mind.
Go ahead.
Okay. When did you move to join your husband?
In April.
This April.
Yes.
Okay, you guys were together in Nigeria or?
Yes, we were.
Okay, so he moved ahead of you to make space for you.
Yes, my John the Baptist.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
That's great. When did he move?
2020.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Is he a doctor?
Engineer.
I see. Okay,
Yeah.
that's nice. So, do you work on your edtech full time or?
Yes, I do. Full time. Yes, I
Right.
do. Yeah.
That's
But I
impressive.
mean, I've always been a business-oriented person, so from time to time, I find my hand in one or two.
Since when?
Oh, I printed my first business card at the age of 17.
What were you selling?
I was selling clothes.
You were selling what?
Clothes. I was selling clothes.
What type of clothes?
Um, what do you call it? Stock, bail. Yeah, just basically go
Okay.
to, so there's a place in Lagos called Balogun. So it's on the island. So I just go there and then I buy clothes from these Igbo boys. If you don't know anything about Nigeria, you know about Igbo boys.
Yeah.
They are the importers, exporters. So they will
Okay.
import clothes and in bulk, and then I just go and get from them and repackage the clothes individually and sell to my peers. And
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really need money at that time in my life, but I just always tell some people that some people are just born to do business, and I really feel like it's in my blood. I can't help it. There's nothing I can do about it. I've tried working in an office. I mean, who knows? I might still at different points in my life have to hold corporate 9 to 5 jobs, but I honestly feel like business is in my blood. And so I started that at the age of 17 just for the fun of it, and then printed business cards and started doing that and did that all through uni also.
Wow, that's impressive. Was that how you funded your living expenses?
For uni,
Mm-hmm.
I did that in uni. I sold clothes, shoes in uni, and I did get some money from it. I also, I mean, I need to be honest, I also got money from my parents. And then I also was in a music band. I used to sing. And so like I said, I had my hand in so many things. So and I even used to do ushering at events, wedding reception events. I used to do ushering. So I was getting money from different hustles. I was hustling.
That's good. Okay. Tell me more. What other business did you do?
I don't think off the top of my head, I can remember all the businesses I've done because they are really so much. I think I've done Ankara jewelry and I've done hair growth oils. Um, what else have I done? MCing. Um, yeah, those are the businesses I've done. Ushering, I've mentioned ushering. Okay, I later even went to start an event planning organization. Yeah, off the top of my head right now, those are all the ones I can remember. But I have done quite some businesses in my life and time.
Mm, that's
Yeah.
good. So will you let your child do business from the early age of life, or you will pamper him or her?
For the sake of experience, I would love my children to start to have business knowledge, business sense from a very young age, not for the sake of them absolutely needing the money, but just for the sake of experience. I think it's something that I would love my children to be exposed to from a very young age. Not even necessarily business in terms of buying and selling, but just financial knowledge of how the world economics works. I want them to know that from a very young age.
Mm,
Yeah,
that's good.
yeah. Because there is a psychology of money. There's a psychology of money. There are people who, even if you take all their money today and just drop them in the middle of a desert, they will be millionaires again by the time you blink your eye and open it. And it's just because they've mastered money, how to make it, how to keep it, how to grow it. And I think that's the kind of knowledge I want my children to have.
Do you have that knowledge yourself? Would you say you have that knowledge?
By God's grace, I'll say I have that knowledge, and I am still looking forward to getting more of that knowledge. A lot of the knowledge I have now came at a great cost of trial and error. And that's one thing I always say, when you are such an entrepreneur at heart, there's a lot of investment that goes into it. Countless times I have sunk my savings into something I really wanted to pursue and didn't turn out how it was supposed to. Now, having done that so many times over and through so many years, I have learned so much across, along the line rather. So the knowledge didn't come to me as an easy course, but by God's grace, I do have that knowledge. I'm much more financially wise or money wise than I was many years ago. Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah.
that's impressive, actually. So,
Thank you.
what was your first experience of money?
My first experience of money in terms of me doing business or just me having money.
Having or not having?
Of course, having will be like uncles and aunties coming to visit you when you're young and having collecting money. And I remember there's something my mom used to do. She got us piggy banks. So she used to encourage us to save the money. And I just felt so fascinated and empowered by the fact that I could keep this money and just break this piggy bank one day and just see all my, savings. I just felt like, wow, this is really, really cool. I just felt like this is really, really cool. So, okay, let me start my video. And I think that was my first exposure to money. I used to, try funny things, like try to sell. Because when we were growing up, we used to have a farm in our house. Just go and pluck random leaves. I don't even know the one that is edible and the one that is not edible, and just try to offer it to people passing by on the road for money. So I'll say that's my very first experience of money. Yeah.
That's not bad, actually, because there's always an introduction, and
Yeah.
learning how to sell is a fundamental skill that everybody should have.
Very, very fundamental. Very fundamental. Even if you are not an entrepreneur, you're not selling a product, sometimes you will need to sell yourself. And some people just don't have knowledge of sales or how to sell. And how to sell is literally survival skills speaking, money-wise speaking. It's a survival skill and people need to learn it.
Impressive. You seem like you're a sales lady. Is that how you
I'm not
sold
so,
that
it's what
nice guy?
I'm not. No. I'm not a sales lady. It's what business has done to me. And I did not, that's not how.
Okay. He's the one that came
Definitely.
to get your
I
attention.
came to sell himself. Yes, as it should be.
Yeah, but I mean, when you have value, then you attract value too, right?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, let's go back to the uh upbringing.
Oh, yeah.
So from childhood, you started making money, and then you needed more money.
Collecting money, not making money. In my childhood, I was collecting money.
Okay,
Okay, then.
collecting money. Then
Yeah, then
eventually you
from
started making
17,
yours.
I started making, yes. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Was there any special feeling the day you made your own money?
Definitely there is. I think the first time I actually earned money was and earned, of course, your parents didn't give it to you, anything was this was before I turned 17. I was 16. I'd finished uni secondary school, and I was just at home, and a friend of mine said that there is a sales job and it's going to be for 8 days and weekdays, and it's 2,000 naira per day, so they're going to give us 16,000 naira. I was like, wow, 16,000 naira. I'm definitely in for it. And I don't know if you know, like whenever they have a new product, like Milk or Milo or something, and they want to go like round the town and they carry like speakers, they are playing music with a van that is driving and sharing samples and flyers. Does that happen in Ghana?
Of course.
Yeah. So it was something like that. But when they said sales, I thought we're just going to be speaking English to people. I didn't know we're going to be trekking around Lagos and sharing flyers. Essentially, that's what it was. So it was such a hard job and it was so physically demanding because we had to trek for hours and trek around a lot of places, just sharing these flyers and telling people. It was for Owando, and it was when they released their old gas, which is a small gas cylinder that people can just use for household cooking. And so we were part of the promotional team for that project. And it was such a hard project, but it really made me appreciate the money and made me appreciate my parents more, because a lot of times they just like, give me money, give me money. I need this, I need that. So that was the first money I actually earned with a lot of sweat, and it made me just appreciate, money, and appreciate the people who had been taking care of me.
Right.
Yeah,
That's impressive.
thank you.
And then there came another opportunity.
Then that was when my curiosity was kind of sparked, and like I said, and then I started to do the whole reselling of clothes, and shortly after that I joined a band, and that one was very good to me. Yeah, so all through school I was just doing one business or the other, selling clothes or doing ushering for weddings, events, and that's how, I was earning money.
Impressive. Okay. So when did you decide that, okay, selling clothes might not be the way to make enough?
I mean, when I was in school, I wasn't really looking for so much money. I was just looking for money to get by, and which was what that did for me. Of course, I didn't think it was a long-term thing, but I always tell people when people say, "Oh, I don't want to go to the university yet because my parents don't have money. I don't have money." I always tell people the perfect place to make money is in the university. Your market is there with you. You are living with them. You're waking up with them. I know a girl who sent herself through school by selling Unilag bread. So you can do this work to school scheme that Unilag has, where the school owns the bakery. You sign up to be one of the distributors of Unilag bread, and so you come to the bakery very early every morning around 5:30. You pick up bread, you go to your hostel, you resell, remit the money back to Unilag bakery, and keep some profits. And she did that every day, and she sent herself through school. So your market is essentially living with you in the hostel, and it's one of the best places to get that experience. I know a lot of people who have made it big from starting small things there in the university. Korede Spark started when I was in school. He did some kind of competition, won 1 million naira, and everything
Wow.
just took up. I don't know if you know Korede Spark, but he's now very popular in Lagos. Now he has restaurants all over Lagos, and he was a student when we were there. He just loved to cook. He loved to cook, and he was very good at it. And everything just started from his faculty. Everyone was hyping him up, Korede, and now he is where he is. So you have people around you. You have a ready market around you. In school, you have to make the most of it. You have to open your eyes and see, what do my roommates need? What do my people on my floor, what people in my hostel need? You start with something as small as that. So of course, you're not looking to be a millionaire in school. You might be, lucky for you, but what you get is a very good springboard to start. So of course, selling clothes was never the long-term plan for me. It was just a
Yeah.
good springboard. It was good to get that experience and to try my hands in a low-stake environment. And that was one of the things that just encouraged me. I said, okay, when I leave school, I actually might do this, business, not clothes, business, like entrepreneurship full time. After school, I did go on to work in schools. I worked in 3 schools. Just I would say I didn't feel like I had that idea to go into the market with yet. And so working in schools, then that was when my eyes opened to see the market and see the problem that I wanted to solve. And I knew that it was time for me to start this idea. Then I resigned.
That's
Yeah.
impressive.
Thank you. Impressive
Do you
number
think
7.
do you think every student is trained with that eye to see opportunity?
Mm, no, I don't think every student is trained with that eye. Um, But I think it's something if you really want it, you would see it. If
right?
if you really want it, you will see it.
How?
I feel like I said, I really do believe some people are born for business. I believe I feel like some people can, try and do their best. It's very fine, but I feel like some people are born for it because there are so many factors. There's the ability to see the opportunity. Then there is the audacity to want to address the opportunity. When I tell you, countless times in my life, I have sunk my my everything. When I was going to start Safe Teacher, I saved 1 million naira. As at that point, I was earning 120,000 naira per month as a
Your own
teacher.
money.
My own money.
Wow.
But I was saving it to the end that I want to start this business. I want to step out of this 9 to 5 and I want to step out on my own and I want to be able to fend for myself and invest into my business. So I think I saved about 1.3 million naira actually. And I was earning 120,000 naira as a teacher. Imagine
How did you save that? How did you save
I
the
have
money? Like,
I
where did you
have
get the money from?
where I have no idea. All I know is I was very determined. Like I said, occasionally I would do some other things. Like I had a band I used to sing with, not very frequently, but occasionally. So everything together, as at that point, I was making my hair myself. I was not even looking at buying one extra shirt or one extra shoe. Not a lot of people can think like that because this money is sitting in my account. I have this money. Then why do I need to put myself through this? But like I said, some people are made for entrepreneurship or just have that discipline or mind to go for it. So seeing the opportunity is one thing, having the audacity to address the opportunity is another thing. Now having the discipline to do the hard work is another
Right.
thing. Yeah, is another thing.
That's impressive.
Impressive number
Because
8.
it's hard work, eh?
It is. Building
Mm.
anything is hard work.
But sometimes it's also traceable to the far childhood discipline because sometimes it's not something you can learn overnight.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, it's not.
Mm. Okay. Let's talk about family. How is it easy for you to have two working class people chasing different things but joining together?
I think it's even more ideal for maybe one person to do business and one person to do 9 to 5. I always say I feel it's more ideal because there's more flexibility in business. There's flexibility around your time. There is not complete flexibility, like you can do whatever you want, but at least you are more in charge than if you have a 9 to 5, especially if you're growing a family together. Also, there's more uncertainty in business. There's safety in 9 to 5. There's uncertainty in business, but also there can also be massive income in business. So you don't want both partners to be doing business. Then when you have loss, the whole family loses. And you don't want both families also to be in 9 to 5, where it's just living at a constant level, like you can only grow in little amounts. You want someone to be doing business. I'm not saying it must be like that, but I just say that's my ideal. That's what I feel like should work best for, families.
Mm.
Yeah,
I think that there is sense in what you're saying.
thank you.
Does your man agree?
Oh, definitely. He already knows who, well, Let me tell you, within the past 2 days alone, I've shared 3 new business ideas with my husband. And I've been like that since he met me in 2016. So I'm sure he knows that.
I'm sure he's saving a lot of money to fund all your business ideas.
By the grace of God.
So, are you going to start another business aside from this one?
Yes, I'm definitely looking forward to diversifying other businesses.
Interesting. So, how are you going to manage both of them? Still serving Nigerian market or maybe local market over there?
The business that I am, the new business I'm looking to start is going to start from the Nigerian market and then expand to the African market. And location really doesn't matter. I don't think location matters a lot, especially if you are buoyant enough to be available on ground whenever you are needed. So that's another business I'm looking to start. I really can't talk so much about it right now.
Don't worry, nobody is listening to it. Just tell me,
No,
nobody will listen to it.
no, nobody will listen to Guinness World Record interview. Thank you.
You said location doesn't matter, but it also depends on what you sell, doesn't it?
Oh, yes, it does depend on what you sell.
So,
When I say location, I mean my own location. Like me being here doesn't really affect starting a business in Nigeria.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, you are the expert, so you should know better because you would have thought about it already.
Definitely. And like I said, by God's grace, if you're buoyant enough to be on ground whenever you are needed, that one too is a plus.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Teachers earning power. Do you think a time will come when teachers will be earning a lot of money more than office workers?
I believe that the power lies in the teacher's hands. I don't see any plan yet to make that a reality. So each teacher has to create their own reality.
With teachers, safe teachers. What's the name of your company again? Safe Teachers.
Safe teacher. Safe
Yeah.
teacher. Yeah.
Safe Teacher.
Yeah.
Are you still in the World Bank program?
Yes, we are. It's a 1-year program. Started around May, June 2024. That will take us to May, June 2025.
Are they going to be giving you grants?
Definitely.
Oh, yes.
Definitely.
So very soon you'll be rich.
Tom, I don't
How much
know.
how much grant are you expecting?
I don't know. Definitely it is whatever amount you are in the market to raise at that particular time. So we are
Okay.
yeah,
There's
we're
no
raising.
definite amount.
No, there's no definite amount because all the businesses that were chosen are in different stages, different growth stages, and have different needs. So
What's your need? Have you been able to calculate your own need?
well, we are at the pre-seed round, and pre-seed usually is from up till about 500K. So that's pre-seed. That's how much you raise.
So you're looking to raise 500K.
Right now we're looking to raise between $200,000 and $300,000, not $500,000, and that's just basically because of where we are in terms of we just launched and because of the metrics that we have right now. As our metric continues to grow, our asking will also continue to grow. Yeah.
I can understand that. So if someone wants to buy the business tomorrow, are you going to sell?
Name your price.
Not me. I'm saying someone, not me.
Oh, definitely. That's what startups are about. There's always an exit plan for startups, but also you have to ensure that there's so many things to ensure, of course, that that they will stay true to your idea, and that there is a good plan to also either retain you as, an advisor, and also retain your staff, just to ensure that they can continue to see the vision of the plan of the company achieved. But of course, selling a business is business. That's what happens to startups.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe now that I've said it, it will happen.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You have 15 minutes because the other guy is tied up somewhere. So I'm going to keep you on the line for the next 15 minutes.
I actually have a meeting by right now.
Yeah, you took somebody's slot, so you give me 15 minutes.
Oh my gosh. That's no problem. Maybe I might just have to turn off my video because I have to be in transit now.
So who will I be talking to then?
Emmanuel is here.
Emmanuel is here, but his video is not his video is not allowing me to bring him on.
Emmanuel, please try turn on your video.
Princess.
Yes, yay, Emmanuel, well done. I have to sign out now. Tom Chris, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Side eyes. Side eye.
Side eye. What did they say, my friend how did Ghanaian people say, Charlie? Charlie, sorry now. Congratulations in advance. Thank you so much. And we are so proud of you. So proud of you. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Say hi to your husband for us.
Yes, I will. Thank you very much.
All righty. Yeah. Emmanuel. Emmanuel, can you hear me?
Hello, Tom Chris.
Yes. You've been able to figure out your background. Can you hear me?
Please.
Okay. You have 15 minutes, so let's get into it.
Please, I can hear you loud.
Kindly introduce yourself.
Okay. Okay. I'm Wabi Emmanuel, and I had my education here in Kumasi, my primary, secondary, and some tertiary education as well, all here in Kumasi. I just chanced on bag making.
You say you chanced on what?
Here I am. Bag making. I just chanced on it.
On bag making.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. And that's what you want to. That's what you want to speak about, eh?
Yes, please. And I wanted to talk about,
Okay.
Right.
What do we need to know?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I started off with no background knowledge in fashion, and this is something that came to me as a surprise. It all started during lockdown in COVID. I tried my hands on making a duffel bag. Hello? Yes, sir.
Yeah, there's a noise in your background. Can you move away from those people?
Okay. Please, is it better now? Please, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but somebody is knocking something in your background. You know, we are streaming so that the people that will have earphone, it wouldn't be sounding in their ear.
Okay.
All right. If they've moved away, then continue, please.
I think it's better.
All right.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Sure. So I'll start off. I'll start off with upcycle. The Google definition for upcycle is to reuse an object or material in such a way that it creates a product of higher quality or value than its original. And with what I do, I work with polymer. I've worked with polymer. I've worked with secondhand fashion, or what we call deadstock or Emewulu here in Ghana, to make bags. And to demonstrate what I do, I'm going to I have some PP sacks here, which I will show. This is common sack. I don't know if you can see it.
Because of your
They
background,
are all available.
Okay.
You said? Yeah.
Yeah. I saw some of it. I saw some part of it.
Sure. So we have it all around. So I source them from the local market, and I use them in making my bags. So I made a duffel out of one. It's rather unfortunate. I can't show it because of the background. I don't know if you can see it. I made a duffel bag.
Yeah, I see it.
From the PP sack. Yeah. So that's basically what I do. I as a bag maker, I don't dwell so much on sourcing new materials to work with. I rather work with already existing materials or secondhand materials and polymers, just so that I can breathe some new life into these materials. So that's what I do.
It's not
That's
bad.
what my work. That's what my work.
Where do you get those ones? Is it the new one or the old one?
Which ones?
The one you used to do the duffel bag. Is it the discarded ones or you just buy the one in the market?
No, we don't. I don't buy them. I just go to them and I collect them from market women. So yeah, there are. As for the, yes, please. I repurpose them with the fashion stock or Emewulu. You actually have to pay for them. You have to pay for them. So I go for those ones too. I go to the market to source them out. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I do. I normally work with PVC, polyvinyl chloride. And I also work with denim jeans and so on and so forth. So I work with different kinds of materials.
Yeah. How did you learn the thing? Are you self-taught or you learn from somebody?
Yes, please. I'm self-taught. So
how did you come up with the idea?
When I first started, I think I was challenged in the first place. I was challenged to make my first duffel bag. I was into business and I needed a duffel bag, to sell my products, and I couldn't afford it then. So I was challenged to make one for myself, and I hope. Luckily for me, my mom was into the secondhand fashion business, and she had a lot of these materials available. So I decided to work with what was available. I took some of the fabrics that were available, and I made my first duffel bag with a vintage butterfly machine. So afterwards,
why did you learn how to sew?
I just asked around. I asked around and I did a lot of research. I do also watch a lot of YouTube videos. Yeah.
From there, you learn how to sew.
Yes, please. Like how to
Right.
pattern them up and all that. Yeah.
It's not
There
bad.
was this.
So
There's
how do you
this.
sell them?
Oh, I sell them on demand, and I've also had the opportunity of like working with other entities. Yeah. So I recently I worked with the All Foundation. I was contracted. I was subcontracted to make um, some camera equipment bags.
Okay.
Camera equipment bags for them, and I had to move from Kumasi to Accra because I wanted a different experience altogether. So I moved from Kumasi, my comfort zone, to Accra, and at their CBI center, that's where I did the project.
So what's the plan?
My plan moving forward.
Yeah, your plan moving forward. Yes.
Well, I want to. I'm looking forward to like getting more of such opportunities to like work on different projects.
You don't want to own your own
And
studio.
also, if I, yeah, I do. I do want to. I do have one. I do have one, but I feel I can expand and to get more people trained, which is my target right now. I want to reach out to the youths who are interested in bag making. I want to help them out with a skill that I have acquired. Yeah.
I think if you ask me, what I would say is
Okay.
look for more clients.
Sure.
Look for more clients and then grow your studio, because right now, if you have your studio and you can produce more, then you can partner with all these agencies and even sell it in the market.
Okay.
So it's best for you to keep advertising your studio, and then if you get on-demand subcontracts, that one is not a problem. You can do the job and still continue with your studio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Do you go to exhibit it during this Ghana month and all those made in Ghana products fair?
No, not really. I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay. I will also say take the best sample, go to CCTV and all those television houses. Go and sample, show them your sample. They can give you maybe airtime to talk about it. From there, you might get clients.
Sure. Thanks for your advice.
All right. It's a nice project. It helps to save the environment. And from what I saw, even though I didn't see everything you showed, but I think it looks nice.
Yeah.
So if you put seriousness in this, in it, it can be a big business for you.
Okay.
And then maybe you create a logo so that your own will have a logo. If you have a logo on it, anybody can sell the same thing, but it will not be your own.
Okay.
So when somebody buys it, they know they are buying your products, not just duffel bag made from disposed material. They are buying your brand.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So then you make it a brand. You make it a brand. Then even agencies that are working to protect the environment can promote you, because You are cleaning the things that would have blocked the waterways and things.
Sure.
So, yeah, it's a big business you are doing, but you need to brand it well.
Okay.
Do you have anything else to tell me?
I actually have a logo. I have a logo.
You have a logo, eh?
Yes, please. I used
Okay.
to.
Okay, go show your logo to the best graphic designer you
I
know.
used to put them on the bags. Yeah. Okay.
Show your logo
Do
to the
that.
best graphic designer you know. Even if it means that you have to pay money and design the best one.
Sure.
So that if someone buy it and go to UK, it will look nice too, not looking like something different. Huh?
Sure. Sure, sir.
Yeah. So that's how you do it. If you sample it and the people see it, it will look like all those nice ones they sell in UK.
Okay.
And then focus on making it quality. Yeah. And in future, when you have a call like this, you prepare. You know, you are joining a call. You are joining a global call. Eh?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, you prepare very well. If you are a business owner,
Sure.
you do yourself like a business owner. Okay?
Sure. Sure, Tom.
Yeah.
So I actually thought that we were going to be given, since I'm new to this, I was gonna have some questions to prepare.
You're a business owner, whether you are starting today or starting 20 years ago. Since you call yourself a business owner, nobody will take it easy on you. So if you don't prepare, it's your fault. Because as long as you say you're a business owner, everybody will expect you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
So that's the real world.
Yeah. I also would like to, there is this misconception about the work that we do as as upcycling. People think it's easy and we just using discarded materials to make, but it goes beyond that. Sometimes you have to buy other things and incorporate the products is highly valued.
It doesn't matter what people think.
And it takes a lot.
It doesn't matter what people think. All you need is to make your product nice and
And
sell
it takes
it. It doesn't matter what people think. All you need is to make your product nice and sell it. Eh?
Okay.
Yeah. As long as you make your product nice and you sell it, what do you care about what they think? Yeah. Whether you are picking it from the baller or you are picking it from Georgia or managed shelf, no, it doesn't matter. As long as you design your brand and you sell it and you take care of your family and yourself, what do you care about what other people think? What they think is not your problem. If you keep worrying about what they will think, then you will not grow the business, because people will always have something to say, even if you're buying it from London.
Okay. Thanks for your advice.
I will send you invoice. Huh?
Okay.
I'll send the invoice right now. Right now, I've given you business strategy that will make you a lot of money if you use it. So,
Sure.
yeah, I'll send him invoice.
Okay. I'll be looking forward to that.
Huh?
I'll be looking
Huh?
forward.
Okay. Okay, you've confirmed then. So
Yeah.
don't worry, I will give you. Stay on the call. I will have to receive someone else because if you go now, the room will be empty. So stay on the call until that guy joins.
Okay. Right.
Is there anything else you want us to discuss?
Um, I'm really particular about training. I feel if I had a chance to like join a TVET and to like
Then apply. Apply for one. Go online, research, find the program that will suit you and apply. If you apply, they might choose you. All the other businesses they are choosing, they are human beings.
okay.
Yeah, apply. If you don't apply, how would they choose you?
I'll do
Listen,
that.
I'm expecting someone to join the call, so check for me. Emmanuel. Emmanuel. Emmanuel.
Hello, Tom Chris.
You can drop now.
Please, can you hear?
You can drop now. Yeah. Am I on?
Yes, hello.
Hi,
Greetings. How are you?
I'm good.
Fantastic.
Looks like you're still on the way.
I am just about to take a seat, but I can be available to engage. That's not a problem.
Okay, I'll
Yeah,
wait.
okay. Let me just, I hope my connection and everything is well. Is that good? Yeah. How is that for you?
Listen, check his video. He says, is it good?
Background.
Let him know. If he's okay, then let me know so we can start.
Is it just interview style or?
He's waiting for approval. So, okay. All right, Kwame.
Yep.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Kindly introduce yourself for online guests.
Sure. So my name is Kwame Bequin. I'm based in London and I'm an aeronautical engineer by profession. I work in aviation and I focus on sustainability.
Wonderful. How long have you been in aviation?
Well, my career has been about 20 years. I started in about 2004, 2005 after graduation. I started in aircraft design. I worked for a company called Airbus, which is one of the world's largest aircraft manufacturers based in France, but with presence all over the EU, but now globally across the world. So I initially started in aircraft design, but my passion took me more towards the business side of aviation, where I started working in aircraft sales and marketing all across the world. And eventually I ended up focusing on Africa and emerging markets. So that's a
Okay.
bit about my background. I lived in France for 7 years. I moved from France back to Ghana. I'm born and raised in UK in London, moved to France for years, Ghana for 5 years. I lived in Dubai for 2 years. Now I'm back in London.
Wonderful. Seems like you've traveled a lot.
It's been a journey. It's been a great journey of the world, and that's one of the benefits of aviation, I must say.
Which country would you love to retire to after active traveling?
That's a good question. I mean, my heart is honestly in Africa. I'd love to get back to any part of Africa. I mean, I've been to over 30 countries in Africa, I must say. Obviously, my heart is in Ghana, but there's certain parts of Africa I just really love. I mean, I've been to Namibia quite often, Rwanda. I love East Africa, like Tanzania. I climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, which was a fantastic experience. I've been all across Southern Africa, Botswana, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Northern Africa as well. Morocco, I love Tunisia. So, I call myself a Pan-Africanist. I don't know if I could actually have a place where I call home in terms of where I'd actually reside, but, I'm just passionate about the continent.
So, what did you learn from all your travels about Africa?
I think many things that we know already about Africa, like it's really the continent of resource. Um, and it's not just resource in terms of physical resource that we know about, the copper, the mines, the oil, but also human resource. One of the things I did with a group of friends in 2018 was a bicycle ride from Accra, Ghana to Lagos, Nigeria. It was a 7-day bicycle ride. and obviously had the chance to see the landscape. We rode through Togo, Burkina Faso, and really got to see and appreciate the resource that Africa has. And again, not just in terms of the land and the agricultural resource, but the people that we met on the journey, the innovation, the creativity, the way in which people are living their lives and making a creative resource, creating value with whatever they have in their hands or whatever they have available to them. So I think that's one of the things that stands out for me across the continent.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know you didn't choose a topic early on, but
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions until we get to the top of the hour. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. That's fine. I have, yeah, until top of that. That's great.
Wonderful. So, I'm just obviously you must have encountered some of the misconceptions about the continent. So,
Correct.
which one makes your ear tingles when you hear it?
I mean, listen, there's so many misconceptions about Africa that we know about. And obviously living in, I mean, I've lived across three or four different continents. I studied in the US as well. Live and work in Europe, lived in the Middle East. One of the things I have to repeatedly remind people is that Africa is not a country. Yeah, it's 54 different states, thousands of languages, thousands of culture, diversity of people, creed, culture, religion. And that brings with it a lot of innovation and creativity. So when you're moving from one country to the next, or even, I mean, as you know, you can move from one village to the next village, and so many things are different, not just the language, but the style of food, the type of food we eat, the mannerisms, what we deem as acceptable and not acceptable. And that diversity is just, for me, just so unique, and something that should be upheld and really regarded and respected, even though it's something that may come with its challenges. It's never easy to, create unity. And of course, for many years, since independence, Africa's been trying to get to the place where it can unify and bring down its borders and barriers. But there's certain things which are really unique and which we should uphold and harbor, because it can be a strength, it can be a real strength to the future of the continents.
Right. Do you get a lot of young Africans asking you for advice?
I do, and yeah, I enjoy it. I mentor many young Africans. I actually am a visiting lecturer at KNUST in Kumasi for aerospace engineering. So for me, capacity building is crucial.
Yeah.
When you think about it, the fact that in the next 20, 30 years, 1 in 4 people in this world will be of African descent. The fastest population rise in the world is happening in Africa. The average age of the population in Africa is 19 years old. And it's unique because we're in a day and age whereby many countries are suffering from an aging population. Places like in Japan, places like Italy are getting to the place now whereby there's so few people giving birth that there's actually a risk of population decline. This is not the issue in Africa. Rather, the population is rising. So capacity building is key, because obviously you've got so many more people and so many more intellectually capable people, you know, creative people who are able to do so much more with resource that you give them. And I think that for me is where the strength, where the opportunity for Africa lies, in leveraging and in building up this new generation of young people.
Yeah. So what do you tell them for those who want to be in the career that you are in?
Well, I think firstly, I try and remove any limitation on them, because I've realized one of the major obstacles that the youth have in Africa is that because I was born here, or because these are my parents, or because I'm from this village or from this region, it's not possible. You know, I'm not able to overcome, or I'm not able to succeed. There's so many technologies that are bringing the world closer together. When you look at the digital revolution, the fact that a child born in Congo Kinshasa can have access to the same information to a child born in Tokyo in Japan means that the playing field is being leveled. It also means that there's now no longer an excuse for where you're born to some extent, or there shouldn't necessarily be. Of course, there are going to be challenges when it comes to infrastructure. But I mean, even with regards to that, you know, the barriers are coming down. I mean, when you look at Starlink, the fact that very soon, no matter where you are in the world, you can have access to fast streaming internet, which is going to place you into a position where you have access to all the information. And the fact that the energy transition, something I'm also very passionate about, is happening, which means that energy will be commoditized. It means that energy, countries can be energy independent, you know, with solar or wind or any of these types of renewable energy. You no longer need to rely upon fossil sources or crude sources. So therefore, it means that wherever you are, whatever village you are, or however remote you are, you can have access to everything you need to succeed. So I think firstly, it starts from the individual, removing those barriers that they have in their minds. And then from there, it's just about leveraging the information that is available to them. Yeah. I don't think I can hear you. Maybe it's your
Can
mic.
you hear me now?
I hear you now. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. I was saying you lecture at KNUST, correct?
Correct. Yes. I try and go once every year. Yeah.
Yeah, if somebody wants to enroll, what's the process?
I mean, I guess, you know, there's a process internally for enrollment in universities in Ghana. You've got to meet the criteria first and foremost. They have an application process, and then you just take it from there. I mean, the aerospace engineering program has been around, as far as I can remember, about 15 years. I was there just about when the program started. I was really fortunate in that I was able to support the staff to set up, and I was able to connect my then employer, Airbus, who actually supported with material, with memorabilia, and just, you know, even my time to be able to go and come and lecture and just give back as well. So it's becoming quite an established program. And I think one of the things I'm really happy about is I meet some of the early students. I lectured about 10, 11, 12 years ago. And, you know, these guys are doing amazing. You know, some of them are professors, some of them have gone into some of the top, you know, aerospace institutions such as, you know, Airbus, Boeing. Some of them are in leading organizations all across the world. So the program is really beginning to gain a name for itself, which is really good.
So, in my view, this is only but a case study of what African diaspora can do on the continent. As you know,
Absolutely.
yeah, there has been ongoing dialogue on how the continent can utilize the expertise, of the diaspora, which, by the way, contributes to the continent more than most of our trade partners. So, do you think other individuals or organizations in the diaspora are eager to maybe volunteer their time or contribute to the continent like you're doing?
Yeah, I think it's really important for other organizations to step up and start giving back, start developing, training the next emerging leaders of the future, which will invariably come from this sector and this region. I think it's important because it's an investment in the future. And again, when you just go back to all the stats, when you look at where the growth is coming from in terms of the mineral resource, when you look at the creativity from the businesses and the startups that are emerging all across the world, there is a rapid rise of creativity and innovation coming from the continent. I even decided to start my own startup with friends from Ghana, from the continent, because this is something that I saw was going to create value and was going to create scale as well. So I'm really passionate about this. Wherever I go, whoever I talk to, whatever institution or company I speak to, I always ask them what is their strategy for the continent, and that informs me the extent to which they are ready for the future or not.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. It's a shame that we only have you for 30 minutes, but I wish we were able to save you a full slot on time. There are some questions I wanted to ask you, but maybe next one, right?
Sure,
Thank you so much for
absolutely.
jumping on. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
your time and the wisdom that you shared. Thank you so much.
No problem. Best of luck to you. Thanks.
Cheers. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. All right.
Let Ashley on, please. Hey, diplomats. You're muted.
Hi, how are you feeling?
Hello. Hi.
Are you energized? Are you low on energy? How are you
Well,
feeling? How is it?
I feel better than I thought I would feel. And we're on 79 hours, 57 minutes. So I feel better. How are you?
Glad. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Did you
I'm
just
so
close
glad.
now?
Yes, I did. I
Okay.
did. That's a
All
rush.
right. Are you ready for
Wow.
me?
Here we are.
Yeah. Why are you not here?
I just closed from work, so I wouldn't have been able to make it on time to
Well,
the location.
no problem. Online is fine as long as your internet is stable enough.
Yes.
Okay. All righty. Let's go. Introduce yourself and we
Okay.
will go.
So hi everybody. Hi Espan. Hi Guinness World. Hi Will. My name is Ashley Ankodi Zakia. I live in Ghana. I work in Ghana, and I work in a diplomatic mission. But why I'm actually here is because of a passion that I've had since my childhood, which is creativity and art. And in my adult years, I have developed this passion into something that has manifested into a physical, let me say, creation that I'm trying to put out there. So I own the Giant Factory, which is a community or where we research and talk about arts, especially in Ghana, the art community in Ghana, and the main focus being on sustainability. So I do sculptures and art pieces made from recycled materials. And I actually started this year, so I'm hoping to see where this goes.
All right. What an introduction. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's begin from the very beginning. When was the first time you made your Giant Factory material? The first ever time.
The first time was last year.
Okay.
Funny enough, it took me almost a year to make my first art piece.
Right.
Mainly because I was struggling to find similar artists who are also using the type of material that I use. So I use glass. I collect bottles, used bottles, and recycle them into art pieces on canvas. So the first stage of making my art piece is the collection process, which is collecting the bottles. And then the second stage is sorting them out, crushing them. And then the third stage is putting it together to make an art piece. So it took me a long time to put together an art piece because I couldn't find artists who were doing similar things that I was doing, and to be able to learn and know where some of the materials are gotten from, some of the way things are done, especially handling a material like glass, which you have to be very careful when handling it. But eventually I learned and got my way around it. And so far I have made a couple of pieces. But now this year I started with sculptures, giant sculptures to be specific.
Like Obolo popcorn.
Obolo popcorn.
Okay.
Oh, you've seen it.
Of course,
Yes.
I did.
Yes.
So what about you did start with I'm not sure what you call the other one. The one where you use those cloths to design some the fabrics.
Yes. Yes.
What
Yes.
is
You've actually reminded me. That was in 2017, 2018.
I think, yeah.
So that was for the future business breakfast meeting organized by
Yep.
SFAR.
Yep.
And so with that, yes, actually, I think the idea actually originated from there to use sustainable materials. So I had collected pieces of cloth that tailors, discard of when they make clothes. I had collected those pieces of cloth and then put together an art piece for the breakfast meeting event. And
Yeah.
I think that was quite a success because it was
was, yes.
quite different. Yeah. Do you still have it?
Oh no. It's been a long time, of course.
Yeah. So
So now you want to establish it into something meaningful.
yes. Yes, I do. I'm hoping to use other materials apart from glass. I have started using glass as my main material to use. But I am also looking into using other materials that are always discarded of to also use them for art pieces. But for now, I'm focused on glass.
Okay. Where do you want to where do you want the thing to go from just a passion? Do you want it to become a product that is marketable?
So that's where I'm still figuring things out. Initially, I was doing it as a hobby.
Yeah.
Aside my 9 to 5, I was doing it as something that I used to, release my stress, nurture my passion and all that. But now I am looking at it more on how I can monetize from it.
Okay.
But with arts, in the arts community, I could say it's a hit or miss, because you are doing your what you think is beautiful to you. Others may see it as also beautiful, others may not. Others may want to purchase, others may not. But eventually I do want to commercialize my art
Right.
pieces in creating awareness to be more sustainable in using certain materials like glass, like bottles. So as I am also trying to commercialize, I am also trying to make people aware of how these kind of this waste can be used as to create something more beautiful.
Right. The question is, why glass? Isn't it dangerous?
It is. It is. So I'm not sure how I started with glass, but I think it was the most accessible waste item I had at the moment that I started. And
Right.
I think it's being dangerous also is what makes the art piece valuable.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, because as dangerous as the art piece is, it also tells you how
The
much of a
difficulty of
danger it
making it.
is to the environment. Yeah.
Okay.
So even though when I'm creating my art pieces, I make sure that wherever it may go, wherever it may be displayed, there are always safety precautions around the art piece. But I'm also trying to make it look as appeasing and as beautiful as possible to make people aware that look at this dangerous thing, which you have discarded off, and now I have turned it into a beautiful item, which does look dangerous, but it's also dangerous to the environment.
So where did the art thing come from? Your dad or your mom?
I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure.
There's no artist in your house.
I can see it in the children, but then when they grow up, then they change passion, and then they just life happens.
Yeah.
Most of the kids, but maybe if it's from my dad's side, I would say maybe.
Maybe. Has he
Yeah,
has he observed, like, has he acknowledged that skill in you before?
my dad.
Yep.
So it's something that I've had since I was very, very young, and I think most of my family members acknowledge that yes, like she has this talent, she has this passion. So it's been nurtured actually, which I am grateful for, because um you have to be in an environment where you are encouraged to pursue some of your passions. So I think that my family also helped in pursuing my passion for arts.
Okay. That's impressive. Now, assuming you were not doing the work you are doing now, might that be something that you would have given more attention to?
I think so. I believe
Yeah.
so. Not I think so. I believe so. It would be
Right.
something that I would dedicate more time and energy into.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. So at the moment, what I do is in my spare time, I try to create content. I try to create art pieces to be able to display, but it's at a slower pace because my time is divided.
Yeah.
So yes, so living as a young lady in the corporate world who is also trying to pursue her passion, I don't think it's an uncommon thing that a lot of ladies are doing, because I've seen so many ladies my age, older, younger than me, who are working maybe 1-2 jobs, and then they are also pursuing what they actually are passionate about.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, that could be your outlet
Yeah,
for when you are frustrated or when you are happy.
it is.
Do you feel that your art takes the shape of your emotion at the time you're making them?
I believe it does. I
Okay.
I strongly believe it does.
Okay.
Any artist that you might speak to, it could be a musician, it could be an artist who like me, or it could be any type of artist that manifests their creativity into something that you can see, touch, feel, or hear. Their
Yeah.
emotions are always represented in the way that they display their art piece.
Right.
So I do believe that sometimes you might see my art pieces, and sometimes you see colorful colors and objects and things, and then at times maybe you would see a bit dull. It doesn't. It does. It could represent a moment at which what I was feeling at that moment. Sometimes, most times, an art piece is a collection of different emotions. So I'm working on one piece for maybe 3 months, and in those 3 months, I have so many different emotions that I would have going on at that time. So they would all manifest in one art piece.
Right. Would you want to teach children or people your age if you decide to pass on your craft to the next generation?
I
Or
have
should I say
thought
to other people?
about having a very enclosed small class where I could teach people. But then again, I am also learning myself how to manipulate, especially glass being something that I don't want to have any issues with when it comes to teaching other people. So I would like to have my own small community where like I learn with other people. Not in the beginning, I would want to learn with other people and then teach other people, have classes. I'm sure you've seen these new classes where maybe they say sip and paint, sip and paint pots, sip and do that. Yeah. So I would also like to have like a small community, a small class where I do teach people. What about you, Tom? Are you creative? Do you have any creative
Am
outlets?
I creative? I used to draw and I used to mold, but that
Okay.
was when I was in high school. I used to do things with my hands, but back in those days, people talk you out of things that they don't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to be fairly good, not very good, but fairly good in drawing. And then I moved, but right now I only write.
Writing is another form of art, I think, in my opinion.
Yep, it is.
Yeah.
It is. I feel like I'm biased in that, but I feel like writing is the most essential and rewarding art there is in society. Yeah.
I mean, well, you would say that because you love writing.
Yeah, I do.
So someone who is not very good at who writing is not an outlet for them would say maybe music or singing could be theirs. Like everybody has their own outlets.
Outlet.
Yeah.
Correct.
But then again, it comes to when you mentioned that in high school you like to draw. I feel like it's also important your community, your how you are raised. You know, if your talent is not nurtured from
Yeah.
childhood, from your teenage
There's a
years.
guy in my school. Yeah, there's a guy in my school then, Josiah. Josiah is so good. He was like the master, right? Nature drawing, he gets it like a replica of everything that is. He will look at something and replicate it exactly as it is. So I used to join Josiah's class then. He has his class, his cliques. So I used to join him. Then when he's done drawing, then I would draw from him. He used to be very nice. But I remember my sister would say, you want to be an artist? I won't pay school fees for an
Oh,
artist.
I
After
feel
a
like
while,
this is the reality of a lot of people. I have
yeah,
heard this a lot from men who grew up maybe like in my environment, men who grew up who wanted to be footballers, and
yeah,
their parents did not allow them to pursue that dream. I
yeah,
mean, maybe it's not for everybody.
I- yeah. Um, well, I wouldn't have become an artist. It would have been something I just do, the way you're doing
Yeah.
yeah. I would have, if I had gone for what I wanted, maybe it would be chemical engineering. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. I remember my
that's a different
friend,
10.
I know that was actually what I was doing. My friend, he came, he said, if you know a little bit of math and chemistry, everybody says you are a science student. So my friend convinced me we went for science, but I knew it wasn't for me because my chemistry teacher was a truant. So we missed a whole year of class and I lost interest. Yeah. What happened? Everywhere is so quiet. What happened? Oh, okay.
Oh, I thought you were still talking.
No, I noticed that the environment is so quiet. And I was wondering what happened, but it was the AC the off. So um I decided to switch to accounting. And it wasn't even because I loved accounting. I just wanted to understand how money works, reconciling
Mm.
numbers, reading balance sheets and things like that. Accounting, it was easy. It was easy when we were in school. What I really wanted was to do my business. Yeah, that's such fun. Are you done with your MBA?
Yes, I am. I am
What did you
done.
study?
Sorry?
What did you study?
I studied international trade.
Okay. What are you doing with
Um,
it?
that's a good question.
Yeah,
That's a good question because I honestly I love business. Um,
I know.
I
You that
studied
started you started business when you were in the womb.
yeah. So I studied business in my undergrad. I studied business for my master's, and I'm not only studying it, but I also did practice it when I was studying. I had an online business. I still have an
Yeah,
online business, but I sell clothes. I was doing that in uni.
yeah.
Um, but I I don't know. I would love to go back to entrepreneurship. Um, I think that's how I'm trying to see if how I can do that with my art, how I can combine my creativity with
Mhm.
entrepreneurship and see where that takes me. Because I love business, I love like entrepreneurship, but I also
Mm.
love creativity.
A girl likes money.
I'm trying to avoid money, saying I love money.
Yeah, but you've said it already.
Yeah, yes.
Well, yeah, I like
So
making. I think everyone who does business, who's interested in business, I should say, likes making money. Um, because fundamentally, whether you are working, the only reason why we work is to make money. And then,
Yes.
no, that's wrong. I should say we work to use our talent, then our talent makes us money. Is that a better statement?
We work.
To use our talent, and our talent makes us money.
I think that's yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Because otherwise, there are so many other things you could have done and you will still make money without working.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's also, I don't want to say this, but then maybe where you also find yourself at a moment in time, maybe you want to do something, but you cannot, so you have to do the next best thing and then wait till the timing is right
Yeah,
to
that's accurate statement.
do what you actually want to do. Maybe everything is also about timing, divine
Yeah,
timing.
that's an accurate statement. For me, what I want to do when I can do that is to travel and teach. That's
Teach.
it. Yep.
What would you want to teach?
Maybe business, maybe business, or I will teach young men how to be a man. Yeah.
I see.
I want to build a self-sustaining ecosystem, and then I would like to have, how those monks, they have their community. Yeah. So I would like to have something like that. Yeah. Where I'll have young men that would, grow to become their own men, and I'll release them into the world.
Nurtured and grown by Tom Cruise.
Yes. How
I
about
see.
that?
I mean, that's not bad. That's that could work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it will require a ton of money.
I mean, I could see that in religious settings where people, no, not religious, kind of like an influencer in Gen Z terms.
Okay.
Like an influencer. You could be an influencer, yeah.
Yeah.
Just open a podcast, do some TikToks,
Oh, yeah.
TikTok videos.
But what we're doing now is a podcast.
Yeah,
So,
to break a record.
yeah. So let me show you what it looks like on the screen. Can I have my phone, please?
By the way, your team is solid.
They are,
Solid,
right?
solid.
So call me. Call me next time you need a job done. Hmm? You still need it. I'll come for it later. So let me see if you can see yourself. Can you see? Is it too far away?
I think it's far, but I can see a shadow.
Mm. Oh, ignore me. Okay, you should see it now. Front camera. Zoom.
The phone is too small.
I know.
Other ones.
What about this?
The spring. Okay.
Ustos. Slow down.
Is that supposed to be your team?
Monitor. Yeah.
That's where she sees.
Okay, just take a picture of it and show her. And
Okay, I thought that would show us. Yeah.
okay, so show her the picture.
So I think you have to send it to her. Like send it to her. You want to show her this screen?
Don't worry, let me just send it on WhatsApp.
Okay, just reconnect that camera.
It's okay. So after this event, we'll be doing some podcasts.
Okay. I
You'll
thought you
see
were
the
going to say you're
picture.
going to do a party, after party.
Yeah, we will do after party, but I know Ashley will donate, so no problem. You will donate, right?
Or okay, I see the screen moving around. Is that me?
Of course, that's you.
Okay, I see it now. So this is what you are looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Not bad, right? So bring me contracts.
I will.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. No, yeah, that one.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
So have you had more people coming in person, or you've had more people coming online?
We don't have enough room, so I didn't want people to crowd here because they'll make noise and it will enter the sound. So we send them to the website. If I had enough room, then it would have been fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the room is so small. We only have 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6 chairs in the, the classroom is not that big.
I see.
Yep.
So back to the topic.
Yes.
Let me see. In your opinion,
Mhm.
let's say in the environment we find ourselves in, I am trying to create awareness about sustainability, and I'm trying to create a model where I can integrate art and entrepreneurship. So, in your experience, what do you think would be the best angle to look at it from? Given everything that we've spoken about.
Well, first of all, it's about doing something unique. And I think what you're doing is quite unique in the environment. So you need to think about it in terms of utility value. Is this something people will buy and appreciate for beauty? And Is this if I'm going to visit somebody, is this something I can buy and give away as a gift? So utility value, differentiation, and of course your story. These three, I think you already have your story, which is you're trying to promote sustainability and all those things. So the other angle will be you need to make it beautiful so that people will buy it and give it out. And of course, if it's beautiful, then the story will tell. Otherwise, you need to create marketing around it.
Yes, because usually when people are doing something that they love, instead of instead of looking at it from the monetization side of it, they would rather just say, this is what I love to do, and I'm putting it out there. Whoever likes it, fine. Who doesn't like it, fine. But I am just putting it out there because I'm trying to just leave a footprint in the world because this is what I like to do.
So that's a passion project.
That's, yeah, passion project. Whereas if you're trying to monetize from it, I think it takes away a little bit from the passion.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to just focus more on the passionate side of it and just putting stuff out there.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that either. All you need to do is create a calendar for yourself, be consistent. It's like a blogger.
Yeah.
You know, you blog and you post, but there is no guarantee that anybody will read it. Sometimes,
Exactly.
yeah, sometimes you post something and it connects to people and it goes viral. And that's it. But if it's for your own appreciation first, if you're making the art for yourself, then yeah, you don't need to care about whatever anybody says. You just focus on making it to the best of what satisfies you. And then you just share it and let the internet do internet things.
Yeah.
But if you mention entrepreneurship in it, then of course there comes utility value, story, and the other components of what makes it a business.
Exactly.
Make sense?
Oh yeah, it does. It
Yeah.
does make sense.
For now, since you're still learning, it's still a learning project. I would say put yourself on a timeline so you can make a lot of it, because the more you make, the more you learn, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah. So make a lot of it and put it in front of people. They can interpret it however they wish. Then you will see, you collect data on what they think of it. And you move from there.
Mm.
If it's a fun project, sometimes because it's a fun project, it might even get more awareness than when you make it a business, you know?
Yes. Exactly. I feel like some people might want to do something that's fulfilling
Yeah.
in their lives for the rest of their lives, and they don't get to do that until maybe their pension years or later on in life, but having a passion should not be thrown away. It should be always, kept under your armpit, let me say. Very close to you, very dear to your heart. And it's usually what drives one to, push to motivate you to do other things, because why are we working? We're working to, like you said, working for your talent, and then your talent works for you.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
yeah.
I made the funny thing, it will surprise you that, well, I don't think it will surprise you because you just said it now. One thing that I realized, one of the reasons why I had to do this thing this period, was because people don't really get to do some of the things they want to do, because I think also because society has made it that everything must have financial undertone on it. So we end up sometimes we don't actually live, which is funny.
Yeah. So in my process of learning about this material that I'm using, like glass, glass is usually used to make bottles, glasses, plates, and things like that. So we do have artisans here in Ghana who they make objects from glass, like glass blowing, which is a very common practice in the rural areas in Ghana. So if you would want to learn how to manipulate glass, you might want to have to go to the rural areas to learn. I know a lady who uses glass shards or glass pieces to make beads, like wrist beads, like chain beads. And you wouldn't even know that it's made from glass because she's done it so well, shaped it so well, in a way that's it's wearable, it's safe, and you can buy it as a gift. Yeah. So she has managed to find a way to deliver value from something that
People
something
throw away.
that's, yeah, you wouldn't even think it's made from glass. Yeah, like I was saying, finding artisans, finding a community that I can learn from is one of my goals right now. Finding that community, because when you're in a community with your like-minded peers, you get to grow, I believe.
Yeah, the pressure of learning becomes lower.
Yeah.
Everybody. Yeah. Well, I mean, there are no excuses for. You only make excuses when you're not ready, right?
Yeah.
When you're ready, most of those things are on YouTube, so you can always learn from YouTube.
Exactly.
And Cody's daughter.
So how have the interviews been so far? Have you enjoyed them? Have there been mishaps? Have there been exciting ones. Which has been your favorites? Not to be biased or anything.
No, I have actually. I've enjoyed it. Oh, I think I've enjoyed the whole process. It was just the first day that I almost fainted,
Yeah.
you know. The first day was so, it was so, what should I say? It was tough. Yeah. My head was almost spinning. My legs was so wobbly. And I'm like, God of mercy, can I do this thing?
Now look at
But
you,
then,
80 hours gone.
yeah, 80 hours.
Do you think you can do
Mm.
more than the goal?
Um, I'll just need to wrap up on November 1 p.m. Yeah, 1 p.m. November 1. We'll just close it.
That's such a interesting number. 1111.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Great.
Well, you've been part of history, haven't you?
Yes. I'm so glad that I got to be a part of this journey. I didn't expect to
Yeah.
ever have my name associated with Guinness World Record, but here we are.
And now you will potentially be getting a certificate of
Really?
participation. Yeah, every speaker will get a certificate of participation.
Oh wait, that's so cool.
I know. Yeah.
That's so cool. So can I ask, so do you get to sleep? Do you get to like
I slept.
rest?
How did I sleep the other day? I was almost not almost. I was dozing here, but I'm supposed to sleep within the 20 minutes because after every hour I have 5 minutes of break. Then that 5 minutes I can roll it up to 20 minutes, 15 minutes as the
Hmm.
case may be. Yeah.
Per
But the
hour or
problem,
per day?
come again?
Per hour or per day?
No, after every hour I have 5 minutes break.
Okay.
Yeah. The problem
Wow.
is, before I know what is happening, the break time will be over. I won't get to sleep. And then we enter another session. I think the first day I was full of adrenaline, that kind of thing. It was the first day.
Exactly. You're
Yeah.
excited.
You're
Yeah.
excited. And then later in the morning of that day, God of mercy, like I've never been tired like that in my whole life.
Wow.
Because I couldn't even eat. I wasn't feeling hungry.
So you eat, sleep, and do everything within the breaks.
15 and 20 minutes. Yeah.
Wow.
I know. That's why it's an endurance project.
You will tell your children
I
about this
know,
day.
right? I will. God, I will. I so will. Because, hey, I've seen something. Oh, see, I'm so slim like something.
No, I'm sure you would even pass the goal and you'd want to do more. I have no doubts.
Well, I would want to, but then that will require getting more speakers. Getting Because you have to have speakers if you need more time.
I see.
Yeah. Now that it's getting like very close, I don't want to have someone that will say, "Oh, don't worry, I'll come." Then when the time comes, You won't see the person. So I'll just end it at 100 hours. And hopefully, when they do their mathematics and things, I will get my full hours. Back to business. So if someone wants to start learning from you now, won't you be able, I can't even talk anymore. won't you won't you be able to teach to the extent of what you know?
Oh, I can. I would be able to
Okay.
Teach what I do know at the moment. Especially with manipulation of glass.
Right.
I can teach the safety procedures of handling, collecting, sorting, handling glass.
Okay.
I mean, I could do an online class or something
Right.
about that.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and also apart from the glass that I do, I did mention that I do giant pops, like the obolo popcorn.
How do you do that?
So funny enough, I came across this girl who does like giant pops, giant food stuff. And I tried searching for people who did same, like in Ghana, in West Africa.
Right.
And I wasn't really getting them. There was one lady in Nigeria, but Nigeria is so far away. And
Yeah.
I always like to do stuff with people, like to collaborate and do art stuff with people and learn from them. So I just
Right.
kept on watching her videos over and over, and I was like, so where did you get this material from? Where did you get this from? Where did you get that from? And then I tried.
Right.
So I think the first thing I did was a popcorn. And then I posted
And
it
it came out
on,
nicely.
yeah, I did. I posted it on TikTok and Instagram, and people were so shocked and wondering, like, can you eat it? Is it real? And
I was actually going to ask, is it edible?
it's not edible. It's
Okay.
supposed to look edible. It's supposed to mimic a real popcorn. So eventually I started doing other things. I made a giant cookie recently.
Right.
I'm looking at doing other different objects, not just food items, but other different objects. So that is also another passion project that maybe hopefully would also enter the entrepreneurship realm. But yeah, that's my baby. That's the Giant Factory.
Mm. Why do you name it Giant Factory? Because everything is big.
Exactly. I did. I named it the Giant Factory because everything is big, and also because I want to embody a studio where giant ideas are not shun away.
Right.
Not just giant art stuff, but also giant ideas.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I named it the Giant Factory.
Holy. That's cool.
Yes.
Listen, where's the video of the 80 hours? Where's the video? As at now, we've broken a record. Do you know that?
I saw.
Yeah, because the lady has 55 hours, but we already have 80 hours. So
You want to get to your 96.
96, yeah. So we can set a new one.
Nobody will be able to beat that, hopefully.
Well, people are strong. People are strong. So, but I know whoever wants to attack it will have to work. Hey,
And have a
know how-
good team as
I
well.
know, right? How much work? Sha, oh. So when I get the certificate, you have to come and celebrate with us.
Sure. For sure.
Yep. So where's the workplace?
It's in Cantonment.
Come again?
It's in Cantonment. I am actually
Cantonment.
losing light. And
You're losing light.
yeah,
Oh,
I think you can also say. But yeah, I'm here in Cantonment in the house of car.
okay.
Yeah. I have to come to the office soon in Center.
Yeah, you have to. You got to come. Listen, that my picture looks so tired. Anyway, is the mood. Is the reality of the day. So Jesus Christ. I know, right? Huh? I know, right? Hey, they say I've aged in 3 days.
You can see some gray hairs somewhere when they zoom in.
Yeah. Who Tosin? Check Zoom. Somebody's message. Oh, is a message from you?
It's me.
Okay. Hmm? What? Oh. Oh. Okay. How many minutes?
I think we have 10 minutes
Yep. You have
left.
10 minutes. Yeah. So can you do 10 minutes more?
Yeah, I would until,
Till 6.
till it allows me to.
Okay. No problem. That would be great. As your brother.
Oh, he's fine.
Is
He's
it
all
still
right. He's still in school,
okay?
studying computer science.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
nice. So your business partner now manages the clothing shop.
Yes, she does. I mean, we are still in business together, but she's more actively running the shop.
So how do you share profits?
So that's the thing. I am more of like a silent partner.
You are bored of the clothing business, I see.
The clothing business is actually fun, but then it's become very no, it's not saturated because there's nothing like saturation in
Yeah.
an industry. It's if I'm coming back to the clothing business, I want to come back with more individuality.
What does that mean?
meaning I wouldn't mind making my own clothes,
Okay.
designing my own clothes. Whereas before, actually what we do is we're a retail company, and we buy and sell,
Yeah.
and which is what a lot of people do at the moment. And if you want to make it in retail here, you have to be able to sell. You have to sell a lot in bulk at a good
Yeah.
price to be able to make it move.
Yeah.
Yes, and also your market positioning as well has to be great.
I
We
can
do have a
understand
good
that.
standing in the market at the moment, but I feel I want more individuality in my products now, more identity.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm making sense,
Yeah,
but
you are. You
yeah,
are, but it's just that you need money. Money for
it's
identity.
true. It's true. Everything I want to do needs money.
A girl doesn't have small taste.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even if it's not now, you'll still be able to live those dreams, even if it's not now.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And besides, you're still very much young, so why are you hurrying actually?
I don't think there's an age, you know, there are 18-year-olds who are making so much money. I mean,
You
there's
Gen
nothing
Z
like
people, you don't listen. You don't listen.
there's nothing like age factor. The earlier you start, the more, you know, the more
Mm.
money you make.
They've been chasing money before you were born. Relax. Relax.
But it's true. It's better to do it well
Yeah.
than to do it fast.
Yeah. It's true. I believe that. Check for me who is online. Bring him on. Yeah, so bring him on up. Right. How are you?
Hi, Tom. I'm good. How are you too?
Very well. Thank you.
Nice meeting you again.
Likewise.
Maybe.
Likewise.
Yes.
Now you have become a big boy. You forgot
Yes,
the
yes,
journey.
yes. So soon. I think 5 years ago.
All right. Ready to roll?
Sure.
Okay. Introduce yourself and we go.
My name is Bright Tete, and I'm currently a PhD student in environmental and energy economics. I'm at the University of Milan and joined with University of Pavia in Italy. Yeah, I do data analysis and research in these areas, and I want to also understand how interruptions or shocks affect households and firms' performance, like energy, drought, and water infrastructure. So basically, that is what I do.
Wonderful. Okay. Your topic is
Yes, I want to talk about the power of mentorship and the fact that we need not to learn the hard way or reinvent the wheel, which I believe in and I have been a product of.
yeah. Okay, before we get to that side, let's begin with the genesis of your journey. What was the experience as okay, maybe I should ask, how did you get to be a scholar in Mastercard Foundation?
Very mysteriously, it began in 2015. So I emerged as one of the top students in my class in my school at that time. I think we
Right.
were 807 who wrote the BC, and 6 of us, we got free admission through the less endowed. So they would take basically like best six, and the KUST gave us free admission. So that was how it began. So when you are given that free admission, the MasterCard will give you the opportunity to apply. But the sad part of it is that I was working in Accra and I had no idea about it. So it was 3 days, and I texted a friend, and they asked me, why haven't I come for the scholarship form? And I was asking, what scholarship? Upon all the 807 people, they didn't get anybody. Why me? So I have to use 3 days to fill the form. MasterCard form is really heavy, and also get the references. And I went for interview in June 2015, and I got a message in July that, I think, June, and I got a message in July also that I've got the scholarship. So that has been the journey. So that's what was for my undergrad, and I got the one in Cape Town for my master's.
That's nice. And then let's go to your experience of KNUST.
Yes,
How was the experience as an undergrad?
When you're in high school, you hear about university studies, but then and I have never been in a university environment before or seen one before. So later on, I realized that the culture shock also happened within a country, not really overseas. So when I got there, it was really a shock to me how big it is, and there were a lot of people. And the one who welcomed me asked me, "Oh, is this all your bag?" So I got confused as to, was I supposed to bring a lot of things or something? And of course, I was constrained, so I cannot bring a lot of things. So what I had is what I brought, and I got a room, and that is where it began. So it was a really eye-opening and a very good opportunity. And I engaged really, really with other scholars in the MasterCard. I was everywhere from the department to the MasterCard program itself. I attend programs and seminars that were organized, and I got to meet people. And some of them has proven to be a valuable resource for me so far, and I'm glad I did. I did meet many people there.
Okay. So after KNUST, you headed to UCT.
Yes.
How was the experience?
UCT was also on another level. You went from, at the time when I completed KNUST, it was, I think it was ranked the best in West Africa. So, you are done with kind of best in West Africa, and you are going to best in Africa at the time. So it was challenging, and the academics was intense. But unfortunately, COVID happened, so I couldn't get more of the on-campus feeling, and we went on lockdown. So I renewed. And I lost my father almost when I was about to finish my thesis. So I have to renew it for 1 more year and to finish. So I actually did 3 years instead of 2. And the one thing about Cape Town that I still like the moment is that you get a balance of both Western culture per se and also the African culture. The environment is able to blend the two. So you are able to get both of them in a single country or single town, and it was a huge experience. And the best place I've been so far is Cape Town. Yeah, so I really, really enjoy the place.
So after that, you applied for the PhD course.
Yes.
And you scored.
Yes, I first had Spain, and Spain was the first one. I got it 1 year before I completed Cape Town, actually. So I was there for a while, and maybe I think I wasn't convinced with the structure of the program and what I want to do at the time. So I applied to Italy, A friend sent me the link and I applied to Italy, and I got this one. So I left Spain and came here last year.
You discontinued the one in Spain.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So is this one a joint program now?
Yes, a joint program, a joint 3-year program.
What are you studying?
Basically, I'm doing research in the areas of environment and energy economics, and how household and firms respond to these shocks across developing countries. So that is my broad area, and where I'm doing the research currently. I'm doing one of them is entirely on South Africa, and the others are on a panel of a group of developing countries altogether. Yeah, so that is what I'm doing here. But in the first year, you're supposed to do some coursework. I just finished that one, and I'm in the second year now, which is purely about research and seminars and submissions.
Let's talk about mentorship.
Okay.
Obviously, I don't need to ask how important mentorship is, because mentorship is the reason why you're standing there, isn't it?
Yes, yes, yes. It's the reason why it has played a huge role in my life. Yeah, and you have been part of it as well, of course.
Okay, so talk to your fellow young people who are online watching you.
Okay, I think that mentorship is something that we underestimate its effect and its power on us, especially the youth, because we are also in a period where everything is chaotic and everything is going at the same time. So sometimes you have to get that sense of direction and that sense of guidance. And that is where mentorship comes in to fill that gap, to help you shape your movement as a young person, as you are sometimes you are even looking for what to do, making career decisions or education decisions. And mentorship comes to fill this gap. And it is a good way of also establishing relationship with people, genuine and trustworthy relationship with people. So I think mentorship is a huge thing. And whenever someone gets opportunity to be mentored or to mentor, I think that they should take it serious, both formal and informal ones, or peer-to-peer, even peer-to-peer ones. You should take it very serious.
How does a mentee, first of all, how do someone get a mentor?
The unconventional way I think about it is to start with a self-reflection. You look within yourself and you look at what you want to do and where you want to. Then you start identifying. So you look around. You look around you. Maybe it's you're at a workplace, or you look around your department, or you look. And in fact, there are platforms that I think. Mentor Cruise online does that, and LinkedIn, you can also look around everywhere on LinkedIn. So you start reflecting on yourself, then you look around and you identify the people that could help you achieve that goal. Then you initiate, or you make the move, and it follows that way. So yeah, basically, one thing also, yes, and also I think on Twitter you can equal, even sometimes you can also follow these people, not really interact with them directly, but you can follow these people until you get a chance to interact them. So you can find these people online as workplace and academic environment, and mentorship platform like how do you call it, Mentor Cruise, and I think they have one other one, yeah, in the very effective one as well. And LinkedIn is also a very good resource to get someone to mentor you, which I receive messages a lot. Most often I get a lot of messages rather from LinkedIn about mentorship and those assistance. So yeah, you can get them there. There are a lot around. You can get them through these platforms.
So how does a mentee make a mentorship relationship work?
In my opinion, and based on my experience, I think commitment. It starts with commitment, because you are going to kind of take someone's time, their knowledge, their skill. You are going to tap into it to make yours better. So I think that you should be committed to the work. Be through the sense of commitment and also trust. You should trust, because sometimes you are going to trust things or your life decisions in someone's hands. Not necessarily that you do exactly what they say, but you are going to entrust that in their hands to help you make that decision and value their opinion and its effect on you. So commitment, trust, and of course proper planning. If it is a formal mentorship like the one we did in 2019, I think that planning also from the side of mentee is important, because I remember the first 2 periods, one of them you called me when I was on the road, you know, and sometimes the background and everything, it was uncomfortable for us to have a meaningful conversation at the time. So later on, before I was able to adapt with the schedule and things. So planning also helps a lot, so that you can provide, how do you call it, conducive environment for the mentor too, so that it will make his or her work very easy. Commitment, trust, and I think proper planning will help from the mentee side.
What are the things mentees do during mentorship that breaks the relationship?
Yes, it's a huge challenge. Sometimes there is a mismatch between expectations and what you get. Sometimes you see, oh, a big person like, oh, this, and you build your own expectation, and when you go into it and you feel like you've not gotten what you are looking for as a mentee, it reduces your energy and your commitment. And as soon as your commitment breaks down, it makes the work very, very difficult. So low commitment, and also not following schedule. To be honest, I remember the first time you called me, you said we will have, I think, a call every week or so, if I remember correctly. So there were a period that we have to, but if you're a mentee and you don't follow or obey schedule, it will be very difficult for the mentor. And also communication. So you see, sometimes when the communication and clarity, sometimes you may get into something else where you are needed, or you may miss a deadline when you are supposed to talk about something very important with the mentor, or you are supposed to meet the person when the schedule is due, but you couldn't make it. So effective communication will help the mentor say, oh, hi, Tom, I cannot make it tomorrow or next week. Can we reschedule? If you don't effectively communicate with the mentor, the relationship breaks down. Basically, and also keeping in touch as well. For example, maybe the mentor will be caught up in a lot of things, like your work or something, but the mentee has to also reach out and ensure that relationship or that communication and relationship to be going on. Otherwise, when you relax as a mentee, and maybe either the mentor will not see you as a serious person, or sometimes also the relationship gradually fades out with time. So these are some of the things: you relax, you don't obey schedules, you don't talk effectively, you miss deadlines, and you don't trust the person you are working with. It will really, really break the relationship or make the mentors work very difficult. So I think, yeah, I think these things are very important in establishing meaningful relationship with your mentor. Not all of them do, like not an end in itself, what I've mentioned, but I think that they are the very foundation that you need at least to do that, to establish a meaningful relationship in anywhere you find yourself with mentorship. And I want to also emphasize on the fact that the mentorship, most often, if you go to, the orthodox definition is probably someone higher versus someone lower. But one of the effective ways is also through the peer-to-peer mentorship. Okay, and I think that in my opinion, it also works very well if both the mentor and mentee are committed. The peer-to-peer works effectively as the structured one, because sometimes also you get the chance to talk to someone who is at your level or who understands what you are going through, or how you think, or how you do your things, or what you are likely to do in a situation. So the peer-to-peer works very, very well as well. I want to also cut down across that it's not like basically always getting someone who is far, far above you, someone who is a more experienced than you, and to follow or something like that. It works in a lot of ways. Yeah, so that is what I think about the peer, and I want to cut that one across as well. And something that I want to add about how to find a mentor is also going through these network events and conferences and also workshops. I think that they are the also good areas that we should open our eyes very well, and I think that we can get good mentors from these areas: workshop, professional networks, and also conferences. So when we go to these events, I think that we should open our eyes beyond probably the reason why we are going there, to also get those things like mentors from this event, because even for, as you are doing entrepreneurship week like this, for startups like this, it's also important for you to get these mentors to help you mitigate risk, lead you into the market, and also get you sponsorship, like you have also been helping your students or your mentees to get some form of sponsorship and opportunities to expand their business. So all these events, when we go, I think that we should open our eyes and beyond the fundamental reason for the event, and also look for these people, because it will help us.
Okay. Right.
Chris?
Okay. Are you done?
Yes. So we've covered about the importance and challenges, and how the mentee can also improve the mentorship relationship, because most often we look at the mentor side and not the mentee side. Yeah.
You want to look at the mentor side? Go ahead.
Yes, and likewise also, the mentor should also equally be committed, like the mentee, and be intentional about what they are doing. That is like you are prescribing medicine for someone, and that is how I see the mentorship role. Or you are diagnosing someone, you have to be intentional and really particular about it, because any advice or any decision that you make or you help the person make it will go a long way to affect the person. So you have to be intentional about it, and you have to also be committed and well prepared for the mentorship. Because if you're also not prepared, this person is basically looking up on you or entrusting a decision in your hands. So if you are not prepared for the journey, you could see that the person will be disappointed, and that is where the relationship can actually break down. So the mentor should be prepared and also well resourced. I remember during our time in 2019, you sometimes send us some resources and some books and all the some, I think, yeah, books and some sites to go and read or check some information. And it's all part of the resource. You should also be able to read wider. You should also know the state of the art, or you should have much information so that you can also carry the person that you are mentoring along and be up to date with it. So yeah, the mentor also has some important role to play to make the relationship, and also continuous following up. So sometimes you mentor someone and you leave them like that. You leave them in the air. I think that continuous follow up from the mentor side will also help to evaluate the impact that you have made in the person's life, and also, yeah, be encouraged. The mentor will also be encouraged to at least do more or do to others as well. So follow up is a very important thing. So like, yeah, I always see that you watch me, one of you watching me online on LinkedIn most often. Like, yeah, and it's good to see that, okay, someone that you mentored some time ago is now a big person and also making impact in people's life, or is doing well in whatever that they chose to do. I think that is very important as well from the mentor side.
Okay. Do you think mentees are do you think mentees are entitled sometimes?
Yes, sometimes that is where it gets to, which is a wrong way though, because sometimes when you try to assist someone with some certain things through the mentorship, and they feel entitled to what you are offering them, they forget the original intent of the relationship. So yes, it's a huge risk, and it happens a lot because you do something for free, and it's very risky in the sense that it also goes to the point where the mentee will absolutely rely on you for every single thing. It's like you feel like I'm grooming someone to be able to be on their own, not to making a photocopy of me, but to make it on their own in whatever they are doing. And it got to a point where they are entitled and where they got good to, and every single thing that you think, oh, okay, this one we've learned or we've interacted to this extent that at least this one, the mentee should be able to take it on. But single thing we come back, oh, you don't have time for the person, and boom. So yeah, the sense of entitlement is a huge risk for mentorship, and it happens a lot. And sometimes that is why we have to remind ourselves every day about the original intent of the interaction, original goal of the mentorship, of the relationship that you are building through the mentorship. When you remind yourself, most often it will reduces that risk, like entitlement and other things, because it is distortionary for a mentor when you have the feeling that your mentee is feel entitled to your time, feel entitled to your resources, feel entitled to access to you at any point in time. And it breaks the respect boundary that you should have for each other, because as a mentee, you should equally also respect the person's schedule, respect the person's time, and respect the person's skill and value what the person is giving you, not that you are entitled to it. Even if it's a paid mentorship program, it's not entitled.
Okay, speak more words.
Yeah. So yes, I had a personal encounter that with the person reached out to me on LinkedIn and specifically said this is what they want and this is what they want me to mentor them on. So we started the relationship will go on, and sometimes the person will message you and you tell, okay, I'll get back to you tomorrow, and you go like 5 hours or 6 hours later, and you go and see a lot of messages about the very thing that you told me. I told the person, I'll get back to you tomorrow. I'll have to look at it and read, and I'll get back to you tomorrow. And you go back, and the person has sent you a lot of messages about that, and the fact, trying to imply the fact that you are not responding to his needs or attending to what he wants. It's really disturbing because, and that is where, as you mentioned, the entitlement thing comes in. It's really disturbing because you are not entitled to my time. It is a relationship we have to build together to help each other, of course. And you come and you don't have patience, you cannot wait, and you don't obey simple message like I'll get back to you tomorrow morning when I am done. It's really disturbing sometimes, and it makes the relationship difficult because everyone has a lot on their plate to do probably. But we are making time to help each other in the mentorship journey. And when you experience this, it's really disturbing, to be honest. And I've experienced a couple of them, and sometimes you have to deal with it that and tell the person straight up that this is the schedule we are going with. When you send me something, you wait for the response or wait this amount of time. Sometimes I always tell them that give me a day, 24 hours. When you don't hear from me within the 24 hours, then you text me a reminder. Okay, so you put these measures in place so that the mentee will also be will know how to react in those circumstances or how to approach things in those circumstances. Yeah, so I've experienced that a lot. Yeah. And mentioning about LinkedIn, I think that every year I receive a minimum of 5 messages, personal DM regarding issues about mentorship, and I think that it is really great and it's important. It's very fulfilling that you get those feedbacks and you meet people, someone, hey, Bright, I am this and I want to achieve this. Can you mentor me? So like every year you get like 5. It's unfortunate that I don't have a lot of time mostly under my belt to do a lot for many people, but I think every year I get a minimum of 5 to work with or something like that. And it is fulfilling to help people. Sometimes it's about career decision. Sometimes it's about school, where I have been doing a lot in the past 10 years. And sometimes it's even about how to navigate, how to make a choice between probably going to school or going to work, or about the particular thing that they want to do and how to make a choice. So yes, I have had at least every 5 years, I think every year, I think I officially interact with 5 people directly on the basis of mentorship. And I think it is fulfilling to see. And sometimes you realize that at some point you also need your mentee's help to do something. I remember when I came to Spain, I have to do something in Cape Town. So I have to call a mentee there to go to an office and go and make those inquiry for me. So the relationship sometimes benefit both ways, that you are helping someone and along the line in the future, the person will also be helpful. And who knows, things turn around so quick and the person can be in a position tomorrow to give you that help. So I think that um, it's a mutual mentorship is basically a mutual benefit and very important.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
and I remember I told you in 2021 when you were doing Entrepreneurs Week also. Yeah, 2021 also. Yeah, I told you that, hi Tom, I will speak on one of your entrepreneurship events. And you were like, yeah, sure, sure. When the time comes, you will. And I think that always I feel like I am closer to it, and it will be a great relationship that someone you mentored has been in the position in the future to also render support to your program that you are doing, or provide come as uh, um, a resourceful person for you. So I think it's a very good thing to have a mentor and to be mentored and to be a mentee, in fact.
You're a big man now. Don't say you thank me without.
You said,
You're there thanking me with lip service. You don't know how to bring bottles of wine. Huh?
Please come again.
You are in Spain telling me I thank you, sir. You don't know how to bring bottles of wine in an envelope. Huh? You do
No.
PhD, you do BSc, do masters, do PhD, doing another course, and you're telling me you thank me, sir.
Oh, so tell me exactly what.
He's here doing presentation of mentor mentee. Yeah? No envelope, no wine, no nothing. He's telling me thank me, sir.
You know those ones will come. Those ones, we are still in touch. Don't forget that we are still in touch, and they will come. We have been in touch for 5 years now.
Until you see that thing. See, now you're bringing yourself. Now you're bringing yourself. 5 years. Since 5 years,
Yes.
I mentor you.
Yes.
I mentor you 5 years,
Yes.
and you haven't brought me even one bottle of wine.
And I'm saying that, yeah, they will come.
Okay.
Yes. And you know they will come. That is what I want to tell you. You know they will come. We are still in touch, and it will come. I'll put everything together, and it will be instead of bottle, it will maybe be a crate instead of bottle. Oh, you are not convinced.
I'm here. Are you?
You are not convinced.
I'm here.
Oh, I'll come. I'll come. Whenever I visit Ghana, I'll come. I'll come to the office and I'll bring the crate.
Okay.
Yeah. So don't worry at all.
No, I'm looking at you.
Yes, keep looking at me. Yes, and let's stay in touch. Yeah, I know, but of course, you are doing a great job, and we welcome, and I know it's a future, both present and future investment that you are doing in the people's life. And I've been following your work since our mentorship, and I know for a fact the work that you've been doing in the young entrepreneur's life, and even in terms of mentorship as well. So the outcome will be huge, and we will also make you proud, of course. That is where it begins. You first make you proud, and then the physical things will come.
After you speak grammar, you bring your things.
Oh, you are not. It seems like you are not convinced. Are you?
How far is Spain from here?
No, I'm currently in Italy.
You are in Italy.
Yes.
Until you're in Ghana, then I will see you with my eye.
Yes, yes. You see me. I'll come to Ghana soon.
No problem. I'm here.
I'll come to Ghana and I'll come to your office.
Go and cook for me. I'm hungry.
What would you like to eat?
I don't even know what to eat. All right, keep talking. Your time is not done. No?
Yes, yes, yes. And I think that um I want to also highlight on the stages of mentorship as I mentioned. And one of the challenges that I have realized is how people identify and reach out to the person. Okay, so when you have you deliberate on yourself or something that you want, and you want to reach out to the person, you should also bear in mind how to reach out to get the required response. Because sometimes you'll be there and someone can randomly message you, "Hi, I am Bright from this place and this." And it will be difficult for you to respond even through email. Someone will send one-line email about themselves or what they are doing, and without much waiting for you to respond to the email or the message on LinkedIn before they will take action. And sometimes you receive a lot of these messages. And of course, you are also in a cyber world where someone can reach out or send you anything. So you're also conscious. So I want to really talk more about how to reach out to people when you need, how to reach out to mentors, potential mentors, or how to interact with them. And I think it's very important that we also hammer on that. So when you want to reach out to someone, okay, not really like there is a formula about that to go about it. But I think that when you identify someone and you are reaching out, you structure the message in a way that the person will read and be eager to respond. You first introduce yourself. That's why it is also important to identify exactly what you want help with. So you introduce yourself and you tell exactly what you want. Then you propose to the person about potential meeting, potential conversation, potential whether meeting in person or online or anywhere. And this one I'm talking about probably a formal form of mentorship. So you reach out. You don't only tell yourself, and I would like you to mentor me or something. "Hi, I am Bright. I am a student here, or I am a young entrepreneur, and I want to create ABCD, and I would like you to mentor me." Sometimes you should be specific on some of the indicators that you need help with. If you are not specific on indicators, some of the indicators, when you are specific on some of the indicators, it stimulates the conversation. It makes the person knows or have a point of contact to start from. And this point of contact is important to expand in such a way that it will be able to capture the broader perspective or the broader areas of what you actually want to do. So reach out and identify at least one area that you think the person can help you, even for a startup. Maybe you want to know how to structure a business proposal, or for funding, you know how to, you want to build an incubator or something. Or even as a student, you want to learn about a particular thing. Be specific in the email, be specific in the message, be specific in the way you communicate, at least one. So one of them should be at least clear, specific, so that the person will respond to that. Then you propose a potential meeting for them. Someone can send you a message, "Hey, hi, I would like you to mentor me. Can I get your WhatsApp number?" Okay, that probably may not be the right way to go. Okay, you start with a specific, specific thing you want. Then you propose, "I am available if you like to meet me, or you like us to meet online, or even connect on WhatsApp." So it's like you propose to the person, and now the person has to respond to that. And it makes it a little bit flexible instead of going with patchy information and also include ideas or where the person to start from. So I think that it is something that mentees have to be aware of when they are selecting their mentors.
Okay. Have you talked about time management?
Yes, it is a very good, one of the important thing also about the relationship, mentor-mentee relationship. Time management is very key, because some mentors, like maybe me, for example, time management is something I found very valuable, and I don't really want to undermine that. When we have a schedule, or there's an activity for us to do, you have to do with your mentor, and you can't make it, communicate on time. And when you have a deadline, I remember I got interested in writing, to be honest, through you. And I think the first short writings I did was the assignments you gave me in 2019. Well, I think I published them on, I think, Medium platform or so. So there was one that I almost missed the deadline. Okay, I was teaching as well at the time, so I almost missed the deadline. But that is where communication comes in. You send a person email or messages. This is what is happening, and I may not be able to meet this deadline. So can we extend it by a day or by an hour or by a month for me to be able to do a good job on the work? And I think that this communication will reduce these issues, and it will strengthen the relationship. So time management is also, because time is very expensive and people value time a lot. So you are going to tap into someone's time, and which is basically their life. So you should be intentional and you should manage your time well. You should work within schedule. You should be able to communicate well in case something happens along the line. You don't wait for the person to reach out. Hi, you've not submitted this, or you've not done this, or I've not heard from you regarding this issue. Then you then be, oh yeah, I got up into something, I wasn't this, I wasn't that. It will be difficult for you to convince someone with that, because it could be genuine. Of course, when it is not between life and death issue. But I'm talking about just normal issues. Normal issues, or I got into a car, I got into a traffic, or I forgot a deadline, or I forgot the timing, or I couldn't get the information you asked me for. These are the basic things that I think that you have to really focus and manage your time well. Plan your schedule, make time for room for changes if you have to, and try to be truthful to yourself and follow that schedule. If you yourself, you plan and you are not able to follow it, when someone does it for you, it feels like a command, or it probably may feel like pressuring you to do something. But I think that when you are able to follow your own schedule first, when someone comes in to help you manage a schedule or manage a time or an event, I think that it will be easy for both of you to be able to actually do that. Yeah, so time management is very important in mentorship as well.
All right.
Yes.
And then what about honesty and privacy of any shared documents?
Come again.
Privacy of any shared documents.
Yes, you should, you know, I don't know how to talk about this directly, but it is very dangerous in the sense that you cross information over, or private information directly in a manner that the person will be able to be identified. It's either both, even the mentee. Okay, the mentee will trust the mentor to share valuable information or personal life experiences with the mentor. And it will be very dangerous for you to share that information in a manner or at places that will have impact on the mentee. For example, if it is a workplace mentorship setting, for example, and the mentee share with you particular experience or particular information, and through your process, your interaction with his peers, you leak that information out, or you tell them what you guys shared directly in a manner that they will be able to identify, oh, this person shared this information with you, or this person has told you this. It compromised the relationship. And I think it breaches the trust that you have with the person as well. Likewise, on the mentee side, the mentor can share some information with you, of course. And in the process of the mentorship, sometimes even as an example, sometimes as a reference point, sometimes give you some resources to go and look at them, which were not supposed to be out there, okay, it is the responsibility of both the mentees, fundamental responsibility of both the mentor and the mentee to be able to keep information, to keep private information private, as the name implies. If you are not able to do that as a mentor, it means that basically you are not a good mentor. And likewise, the mentee. It is a fundamental responsibility of both of you, because we are dealing not only with personal growth, not only with skill development, not only with guidance and inspiration, but we are also dealing with trust here. Trust is in the center of the interaction, and trust in the center of the conversation that we are doing. So breaching those private information in a manner that is not supposed to do, I think is very risky, and it should be um, well understood and agreed upon or acknowledged before even the mentorship begins, because it is trust issue here we are dealing with. So yeah, privacy should be very, very important. And sometimes even the mentor can tell you that do not share this material with anybody else, or do not share this information with anybody. Just don't. That's all. Just don't do it. Even if you have reasons to do it, it's not about you having reasons or not. It is private information. Do not share. Do not share. Yeah.
Okay. Tie everything up.
Come again?
Tie all together.
Yes. So I think mentorship is very important in an organization, or even startup like your team, and in school and everywhere. And it is something that you should give due attention to. It is the cheapest way to get information, to get skills, to get guidance, to get experience from someone, to get advice. It is the cheapest way. Outside the mentorship, sometimes you have to pay to get this person's time, to get this person's resource. So mentorship gives you the cheapest opportunity, the affordable opportunity to be able to tap into someone's idea, someone's knowledge, and to be guided to make life choices, professional choices, career path. So once a while, I think like every young person should at least have a mentor, should at least enroll in a mentorship program to at least, or every elderly or skillful person, at least you should also find someone to share your experience with, to mentor. And I think that when we do this, especially in the world that we are in, with we are the young ones, I think it will give us the opportunity to do a lot, and get not do things the hard way, or do not reinvent the wheel, because the wheel, someone just did it yesterday. You enter and experiences, you add innovations, you add new ideas, then boom, you realize that you're on the highway and you are doing great things. And I think that is a very important thing to do. So mentorship is important. We should take it serious. We should both traditional one, peer-to-peer, and formal one. Whenever you get a chance to enroll in a mentorship program, use it wisely, and it is consider it as one of the great opportunities that will come your way, like any other opportunities that you value to be important. Yes.
You have 14 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
And I want to use the remaining minutes to hammer on something. For the mentors part, okay. When you get a mentee, the idea is not to create a replica of you. That is not the idea. Or probably groom someone to become like you. Well, maybe it could work that way. But what if the person is not interested in what you do directly, or what you have, or where you are directly? So the mentors should understand that mentorship is not the opportunity to create a photocopy of you. It is a way to share experience, skill, knowledge, and guide someone on his or her career path or his or her path that she wants to. That is why the listening is important for the mentor's part. So you listen carefully and read behind the lines of what the person wants to do, why the person came, what the person's idea, the person's thoughts, and you look at that in itself, then you guide the person along that path so that when along the line, when the person may not, when the person does not represent or reflect your image or photocopy or what you want, you will not be disappointed in the mentorship program. You'll not be disappointed. And for the mentee side, it is not the period to take advantage of someone's knowledge, someone's skill, and someone's time. Not at all. You should see it as a privilege to get these things in that manner. So when you have to respect decisions, you have to respect timelines, you have to respect the skill the person is offering you. You have to be deliberate about it. Okay, and don't take things for granted too much. Don't take things for granted. Don't take the person's skill for granted. Because if the person has been hired, the person has been contacted by someone else or somewhere else, the person would have taken money. The person would have been paid for the time. The person would have gotten something for the time. But you are getting this time probably for free and you're not paying anything for it, or someone has paid the person for you to get it for free. I think that you should take it very, very serious and don't compromise on the whole relationship. Okay. And there should be follow up as well. You follow up on the mentee, and the mentor also follow up on you as well. Like you've been doing, you've been watching me. I know you've been watching me, like in a lot of places. Yes. And I think that sometimes you raise up your head and you be like, oh, okay, my mentee is here. Then sometimes it also gives you that kind of encouragement and confidence as well to continue going or continue doing things. So I think that, yeah, it is very important for the mentor to understand this, and the mentee should also understand this to establish a good relationship. And the length of the mentorship actually can be defined or undefined. For the traditional mentorship, it's not really like defined. It has a goal. You clearly define goal about what you want to do and what you want to achieve. And it dies out with time, naturally like that. But the definition, the well-defined one is only for the professional mentorship. So the mentorship does not necessarily have to be defined like 3 years or like 2 years or something. It's a continuous relationship. And depending on the goals and objective of the mentee or the mentor, that one will tell how long it will go. Of course, and your commitment as well. That one will tell how long it will go. So you can get a mentorship for 1 month, you can get one for 2 weeks, you can get one for 5 years, you can get one for 1 year. So it all depends on the demand and supply, the goals and objectives, and what actually is at stake or what you are doing. That is what will determine the duration of the mentorship. So don't say that a 1 month mentorship is not as effective as 1 year, or 2 weeks mentorship is not as effective as 1 month. No, that bilateral comparison cannot be made because there is no clear timeline to a mentorship, a mentoring program or a mentorship program. Some of them are even continuous, more continuous and lifetime, and you realize at some point, even your mentee will become your colleague at work, or you become your partner in many areas. I remember one professor mentored me in how to do research. And for 2 years now, he has been my co-author. Okay. And I've been publishing with him continuously. So it also shows that at one point, the one you mentor will become helpful enough or resourceful enough. So which shows that the mentorship goes on. And in fact, even as I'm working with him, the mentorship is still going on and going on. So it is a very long process, and the definition of the period is entirely up to the objectives of the mentee and the mentor and how it is even structured. And of course, a good and a well-structured mentorship program will, of course, yield a better outcome. Yes, so yeah, that's yeah all from my side, and yeah, maybe you have some more questions or some questions that we have to explore within these 7 remaining minutes, then that will be fine by me.
You've done well. Yeah.
Thank you, Tom.
In 7 minutes, you can leave.
Okay, all right, sure. And thank you for having me here and the opportunity. And as I told you, your wine will come and everything will come. Yes, I hope that the other mentees that you have gotten the chance to mentor are at least the minimum also making you proud wherever they are and whatever they are doing. So I think, yeah, it's very nice to meet you and be on the call.
All right.
So yeah, I checked the schedule today, and I think that we are diving in at 12 a.m. today. Is that correct? Or you had
Come again?
new people? I checked the schedule today, and I think we are finishing on 12 a.m. today, which is basically on 12 a.m. on first. Or you have more people?
1 p.m. tomorrow.
What? Oh, okay. Then I think, oh, okay. Because I checked the online schedule, and I think, yeah.
I will add more people, so 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Oh, okay, great. Then you have a long way to go, and we finish hard. Almost there. Almost there, yeah. So our thoughts and prayers are with you, and I'm glad that I have been part of it. So, yes. And we stay in touch and stay connected, and I'll be watching. All right, Tom.
Hello.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good. I should be asking you how you are.
Well, the Lord is my strength.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Congratulations on 82 hours so far.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is my audio all right?
Yes, it is.
Great.
Mhm.
Okay. Ready to rock?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. All right. Please introduce yourself to our online guests.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Geraldine Gloria Cheze, and I am a Ugandan and so happy to be representing my country on such an amazing initiative. A bit about me, my education background is in knowledge management, where I pursued my BBA in Malaysia. And then I came back here and pursued my master's in data engineering. So yes, my passion really lies along the lines of data, knowledge, trying to make the best out of it. And I've been working in an NGO, an education-based NGO. I actually still work there, an education-based NGO that sponsors the education of children, right from nursery to university. And so this is more like a background story to where I am now. And in my work with the NGO, I used to have to be so hands-on with the children, and that meant everything that was connected to them, including healthcare. So there'd be moments where you have, say, 10 kids that you're looking after. So the organization in total had over 1,500 children right now. So you have all these children, and then the issue with the healthcare system in Uganda is that it's very fragmented. So it's very hard to keep track of the children's healthcare. But that's not what got me to pivot into what I'm doing now. So why I got into what I'm doing now, which I'll explain later, we had a medical emergency that involved my mom. And you know how Africa is now, huh? You call the ambulance, it takes like, I think it was 3 a.m. in the night. So I called the ambulance and it took literally 3 hours to get home. And then when it got to us, then we have to pass through traffic, right? So we have to beat the traffic and then we get to the hospital and the doctors are asking, what's her medical history? And honestly, in that moment, I had no idea what they were talking about. So this led to them administering medication that was contrary to her underlying situation, her underlying ailments. So something that I had been putting off so much, I had kept postponing it, and I didn't really see the emergency in that moment. Having it happen to me, having it happen to someone that I love, just sort of it woke me up and pivoted me into health tech, pivoted me into building a solution of my own. And this solution is My Medicals. So My Medicals basically is a platform that integrates a patient's medical information from various disconnected healthcare facilities and presents it alongside valuable personalized insights to both the patients and the healthcare providers. Yeah, so that brings me to our topic today, which is the future of healthcare data systems in Uganda. I hope that's a sufficient introduction, Tom Chris.
Yes, it is. You are sufficient and your introduction is perfect. Okay, so let's go. Now, I have a lot of questions. You said you went to university in Malaysia.
Yes, I did.
What year was it?
It was 2014.
Okay.
2014. I actually had a dead year because the process of getting a visa to go to Malaysia was really hectic. So I had a dead year from 2013 to 2014. And then 2014, around October, I arrived in Malaysia. My siblings, the whole family actually studied there. But then, unluckily enough for me, the moment I was landing is when my siblings were graduating as well. So, yeah, so they introduced me to the country, and then the next month they were gone. So,
You were
yeah,
left alone.
I was
Oh,
left alone. And I was
wow.
coming from a very sheltered, I think I would say a very sheltered life in Uganda. So it felt like being thrown into the deep end.
Wow.
Yeah.
What did you study?
So I started out with telecommunications, telecom engineering, but I didn't feel the passion. I didn't feel like my passion was there.
Okay.
So I quickly changed in the same semester. I quickly changed into knowledge management. I was looking for a major that was more related to data, but I needed to make a quick decision, and the only available option then was knowledge management.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah.
Was that what you graduated with?
Yes, that's what I graduated with. So that was 3 years, and yeah, about 3 years. And then I came back to Uganda in 2018 and jumped right into adulting.
Mm. How was it coming back?
Oh my. Coming back was, I think it was a tough decision for me, knowing how difficult it is finding jobs in Africa, right? Well, everything here is to do with connections. You need to have a connection, right? To an extent that it doesn't even matter what you have studied, right? You could have a master's degree and someone with, say, a senior 6 certificate will get the job because they have a connection. So I was thinking about that, and I had already got a job in Malaysia, but I don't know. I just feel like East or West home is best. Like whatever the problems are at home, it's still home.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my heart was in Africa, although I came back and honestly I looked at the airport and I just cried. I was like,
Oh.
I wanted the plane to just do a U-turn and yeah, and go back. But then yeah, it hits you eventually and you're like, okay, yeah, let's do this. Let's do this.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
So tell me, who's the face from?
What's that?
Who's the face from? Your mom or your dad?
I think it's a mixture.
Okay.
Depends on who I'm standing or sitting next to. I think it's a mixture of both. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you came back and you started working on your business.
So I came back and I tried looking for a job. And this is like, let me say 20 applications. And the interesting thing is that the thing is, you grow up thinking, okay, everything is planned out in your life, right? In Uganda, we call it the planned kids. So you come out thinking, okay, it's going to be, pretty easy. Everything is just going to go smoothly. But then it actually became harder than I anticipated looking for jobs. But then I was also never one to feel fulfilled in a job. I worked in a job and I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling the impact. So that's when I gravitated towards family businesses, family organizations, and that's the NGO. I'm sorry, is the noise too much? We have dogs here. I don't know if that's bothering a lot.
I can hear.
Okay. So yeah, so that's when I gravitated into family businesses. And this is the NGOs and the schools. But I still wasn't feeling like I was reaching to my full impact. Some decisions are harder to make when there are too many heads and too many committees to run them by. However good the initiative may be, sometimes involving too many people just leads to it being talked about. You have so many countless meetings, and then, for me, I'm like, okay, let's go, let's do this. And you have to pass it through so many people. So I think for me, actually, the pivoting moment was when a key partner that we had decided that they were going to phase out of the program of helping the kids. And in this moment, I had put all my eggs in one basket. I put all my eggs in one basket. I had put in too much energy into working with people that just couldn't see my vision. I mean, I was working in the education sector, trying to help kids out of poverty and, working with people that do not see your vision. I had currently the list has over 1,500. My mind was saying, why not 5,000? Why not 10,000? Why not 1 million? Why are we stuck on these numbers? But then those kind of numbers, when discussed in groups of people that have very narrow minds, they tend to scare rather than inspire. Yeah, so I think my dreams might have scared the partners a bit because there's a limit that they had, but they also had a certain way that they were perceiving Africans. They had a certain way that they were perceiving us, which didn't sit right with me. So I just, so that alone also pivoted me into thinking, what can I do? What contribution can I make for my country? Previously, a friend of mine had talked to me and asked me, when are you going to make serious impact? When all the solutions that you put out impact just a few people, you need to think community. So I think I see myself as a serial entrepreneur. So he said that when I was in my salon, so I have a salon as well. And by the time that he walked in, it was in a small space. So when he walked in, he looked at it and he looks at me like I'm the most unserious person in the world. But that's like 2020. Yeah, that's like 2020. So while I was going through what I felt was like a career crisis in 2023, those words kept echoing in my head. You need to think community, you need to impact people, you need to solve a problem. So the problem had kept on coming, and I just kept on postponing, procrastinating. So yeah, after going through all that, trying to get a job, trying out job applications, trying connections, and still feeling like I wasn't fulfilled, I just gave into this light bulb moment and went with it, and that's where I am today.
That's amazing.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. So tell me, what has been the moment in your business where you felt the most pride?
I think I feel the most pride after I find a solution to every challenge, after I bounce back. Even
When
in
was the
moments
first time
where,
you felt that way?
sorry?
When was the first time you felt that way?
So I had a co-founder, not even a co-founder. So this is my idea. And when you're trying to, okay, so let me go back to the very beginning. Trying to
Yes,
start my
let's go
own,
back.
trying to start my own venture, right?
Yeah.
You grow up in an environment where you think that everyone is a good person, right?
Mm-hmm.
So despite having this idea, I mean, I could have gone through, I don't know, maybe sought a mentor or something, but I reached out to a friend of mine and said, hey, I have this idea, and I think you can help me with the implementation, right? So usually in Uganda, it's not about partnership first. It's always, are you paying me? Are you giving me the money? That kind of thing. So I paid the person, and they just ghosted me. Like, this was a friend. This was a friendship of about 4 years. And I paid them, I think, it wasn't too big an amount, but yeah, any amount counts, right? So they ran away, and it was the first experience in my life being betrayed like that. So it took me quite some time to wrap my head around it, but I bounced back, and yeah, that was the first moment I felt like really proud of myself. Like, yeah, I've got the resilience in me. Nothing can stop me now. And from then on, I've just gotten smarter. I've just gotten a bit more aware of the people that I work with, the surroundings that I'm in. Yeah, so I think there's a lesson. It just taught me to pick a lesson in every challenge that I have. Yeah.
Sorry, I was feeling sleepy.
It's fine.
Okay. Now you started your business,
Mm-hmm.
and business started booming, or it was still like gradual?
So for now, the business is actually early stage, and actually in describing myself, I would say I'm an emerging digital health leader and an emerging leader in data as well, because those are my passion areas. So far, so good. The opportunities that have opened up for me just within these 6 months are amazing. They're amazing. Naturally, I love to just be low key. I mean that was me last year. I love to be low key, don't not on social media, just um at least nothing related to my career on social medias. But what happened to me, that was a wake-up call. And I said, you know what? It hits different when your bank account is almost getting into negatives. The drive and the passion and, the effort that you put into something when you feel like this is my thing and this is all that I have. Yeah, so yeah, that's what it was.
Is there
So
any of your
yeah,
siblings that is in
sorry, I
business?
had actually forgotten that question you asked. You asked if business is booming. Yeah, so far so good. The opportunities are opening up. Uh, here in Uganda, I mean, this is an opportunity as well. You know, being part of the speakers that you chose to do this Guinness World Record as well. So for me, the trajectory so far is looking so good. In terms of what we've been able to achieve so far, we have I carried out a survey recently and I got to understand the healthcare data ecosystem in Uganda, especially. And it's something that's scalable to Africa, but then that, especially since healthcare is very sensitive, that's something that would have to look into. So far, we are just trying to become masters in Uganda, become masters at what we're doing in Uganda. So yeah, that's building an MVP. We built an MVP and we've gotten some really good feedback on that. We've gotten healthcare facilities that want to partner with us, but it's also opened our eyes to how we're supposed to pivot because you have an MVP out and you're thinking, okay, I probably covered everything. And then you move to hospitals and clinics and they're telling you, oh yeah, you should do this and that, change this and that. So yeah, we're constantly in the process of listening, learning, and adjusting.
That's good.
Yeah.
Progress is progress, yeah?
Yeah. Progress is progress.
Absolutely. Is there any of your siblings that's in business?
Yeah, my brother is the founder of Grades Up. So Grades Up is a platform that eases examination preparation. He's called Nathan Chaze. So it eases examination preparation by offering interactive quizzes and solutions to those quizzes. So it's cutting out the need to look for a tutor, the need to look for past papers. I think I would say it's a family of entrepreneurs. My sister is into events management and business consultation. Yeah, so the family
So who's the
is
diva of the
entrepreneur.
family?
I think we get it from my mom. Sorry?
Who's the diva of the family? You?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I know.
I think I am. I think I am. Yeah.
I know you are.
I mean, I have my
I
serious
know
moments.
you are.
Like when it's business, but then when it's time to have fun, like there's got to be a balance, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, the future of healthcare data in Africa. Tell me about it.
So, right. So in talking about the future of healthcare data systems in Africa, first would have to understand the current state. And I'm talking about this more in perspective of Uganda. Maybe if you have some shared experiences, you could let me know. But according to the research that I've read, over 80% of healthcare facilities in Africa still rely on paper. So that goes two ways. First, they store their information in paper. So you'll find a clinic that has piles and piles and piles of old files, of old medical files. So when a patient comes, they ask you, what's your name? And then they just flip through the files, you know, according to probably alphabetical order or whatever order they have them in, which is, I think, pretty ancient, pretty ancient. Like that should have been left in 1950s. Yeah, so currently the healthcare data systems are paper-based, and then they're also fragmented. So fine, hospitals and some hospitals can afford digital solutions, but then what happens is every hospital has its own digital solution provider. So in Uganda, obviously I won't mention the names, but every hospital has a different one. So the information is completely disconnected. That means that if I have a checkup at one hospital and then move to a clinic, the clinic will not have an idea of my medical history, which is not a good thing because it leads to health data poverty, which I will talk about later. And then also the current state is that most of the data systems are facility centric. So that means that they are found at hospitals, they are found at clinics, and for someone to access their records, they have to make the trip. They have to walk to the healthcare facility, or they have to call the healthcare facility, which takes a very long time. Time is money, and it's a very valuable asset. Too valuable for us to be wasting it in transit. Yeah. So, and then the biggest challenge of them all is that Africans are very reactive when it comes to healthcare. So that survey that I carried out, it confirmed, or it showed that actually 85%, it's 252 people that have taken part of it right now, but it showed that 85% of them say that they don't have regular visits to the hospital. So it was between monthly visits, quarterly visits, biannually, or never. And most of them answered that they never visit the hospital unless they feel sick. So I don't know if that's what you do as well. Yes, but so other than that, they self-medicate. And self-medication helps to reduce the spending that they have to go through. Because remember, when you go to a hospital, you have to pay for consultation, and sometimes the consultation fees are high. And then regular checkups, the issue that we have is the out-of-pocket spending. It's usually individuals that are having a job that have the pleasure of having insurance. But what happens for other people is that they have to spend out of the pocket. So why should I go for regular checkups, knowing very well I'm going to spend $100 just to check myself and find out that I'm okay? Yeah, so that's another problem where Africans, they wait last minute for things to go wrong, and then now they remember the importance of their healthcare data. Now they remember the importance of having medical history in times of emergency, which is something that needs to change. Because so now when you look at all these things that I've mentioned, right from the data systems being paper-based, being fragmented, Africans being so reactive with their healthcare, and systems being facility-based, is that the information is not accessible when it is needed. And this scenario is not good at all, because I believe that access to medical history is very important in making life-saving decisions. And then you also have the issue of inaccurate data. So something happened to me recently where I got a problem, and I started feeling a paralysis sensation in my jaw. Instantly, I just, freaked out, got scared. And that's also another problem. Africans don't like visiting hospitals. They fear hospitals, and I'm one of those people. Though obviously I'm going to advocate for that to be different. Yeah. So I felt a paralysis sensation in my jaw. This is about a month and a half ago. And I went to a clinic, and now they proceed to say, oh, you have a paralysis sensation. That means that you have a nerve damage. Now that means that either there's a muscle that's torn, or there's a bone that's, not structured right. And then they ended up charging me for x-rays. I did an x-ray of the elbow, I did an x-ray of the head, I did an x-ray of the back, the full back, I did an x-ray of the shoulder. And yeah, they went on to tell me that my bones, my jaw bones were too clenched, too close to each other. And they put me on a very intense treatment plan that actually made me feel like the world was about to end. Yeah, so I was thinking, God, come on, you can't give me this amazing idea and then just out of the blue give me a very weird disease, because they blew it out of proportion in my mind. And then after a month of treatment, there was no difference. There was no difference. So that's when I rushed to a pharmacy, because I felt like my ears were getting completely blocked. So I rushed to a pharmacy, and the pharmacist proceeded to giving me eardrops. And I thought the eardrops were working until I realized that they were actually not. So then I visited an ENT doctor, and upon visiting him, he told me, I think you have a problem with your nerves and you need to go to Kampala
Is
at
it
this
on?
hospital to
Prince, is it on?
yeah, at this hospital to check your nerves in the head for a scan. And then someone gave me their contact of an ENT doctor. And they just told me, no, those guys that are referring you to different places to have all these scans, they just want to make money out of you. So eventually I visited this ENT doctor that had been recommended, and all they did was checking my ears. And they told me, checking my ears and checking my nose as well, because it was an ENT issue. And they told me that I had allergies. But then that's the problem, that without proper follow-up, without a proper data system, what happens is healthcare providers misdiagnose intentionally because they know that they can profit from it. So not having a healthcare data system that even has continuity of care leads to inaccurate data. For example, our government has paper-based recording tool that integrates a patient's medical records, although they are now in the process of digitalizing that. But even if you digitalize something that is inaccurate, you are still, on the wrong path. So I believe that we need to put into consideration the accuracy of the data, because in my case, that means that the information that they're going to forward to the government is actually inaccurate data, because the government isn't going to sit me down and ask me, okay, you went to this place and they told you you had paralysis in the jaw and it was a nerve problem. Was that right? Because it wasn't. And it's only until I met this final doctor that did a very simple quick check and for very little money, and I was fine. And something that seemed so scary and so blown out of proportion in my head suddenly became very simple because I met the right doctor that actually knew what they were doing. But then that's the question now, that to get to the right person, you pass through a number of people that are just giving you the wrong information. And even when you get to the right person, now you have a trail of inaccurate data against your name because there is no proper follow-up. Yeah, which is something that needs to change. So we need to look at the accuracy of the data. How can we make it more accurate? And then all that I've mentioned, the paper-based, the current situation of healthcare data systems also leads to healthcare data poverty. And healthcare data poverty, simply put, is the inability of a population to benefit from the insights that would have come from the data that has been collected, either at an individual level, but also at the level of the population. Because I think you know that right now there's a high level of antibiotic resistance. And there's also, so that kind of scenario cannot be understood just looking at an individual's data. Those are the kind of scenarios that can better be understood when you look at the data of a population, which is something that is probably being done now by the government. But then, like I said, yes, it's being done, but with inaccurate traces of data, which is something that needs to be changed. There's poverty, but then there's poverty in every sector. And when we talk about data in the healthcare sector, there's poverty there in the sense that policies that could have come out of analyzing data cannot even be made. Drugs that could have been researched about because of the information that comes from it cannot be realized. So misdiagnosis, inaccessibility of the data of the medical history leads to misdiagnosis, inaccurate data, and healthcare data poverty. And yeah, so the future of healthcare data systems, what I see, what I hope that we're going to have is a Pan-African vision. And for me now, my story keeps changing, and the way I pitch my medicals now keeps changing as well. If you ask me now, I'm saying I am building a Pan-African approach to healthcare data systems. And I think that's exactly what it needs to be. And for it to be Pan-African, we need to have it as patient-centric as possible. We need to involve the people. We need to involve the patients. The beauty in involving patients is that there's continuity of care. There's follow-up. So when you follow up, you know that the data is going to be accurate, because then they'll tell you, oh, this medicine worked for me. This one gave me a bad reaction, as opposed to taking on these medications and then just dropping them there without any documentation on how did you feel when you were using this medication. Yeah, so but also in that, so what we have in the healthcare data world is electronic medical records, which is a clinic or a hospital capturing a patient's medical information specifically for their facility. And then there's electronic health records. So electronic health records, I haven't heard of any in Uganda, but what they do is integrate a patient's medical information from everywhere. And this is something that's common in the West, in the USA, in Europe, it's there as well, where it doesn't matter which hospital you go to, your information is going to be there. So there's going to be follow-up, yeah, which is something that we do not have in Uganda or in Africa as I continue to learn. So we need to collaborate. We need to collaborate not just as healthcare facilities, but we need to include the patients. There needs to be a way that we can share information, because what happens is most healthcare facilities hold on to patients' data, hold on to patients' medical history, and you become hostage to that hospital, because at the end of the day, it plays into your brain, it plays into your psychology, and you're thinking, I can't go anywhere else because this hospital is the one that knows everything that's to do with my medical history. But I believe that needs to change. We need to have a mindset of collaboration. Currently in Uganda, that concept is very, 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 it's a myth, yeah? Rather than collaborate, people would rather, plot against you. They would rather try to sabotage whatever you're doing. But I hope the future of healthcare will reach to a point where we are working together. And I love, getting into this space, you learn a lot. And I've come to learn that there are networks that are happening now, healthcare networks that are happening to sort of take away that mindset of that one African, that needs to make it to the top. That one healthcare data system that needs to make it to the top. That one telemedicine system that needs to make it to the top. I
Has
believe,
so much to share.
yeah. Has my time run out?
Don't
Sorry,
worry.
I can babble all
Yes.
day.
Don't worry. I'm gonna have you invited for a podcast. So we will talk about this for a very long time. You have a long form conversation on it. I see that it's something you care so much about. So we will do
Yeah,
it
yeah,
in another forum. Okay?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
All right, sure.
Now we transition to praying.
Okay, thank you so much for having me, Tom Chris, and congratulations on beating this world record.
Thank you. Thank you, Geraldine.
All right.
Pastor Prince.
Yes, sir. My brother, how are you doing?
I almost can't recognize you.
I also can't because now you are, a global icon, a record breaker.
Your chicks are busting, eh?
How are you holding up, bro? How are you holding up, Tom?
The Lord is my strength.
Hallelujah. You know, you deserve
Yeah.
a salute, a whole ovation. I mean,
Thank you.
congrats. I believe you've heard it over and over, but
Thank
this will
you.
go down in history, and we will all cite it in our, future speaking engagements, cite you as an example, and all that. So kudos, great job to you and the team.
And now you're part of the history.
Happy to be.
Yeah.
Happy to be.
All right. Are you back? Are you back in Ghana?
Not really. So, done with my program officially, but my graduation is a few months from now, about 3 months from now. So I
Okay.
want to get that done, and then I
Yeah.
return home.
No problem.
Yeah.
All right. So, how's the wifey?
By God's grace, the family is good. All is well. It's been an
Yeah.
incredible 1 year. Of course, not all rosy. Someone said rightly that, easy things do not inspire. And
Yeah.
that's exactly what you're doing. We do it because it's difficult, it's hard, to inspire others. And going to pursue higher education in the United Kingdom for a year was one of the, it sounds, like a very beautiful opportunity, which it is, but, it becomes also a bit tough when family is involved, especially when, you have a young family. But thanks
Little
be
ones.
to God, yes, it's been a fantastic, experience. Thanks to God, thanks to the family themselves, and the support system that we have back home, and it's one of the things that we usually take for granted, but Africa is blessed with a sense of community. And I pray a day does not come when we lose that, as a people, that support system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, please introduce yourself and we will roll.
Yes, glad to. Yes, so Prince Edward Pia is my name. I am a development professional, founder of a nonprofit organization, 1 Billion Africa. That is a nonprofit movement that inspires and empowers young people across Africa, including Africans in the diaspora, to identify problems within their communities on the continent and turn a problem each into a project. And over the years, we've had a very, very, inspiring journey. I'm sure maybe if time allows, I'll be able to share some. But yes, I am a recent graduate at the University of Sussex Institute of Development Studies as a Chief Scholar. And so for the past 1 year, I've been in the United Kingdom. Totally great experience. Over the years as well, I've had the opportunity to lead a number of teams. I'm a leadership trainer, a leadership speaker, And we've had the opportunity to work with several teams in Africa, in Ghana, across a number of countries. And we're committed to problem solving, so for the past 10 years, that's what we have done, speaking at events, engaging at grassroots level, problem solving, empowering young people to do same. And thankfully, it's been an inspiring journey. So basically, that's it. I am also an author of 2 books on leadership, because that's where the passion really is. So basically, that's it about Prince.
Wonderful. Okay, so for our conversation, we'll be talking about the scholarship. All right.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, what is it? How do people apply, and how do people get in?
Yes. So I'm happy that amongst the billion things we could have spoken about, you requested that we talk about the scholarship. And before I
Yeah.
even delve into it, Tom, this journey we are on is a marathon. As your team keeps saying, this, even we can use the Guinness World Record as a good example. It's a whole marathon. It's
Yeah.
not a sprint. And so I believe it must be done. It must be done well. And if we will use this whole Guinness World Record attempt as an analogy, I believe you guys sat to think through what exactly will take to take you to the finish line. And
Absolutely. Yeah.
one of the ways we see that you guys did that and did that well is look at the timer. 83 hours. That is super inspiring. So if it must be done, it must be done well. And I believe if it's Fred Swanika that said rightly that development is not a short-term game, so if you really want to go far, you want to build the right capacity that will help you, to go all the way. And so you don't do 6 hours all pumped up, 6 hours, and then you say, no, we can't do this again. So building the capacity is very important, which is how come I'm happy to speak about the Achieving Scholarship, which is one of the many scholarship opportunities out there available for young people, and Achieving Scholarship is one that is provided by the UK government, Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. And it's a fully funded scholarship to undertake a 1-year master's course in any UK university, and there are hundreds of UK universities, and so they give you the opportunity to go to the one of your choice. What they are looking for really is the Achieving Scholarship is looking for outstanding emerging leaders. So those that say that, there's going to be a crop of people leading the African continent in the future, and I'm a part of that. So if you see yourself as a future leader, that is what they are looking for this scholarship. So basically, that's what the Achieving Scholarship is about in a nutshell.
Okay. So, I guess the question that people will have is, how do you respond to the answers?
Yes, so I must say it's a very competitive scholarship by the UK government, and like I said, it's fully funded from flight to living expenses to everything. So every year, I think over 50,000 plus, if I have my numbers right. Yes, 70 during my batch, about 71,000 people applied, and then they select about 1.5%. So they have 4 main questions that they require for people to respond to. And there's a question on leadership. So there's a leadership question, there's a question on networking, how you are able to network, okay? Networking and relationship building. There's a question on why you want to study in the UK. And then the last question has to do with your career plan. Like I said, they're looking for future leaders, so they want to have an idea of who you are. So I don't know if you would want me to go through each and every one of them, Tom.
Okay.
Yes. So for the leadership and influence essay, which is, like I said, 4 main essays. The first one has to do with leadership and influence. They want to know what you have been doing with regards to your leadership. And it's not all about, yes, I led this big organization. If you are a student, what have you been able to do in school? Were you able to mobilize students to take a particular action? Were you able to lead your class or join a team? And you see, leadership is not all about being in front. You can even be a good team player. It's part of leadership. So all the examples, all the experiences that you have, in the arenas of leadership, from your school, your workplace, your church, your community, wherever, you can share that leadership example in that first essay. And so, for example, what Tom, you were doing is a very good leadership example. If you were looking at achieving scholarship, you can write a whole paragraph on this whole journey, and it will, I'm sure, the reviewers will be very pleased. So that is the leadership essay. The next one has to do with relationship building. Every year, Chibunin gathers about 1,500 emerging leaders from across the world, to come to the UK. And whilst you are here, there are events where you get to meet. I've been part of almost all the major events, and at each event, there are about 1,500 emerging leaders from across the world, every continent that you can think of. And they want you to come and be able to network, be able to engage in conversations with others, introduce yourself to others, tell them what you're doing, share your experiences. So they ask about, how you are able to network, how you are able to build relationships practically, so that when they give you the scholarship, you do not find yourself wanting. The next question that they ask is why study in the UK amongst across the world where you can pursue higher education? Why have you decided to study in the UK and not any other country? And so you have to justify that. You have to tell them. In fact, for the scholarship, you have to choose 3 schools. So, for example, if Tom, you're in the education sector, edutech, so you look for schools that are doing have specialized in your field. So you look for 3 of them with regards to the program you want to do, and then you write about them, convince the Chivening Secretariat why you want to study in the UK, and why the schools and why the course that you've chosen. The last one has to be your career plan. In the next 5 years, where do you see yourself? In the next 10 years, where do you see yourself? So your short-term career plan, your mid-term career plan, your long-term career plan, you want to tell them about it. And basically, these are the four main essays that they ask people to respond to. And I must say that the views that I'm sharing do not in any way represent or reflect the views of the Chivening Secretariat formally, or the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. I'm happy to share exactly from my experiences. Yeah. Yeah, so those are the 4 main areas they want you to write on: leadership, networking, why the UK, and then your career plan.
Wonderful. Don't mind me. It's been a long day, brother.
I mean, totally understandable. It's great and it's inspiring.
By the
Yeah.
way, how was your experience of the UK?
So it's been a big year, I must say. Whilst in Ghana, whilst on the continent, some of the things we love to do, explore, attend events, attend summits, travel, and all that. And I must say, by God's grace, I've had a very, very big year. When I was coming, I decided to take advantage of every single opportunity. And where do I even start from? Academic wise, it's been amazing. I studied at the Institute of Development Studies, which happens to be the world's #1 school, ranked #1 in the world for development studies for the past 8 years straight. So they must be doing something right. I'm happy to be affiliated, done my program at IDS. It's been an experience. We were practicing development in Ghana without the grassroots and the research, understanding the theoretical basis behind some of the projects that we were running and so on and so forth. But thankfully, I've been able to have that experience studying development studies in the UK. So that's the academic side. In terms of networking, oh my God. Whilst in Ghana, we followed summit like the London School of Economics Summit, Oxford Africa Conference, and all that. Thankfully, I was able to participate, in these summits, travel to Glasgow for, conferences, as well as some other European countries. So in terms of networking, it's also been amazing. Being able to connect with a number of people from across the world, my peers, fellow scholars, like myself within the UK, amazing people that are going to be the future leaders of their various countries. And I've been able to have that I call it a big year. It's been my big year,
Are you going to take your wife to the place?
I'll pretend as if I didn't hear that. Can you ask that again?
The way you're bubbling, it seems like you don't want to come home again.
Oh no, Africa is home. Africa is home. So, Ghana is home. So, if we're here, what we're doing, like I told you, is to build capacity, to gather the network, to build that experience after giving to our community for over a decade, So
When were you
as of,
ordained?
say again,
When were you ordained?
when was I ordained?
Mm.
Oh, I love the sharp shift. When was this? 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
I didn't know. I only knew Mash recently.
Oh yes. There are things that we do share widely out there, but there are things that we also want to grow into. And we all know we have callings upon our lives and all that. So, in fact, for church, we have been doing this serving since we were teenagers, right up until now. So, we thank God for the opportunity to do His work. So, one great thing is that I happened to be leading a branch of our church whilst I was in Ghana, and we set up a branch here in the UK, and I happened to be leading that branch in London, which has been amazing by God's grace.
Congratulations.
Yeah, glory be to God. Thank you.
Okay, so
Yeah.
let me ask you more questions since you still have some time.
Yes, yes. And I mean, if you want me to go on, I can go on and go on, but you are the interviewer, so we're following your leading.
Yeah. So what is like, like they say in the news, what's trending?
In the UK, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Well, I don't follow the news so much, I must tell you that. But of course, for major events, we read around it and all that. And traveling and staying for this long in the UK, I noticed that, every country have their own issues they are dealing with. Um, the
Yeah.
economy is not, what the people of the United Kingdom are expecting. So in the news, in their parliament, their talks here and there. So every day, the prime minister is trending, and yeah. So I mean, with regards to news, when it comes to the political arena, there's a whole lot going on, but I must tell you, like I said, I'm not following so much. But of course, globally, we all know the US elections is upcoming, and it's been
Yeah.
interesting following
Very
Donald
interesting.
President Trump and Kamala Harris. It's been interesting.
Very, very interesting.
Maybe you want to tell me what's happening in Ghana or Nigeria.
Nothing. Ghana is quiet. Ghana is quiet.
Yeah.
But it seems like this year the election is not that hot in Ghana.
Really? Because I know
Oh
people are
yeah.
protesting here and there.
Oh well, it wasn't that hot. It wasn't. Am I wrong?
No, it's
Yeah.
gonna happen 7th December, right?
Yeah.
By November, that's in the bus.
Yeah. Maybe from
Yeah,
next week.
Very likely. I mean, Ghana being Ghana,
Yeah. From
there's
next
gonna
week.
be tension everywhere. But it's all great. And like I said, it's very important to build capacity in these things, especially if you're passionate about it. That's gonna be my advice. This journey is a long one,
Yeah.
Tom. It's a long
I hear
one.
you. I
What
hear you.
say again?
I hear you.
What I was doing was, I studied computer science. I believe maybe I've mentioned it to you before, but
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. And in my final year, in school, we started 1 Billion Africa because whilst I was in school, I was also volunteering to rural communities, engaging in, development work. So we switched from computer science straight into projects, social impact, entrepreneurship without having that academic backing. But thankfully, we've been able to cover it up a bit, though we're not done. You can never outgrow learning,
You did a master's in Ghana, huh?
Yes, I did a master's at the University of Ghana Business School in organizational leadership and corporate governance.
And now you have another.
Yes, in development studies.
Okay. Collecting the degrees.
It's more like
Nice.
building the capacity.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, as I said before when we met, when I started my operation, there were people I know that these ones they are heading in the right direction. you know. Well, I've told you everything already, so you know all those secrets already.
Maybe I've forgotten.
Oh, you can't forget those kinds of words. Those kinds of words, you don't forget them.
I know, I'm just
Because
pulling your legs. I'm just
I
pulling
know,
your.
I know.
It's a mutual feeling, Tom. I remember, I don't know if you remember, I don't know which year this was, but it was at the Efua Sutherland Park. 2014, I think it was at Na Akle Okansi's
Yeah,
Reach Out World Outreach Program. We met, and I think we
yeah,
were returning back from the event.
yeah,
I mean, we've been at the grassroots, bro, and God has been
yeah,
good.
yeah. I remember. I remember clearly. I
Absolutely.
remember clearly.
Absolutely.
Well,
And if I look at your journey and your work with Ready for Work, epic, 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 epic. Like I told you,
we
you
haven't
know,
started.
and I love that
We
spirit.
haven't
That's
started.
it. It's
Yeah,
not a sprint.
we haven't started. But we will start. Yeah,
Yeah, I
we
love
will
it.
start. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. And we're looking for when Ready for Work launches in the other 53 African countries.
It will happen.
And there's
From your
massive
lips,
impact,
from your
and there's
lips
a
to God's ears.
and there's a Ready for Work summit,
Yeah,
somewhere in,
yeah,
in in Kigali or Nairobi
yeah,
or Johannesburg, and
yeah,
Tom is giving the keynote speech and giving this Guinness World Record example. Man,
yeah,
we are
yeah,
just starting.
yeah. Flesh and blood has not revealed it to you, by my
Oh yeah,
spirit.
yeah.
By my spirit, says God. From
Amen.
your lips to
Amen.
the ears of the Almighty.
Yeah.
Brother, let me allow you to make better use of the rest of the evening. I know we have a lot to do,
Bro.
and definitely, our journey, our story, our destiny is just beginning, and it will shine bright, and the people will see, and those who believe, they will testify that they knew from the very beginning. So, yeah, where you are is where you're supposed to be.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the kind words. My mentor, Dr. Miles Monroe, said that, you will become what you are becoming right now. So stop hoping for things you're not working on. And when you see potential, you see it. When you see an emerging leader, you see it. You can plot the graph and see where the graph is headed, you know. And once we are also people of the faith that we believe God will keep, because that's the most important thing, good health, right? To keep on
Yep,
building
yep.
our idea. So with all those being equal, once we plot the graph, we see where we're headed. And bro, not to flatter you, I know I've mentioned this to you before. Your work is inspiring, and I would always encourage you to keep on keeping on, not to give up hope. And like you said yourself, one of the things that we emerging leaders forget is that people are watching, and people are being inspired by every single thing we do. One time I was in, and maybe I should mention the story. One time I was in Johannesburg. No, the meeting happened in Pretoria, South Africa, and someone told me that 1 billion Africa inspired him to start a project in his community. And I'm like, hold on a minute. I thought we were just, passionate young guys doing our thing in the streets of Hacho and University of Ghana campus and, at G&T in Eastern region, Shidiem in a Hafu region. I thought we were just doing our thing, There was this lady also that in Kenya messaged us and told us that, this project, this vision inspired me to start a mentorship project in my community. So, like I said, you never know. People are watching. If I had not met this guy in Pretoria and this lady had not messaged me from Kenya, we would never know. So once we're doing a good work, don't worry. I believe when the Ready for Work Summit is coming, someone will just apply with a testimonial, and that's when they will tell you
Yeah.
how you
I
impacted.
hear you, brother. I hear you. I hear you very well.
Yeah.
I hear you. All right. Have a nice one, brother.
Okay, bro. All the best. I wish you all the best. And
Thank
like
you.
I said, kudos to the team, and we're cheering you on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening. So good to see you. Okay. Finally.
Looks like you are.
I know, right? Oh, love my God.
Double check, sound check, please. Sound check, let's check this.
Justice, all right?
Let's roll. 3, 2. Let's hold that one. Get your weight right now. Right now. Three, 2, 1.
Hello. So good to see you.
An amazing job so far. I'm
Thank
happy
you.
to be here.
Thank you so much. Have you been in Ghana all the while? Oh, yeah?
Can you imagine? It's been 11 years.
Wow. Impressive. Okay, so where do we begin? For the love of fufu. I
Hey.
still remember. Do you still do the program?
So we haven't done one in like a year, but there is one that's supposed to be coming up. So yeah, it's still happening.
Right. I remember You were working with the embassy before, so you no longer work with them.
Never with the embassy, but I was with USAID.
USAID, yeah.
And I'm not with them anymore, no.
Okay.
Even though I miss them dearly.
I know. I remember you and Amma, well, is she still with them?
She is.
Okay. I know, right?
So creative.
It's been too long. I haven't seen her, but I see her on social media. Yeah.
You should connect. There's some synergies with the work for sure.
Is she connected to Yali?
Yes.
Okay. Is she the director?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. So tell me, what is For the Love of Fufu?
So For the Love of Fufu was essentially a social experiment
Right.
created.
Right.
And the whole idea started from two different places.
Okay.
One place it started from was every year I would have a weekend-long birthday celebration.
Right.
And everyone would always leave with a new friend. And that friend would be somebody that they felt like they would have never met them had they not come to my birthday celebration.
Mm-hmm.
And there was something that they just shared in common, something so fun or beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
So there were love connections that were made, there were lasting friendships that were made.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody said, you should really like make this an event. And I said, well, why? And they said, because, you know, oftentimes in Ghana, we tend to only hang with people from the schools that we went to,
Yeah.
the university that we went to, and we don't cross-pollinate. But you don't adhere to that, Erica, and you force us to cross-pollinate. So
Right.
because of that, I met this really cool person, and now we're really good friends. So that's one side of how it came to be.
Right.
The other side of how it came to be is I went through a devastating breakup.
Mm.
And I lost one of my best friends, and the guy I was dating at the time to one another. Yeah, we'll save that story for another day.
Right.
And I remember I was just like, oh, man, at a very low point in life. And I went to the States and I was celebrating the New Year's in New Orleans with a group of 10 ladies. And I felt God saying to me, like, start this venture, bring people together. There's
Right.
more than one way for people to connect.
Right.
And I was sitting there and I was talking with the girls, none of whom had been to Ghana, and they all loved it. And they were like, you have to do this. And then one of the girls sitting there said, and oh my gosh, call it For the Love of Fufu. And I was
Wow.
like, oh wow, that has something.
Yeah.
And so we called it that. But the whole idea was always around how do we start having conversations
Mm-hmm.
that you can't have at home?
Mm.
How do you start having conversations that you're told to shh
Mm.
around?
Right.
Like, don't tell anybody you feel like that or that you want that.
Right.
And when she said For the
That
Love
sounds like a song, eh?
exactly. When she said For the Love of Fufu, the only thing I could think about is when you gather with a group of friends
Mm-hmm.
and you get around the asanga, like the bowl
Right.
of fufu,
Right.
anything goes.
Mm.
When the hands are in the bowl together, like everybody's talking shit. They're talking politics, they're
Mhm.
talking religion, they're talking about their mamas, their daddies, they're talking about, you know, everything,
Every topic
relationship
is
problems.
right.
And then they chew the meat, they wash their hands,
Mm-hmm.
and they leave. But in that moment when they were sharing from that same bowl, there was solidarity
Mm.
and nothing was off limits.
Right.
And so, yeah, For the Love of Fufu came to stay.
Impressive. Okay. So you registered it as an NGO or a side hustle or
At the time, it was just side hustle.
okay.
And so what I would do was I would always partner with somebody else who was registered.
Right.
So it's registered in the States because I thought I would do apparel and things like that on the US side.
Right.
But in Ghana, every venture that was done in a partnership.
Right.
Yeah.
Impressive. Okay, so what do you do now?
So now, interestingly enough, I help people deepen their physical and emotional intimacy with themselves and with their
Wow.
partners. So
As a relationship coach.
yeah, exactly. Intimacy.
So your friend gave you a gift.
She gave me a huge gift. Well, exactly. That's funny.
Because that's how you found your passion.
Yeah, it is. It was layered in pain,
Right.
for sure.
Do you know, is it Chinese, they say from pain comes gift?
I haven't heard that one before,
I'm
though.
not sure I'm getting the construction right, but you know, before the gift comes out, there's some level of pain that you have to go through. Okay.
Some pressure, right? They say to
Yeah,
see the
pressure.
best
Yeah.
part of a diamond, it has
Yeah.
to go through intense
Yeah.
pressure.
Yeah. What video? Okay, so now so if somebody is looking to get married or find a love life, you know, you connect them together. I
Not
should have come to.
intentionally.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that I'm a matchmaker, even though I have to help some folks in that area.
Right.
But I would say I'm more on there's different spectrums, right? Let's
Right.
say that you're single and you think you're ready to be in a relationship,
Right.
but there's something holding you back.
Okay.
Maybe you're scared or you're afraid or you don't feel that you're the right weight or you're
Right.
the right height or
Right.
you feel inadequate in some way. Then we can work through that because that's rooted in something that's probably been a past experience or something that someone said to you that
Okay.
has left some like residual pain.
Right.
Let's say you are a couple and you're considering getting married.
Okay.
We can also have a conversation around, all right, so instead of going for maybe marriage counseling in a church, you'll come to me.
Wow.
Yeah, and it'd feel kind of the same, but let's just say I talk about maybe some topics that not all churches are willing to dive
Right.
into.
Right.
And then if you're married and you're facing issues, you can also come to me.
Mhm.
If you're in a relationship, but maybe something's happening and you realize like you need to grow in a particular area, you can also come to me. So there's no right or wrong modality of when you can seek my service.
So what do you call yourself then?
Intimacy coach.
Okay. Not a counselor.
No.
Okay. What's the difference?
I would say that oftentimes when people are seeking a counselor, they're looking for console, like you're almost looking for comfort. As a coach, when you walk into a relationship with me, you're going to be in a talk and experiential practice. So I like to call that my relationship lab. So talk in the sense of when you go to a counselor or a therapist, you're talking about the things that have happened. And they are advising you on, okay, well, if that happens again, how can you process it? How can you release it? How can you try to make sure that thing doesn't happen again? Which is great. But nobody's actually saying, and try this on.
Mhm.
And so the experiential side of working with me is we try things on together. So I will guide you and teach you how to, for example, state a boundary. Now you know how to do it. That's great. But
Yeah.
you have no idea how it's going to be received in the world.
Right.
Well, you get to practice with me. And you get to see, does that boundary land well with me? Do I push back on your boundary? How does that feel? How did it feel to see how I received it? How did it feel to hear my boundaries?
So mentally or emotionally or physically?
All, but physically, there's a very, very, very clear boundary on
Right.
my work. And that boundary is that it is a close-on practice. So
Okay.
there's never any touch or anything like that with your clothes off. And there's never any touch in practice with me and my practice. Now,
Obviously, with the couple will do their thing.
exactly. Or should we not say it? Okay. Okay. I mean, I think it's late enough, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. No. So we are not.
You know, I was gonna buy actual wine because this conversation needs wine.
It does, but
Yeah.
maybe we should stick to coffee.
Okay. I've drank enough today.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's okay. We can have the wine
Yeah.
once you conquer this goal.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's different, but It's more impactful because now you've done it, you said it, you've tried it, and then you feel more empowered to actually take it out into the world.
Interesting. How long have you been doing this?
4 years.
Did you receive like additional training or your own personal discovery?
No, so I received additional training and I'm certified in the technique.
Okay.
And I am now also a faculty member of the institute that I did my certification from,
Right.
which is the #1 institute in the US for people who are interested in becoming sex and relationship coaches.
Okay.
The reason I did that, because I know a lot of people are self-proclaimed.
Yeah.
And the reason I did that was because at the time when I launched For the Love of Fufu, our first event was Indulge and Play.
Mm.
And after that event, I ended up doing lots of media, lots of radio, lots of late night television. And I was in therapy from the trauma of the breakup. And my therapist said to me, Erica, everything you're saying is really good, but make sure you don't bring any unintentional harm.
Mm.
And I was like, well, I'm just sharing about communication and how to talk through relationships. There's no harm in that. And then one night I was on a television program and there was a gentleman on it as well. And he said something so damaging. And it was a comment directed at Christian women. And I did not take it lightly. I was so angry and upset that he could use that type of platform to promote something so harmful.
Mm.
And that's when I realized what my therapist meant when she said unintentional harm. Because he didn't intend for it to be perceived as negative. He
Yeah.
thought it was a statement of empowerment.
Mhm.
And it was a way to guide Christian women to hold on to their virginity. But instead, it was a very damning statement. And so when I had that experience, I realized, no, I want to have training in this because I want to avoid that.
All right.
And so I sought out a training during COVID
Mhm.
and went through it and then realized that like working with people, their emotions, their wounds, their trauma, their shame, you have to really know how to hold space
Right.
because all of that that you have and all of that that they have, at some point, it's going to step on each other's feet. It's going to come up. It's going to impact the coaching relationship. So then I continued on and did the certification as well to really make sure that I could show up in the right way.
So, have you always known your career would take this turn, or it just happened?
I think I always had an idea because growing up, I was always, sex peer educator. And in college, they called it kind of the sex liaison. So I always had like condoms in my room and people could come and grab them
Right.
and that sort of thing. And I feel like everybody has always come to me for relationship advice.
Right.
And I am the most single friend that a person will have. So I'm always like, why are you coming to me? Like, I'm the one that wants to just celebrate singleness. And they're like, because you have this wisdom. And so I knew there was
You were meant to
something.
do this.
Yeah, I just didn't know it would look like this.
Right.
Yeah. Like, I guess for you, when you started everything, did you
Yeah.
know it would look this way?
Yes and no.
Mhm.
I knew that if I have money, it would look like this.
Ah,
Yeah,
okay.
because I had a picture in my mind.
You have that vision.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Beautiful.
yeah. Everything here, or there are a few that are missing,
Mhm.
but I've always had all of this in my mind.
Wow.
Yeah.
How does that feel today to like see it actualized?
Well, at the period, it was like I've always been in it, just like this.
Mhm.
You know, I haven't actually celebrated this because I've been here before.
So
Yeah.
you've already felt this experience.
Yeah, I see it. It happens,
Mhm.
then I act it out.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it becomes pressure for me.
Like, why haven't you done this thing that I've shown you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like to see the thing happen,
Mhm.
then I role play it.
In real time.
Yeah. So so that's why sometimes it's like I live in my head a lot because before anything, before I do the major thing,
Yeah.
I have to see. If I can't see it, I can't do it.
It's like you don't have the permission to move forward.
You know?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
Even the New York Times Square featuring, I
Mhm.
had already seen it before. I saw it 1 year.
Before it happened.
Yeah. And I
So-
told my guy, my video guy, put this in. He was surprised. Why we put? I said, put it there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And look, it
And it
was
happened.
right there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Most of the things that have happened in my life,
Mhm.
but the kind of people I work with, like the only ones I don't see is the ones that turn out to become maybe mistake or
Okay.
yeah.
Then the others are premonitions. The gift.
I know. I see things before they happen.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hopefully just good things.
Yeah, good, mostly good things.
Okay, good.
Mostly. Okay, speak more words. So now, now you have all these clients coming to you, and okay. So who's the who's your client that was in a wrong place and came to you? You don't have to mention name, of course.
Mhm.
And you help them, and now they are very happy together.
Okay, let me think about that. Okay. Okay. So there was a couple that I worked with that was in a very polarizing place. So they were an older couple, and there was a lot of, okay, we're older, we're doing this, but like we want to do this.
Yeah.
And basically they decided that they would wait to have sex until they were married.
Okay.
Cool, no problem. Then they got married, and when they got married, they were not able to consummate the marriage because she was menstruating.
Mm.
And then he traveled. And then finally they were together and they consummated the
Tension.
marriage, and it did not
Oh,
go
well.
well at all. And so now you have this brand new marriage that's seeped in disappointment because, like, you're supposed to be the sexual being. I've waited all this time. What happened? And it's like, well, I don't know what happened. Like, my body's not showing up. I can't explain it. And so now you have the man feeling a sense of rejection and the woman feeling a sense of disappointment in herself. And so um, I worked with the woman, and the husband would show up to support, but she wanted to do the journey by herself
Okay.
because she really started to believe that there was something intrinsically wrong with her. And deep down, she really thought maybe it meant they weren't supposed to be married because her body didn't respond the way she thought it would. And as we worked together, we just came to realize that there was some trauma. There was a traumatic situation that had happened. And once she entered that situation with her husband, her body remembered that trauma.
Mm.
And so I had to work with her for her body to understand that it was safe, that it was in a trusted place, that she hadn't left her body, that she could trust herself. And it took time and layers. And then with them as a couple, I helped them also reconfigure what touch should look like. Because previously, once they were married, touch equated to a penetrative experience.
Mm.
So I'm being touched and it's going to lead to penetration, which meant her body automatically shut down because it was trying to protect her.
Mm.
So we had to start introducing touch so the body wouldn't think penetration was coming.
Right.
So the body could start to learn to trust that this arousal was allowed to be there.
It's normal.
It's normal. And that there won't be any pain, there won't be any non-consensual touch. It could be trusted. And so we just had to start with silly, fun things. And then we moved into actually her asking for the type of touch she wanted and her and him giving it to her. No questions asked other than softer, harder, Does this feel good for you? But not, I know you like it like this. Did it? No, like literally giving her exactly what
Oh,
she
sure.
asked for. And then all was well, and all is still well.
That's interesting. And funny enough, a lot of relationships that have had problem may be as simple as that.
It could be, I mean, it could be other things as well, but normally a lot of our relationship problems are seeped in a past experience,
Yeah, it's
either
true.
from childhood or from a previous relationship.
It's true. Self-love on flick. Okay. Interesting. Well, you have a lot of clients here because what you're doing, I haven't seen many people do the same in a bold way, the way you're doing it. So, and sometimes when people think something is a taboo, they secretly want it, just not bold
part.
enough to admit it.
That part.
Yeah.
And it's so interesting how much we can be driven by that desire to want that thing that someone says we shouldn't have.
Well, I think you will be successful in your field.
I hope so.
Yeah. Yeah, because many families and couples, from what I've seen around, they need those conversations. Sometimes they don't have the conversation, and sometimes it's hard in ways that are not cordial enough. Well, what do I know? I only know student entrepreneurship week.
Yeah, but you are still in relationship daily.
Maybe.
Your relationship with your students, your relationship with those that are showing up to help, your relationship with the businesses that sponsor,
Yeah.
the speakers you have. And I think that's the other side that we don't pay attention to.
Mm.
Is all of that weight we carry impacts those relationships as well.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Energy, pressure, imbalance of breath. Yeah. So that's why you need to have a way to channel the wrong energy out
Yeah.
and then breathe. Do you know about breath work?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You know how you can release toxins from your body just breathing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You do that for your clients?
Some, not all.
Okay.
And I do it a little bit differently than how it's taught in a lot of like sports practices and
Okay.
also yoga.
Yeah.
So they tend to tell you, breathe in through your mouth, out through your nose, or reverse in through your nose, out through your mouth, sort of thing. But the breath that I do is more about awakening kind of like your chakra system, or I like to say like your meridians. And what we do is we breathe first into our chest, which is essentially to your heart,
Right.
and then into your belly,
Yeah.
which is your solar plexus, and then down into your genitals,
Right.
which is
The
your
energy system.
yes. And so the idea is when you can actually move that breath, and I do it in a way where you're breathing in through your mouth, like you're sucking through a straw, so like a, and then out through your mouth. And the goal is you breathe first to your chest, then to your belly, then down to your genitals. And you work that breath and you see if you can actually get down into your genitals. And once you can, I'll tell people, like try to hold it as if you have to pee and you have to pee, but you don't have access to.
I haven't done that before.
Okay. Yeah. So it's a different type of breath.
Okay.
And you should start to feel some awakening. And what you do when you feel that awakening, because you have to exhale. The idea is that you allow that energy to move through you, because too often we penalize our sexual energy. We're taught to penalize our sexual energy.
Mm.
You know, as a man, you're told you can't have an erection 24/7. You can't walk around just being hard. People will look at you funny. Or you're told, another negative thing that a lot of men are told is, go out and have sex with whoever you want. And
Mm.
even though that might be something some men desire, it may not be something that another man
Yeah,
desires.
because it's horrible.
Right. And then it's like, but there's this pressure that I have to do this. And so it's like you stop trusting that power of that arousal. And as women, a lot of women are told that like sex is not for you. It's for your husband, it's for the man. Or they're told, you have to be a good girl. And good girls don't do this or this or this. And so they start shutting down and repressing that sexual energy. And then when they feel it, they don't know what to do with it. And so it ends up trapped in their genitals. And then it's like overwhelming pressure. And that's where you see premature ejaculation. That's where you see women not wanting to be touched at all because the energy is too strong and too much that they feel broken. Or you see people being hypersexual because they still just don't know what to do with that energy. So this breath brings in this really gentle way of you being able to really feel the dynamic energy that exists inside of you and move it through your body, because that is your creativity, that is your spontaneity, that is your joy, that is your love. It's a
Interesting.
beautiful source of energy, and it's not meant to be quieted.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are going to school.
Let's go together.
Oh man. Okay, so do you usually have seminar where people come to learn all this from you?
Yeah, so I try to have a quarterly webinar,
Okay.
and I focus the webinar on different topics that people have said is a topic that's coming up for them. So the last one I had was called Legs Wide Open,
Mm.
and it was all around the vulva, because a lot of people don't even know the anatomy of the female genitalia.
By the way, do you have a facility you use? You can rent here.
Oh, well,
Yeah, you can rent here.
you know, okay, we can talk about that.
We have all the lights you need, beautiful sets.
Oh, for the webinars.
Mhm.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah,
Okay, this is good to know,
absolutely.
especially now that I've been here and I see what's possible.
Yeah, a lot of things are possible here. You can have your micro meetings, executive meetings, webinar,
Mhm.
live stream, whatever you need to do.
No, I think this is great, and
Yeah.
make sure that like more people know that there's access to this,
Absolutely, yeah.
because I did not know until right now.
You know, I was using it for our classroom.
Okay.
Yeah, but more recently, I mean, we can rent it and
Yeah.
give it to meetings that deserve the ambience.
Yes, because it is a great ambiance for sure.
Yeah, it
And the
is.
sound paneling, everything. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's well thought out.
Yeah. So just let me know when you're ready.
All right.
And if you need us to create the content for you, we can do that.
Full service. I like it.
Absolutely, end to end. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely chat about that because I could use some help.
Yes, we can do branding. If you need to have drone footage, we have all you need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I may not need the drone, but everything else.
Well, if you need to produce your official introduction video for Ghana, for corporate Ghana.
Yes.
Where you have a beautiful woman and a man, acting out all these wonderful things you're saying, not the other way.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. So we do a video for you that you can launch your service. And we brand you. We can design a website for you, a corporate website where people can actually see the services you're offering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then you
Yeah.
launch yourself like Oprah. Yeah. I mean, that's how it happens. If you want to do this thing and do it big time, that what I'm telling you now, this is it.
Is this a premonition?
Maybe I'm a prophet. So
Hallelujah.
I'm just telling
Amen.
you. Yeah. You can have live session every quarter and you have it here
Mm-hmm.
with all of this.
All of this.
Yeah,
And a whole audience.
absolutely.
You know, and that's one
Online,
thing.
offline.
Love it. That's one thing so I had a panel discussion earlier today where we were talking about lots of things with this women's group that I'm a part of. And in the past, you just hit on something. It's a big request that I get, which is, oh, can you do a live coaching session? Like, I want to see what your sessions are like because people are curious and then they're always also a little afraid
Mm-hmm.
because they're like, well, that experiential bit can feel scary.
Right.
And I'm like, no, your boundaries will always matter. But yeah, I think there's something there about maybe doing a live coaching session. And I say maybe because it can get deeply personal quickly.
Okay.
Yeah. And that may not be information that everybody wants out in the world.
Well, think about it. And when you're ready, we will brand you, we'll record your content. I mean, there's so many things we can do here. Having all your executive women in this room, teaching them the things they wish they want to hear, but they are too shy to ask for information.
Then there's that.
Yeah.
Then there's that. Yeah. For sure.
I know business, so yeah, I know business. I know business. And I see what your service can become. Instead of you talking to them one-on-one, why not talk to the right kind of people?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
there's wealth in that for sure. Not when I say wealth, I don't mean money. I mean like
Oh, well, money is not bad.
money's not bad, but I
Mhm.
meant it more so like in the extension of knowledge. There's so much goodness in being able to share with masses.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You heal relationships, you help people become more of themselves.
Yeah.
So
And
you see, you needed to be here today.
I did. I needed to hear that I have access to all of that.
Yep. Okay, so do you have a partner in the business?
No.
Okay.
No partner in the business. Just me keeping it spacious.
Was that intentional?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
I think initially it was intentional because I was feeling so many things out
Right.
and they started to have legs. But then after a while, it wasn't intentional because I had so many partners. I had so many people wanting to do stuff together that I realized there could be value in not being a solopreneur.
Right.
And so, yeah, I will say that I think there's some room and there's some growth that I want to see happen before I potentially bring on any partners.
Right.
And there's some transition that is going to be happening as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, in your time. I mean, as it grows, you will know when you start hiring people and opening Lagos office, Kampala office, and Joburg office.
I just got asked to come and do some work in Lagos, and I've done work in Kampala. So I have clients in Uganda, clients in Kenya, clients in Lagos.
Yeah.
Or in Nigeria. So yeah. Profits.
Well,
I receive.
yeah, it's possible.
It is possible.
Okay. So, well, I think it's been a nice meeting, even though I still have 33 minutes.
Ooh.
Yeah, at this point, I think my mission is done
Okay.
because I've given you the message I have.
I'm receiving that. I'm
Yeah.
receiving that.
Mhm. There's this lady, one of our speakers was it from yesterday? That lady from yesterday. Is it Joanna?
Oh,
The-
in Portugal.
yeah,
Mhm.
she's so good. She's so good and so much fun.
I saw the beginning.
You saw the beginning, eh?
Yeah, but I missed the Alice in Wonderland portion.
I was so tired and I was so pressured. By the time we finished the Alice in Wonderland,
You were awake.
I was wide awake.
Do you guys need to act it out again? I am a live audience for it.
Oh man. Mhm.
Hmm.
Are you done with the video?
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
I wonder the kind of food I'll eat by the time we are done. I would fly back on food. Well,
Craving.
I don't even know what to eat because all this while I time myself 10 minutes. By the time I check 2 spoons, I have to run back.
Mm. So what is the goal? As soon as you finish, what's the
First, I'll sleep for 2 days, and then I'll eat. I'll go to the beach with my fiancée, and then, yeah, back to work.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh no, not back to work yet. We'll send evidence. Send evidence, yeah, before back to work.
Is there anything you wanna not necessarily troubleshoot, but maybe work through in your own relationship?
Mm,
Or like, is there a general area you think maybe people could benefit?
maybe in the future, not now, because we just came back from travel, so we are in a very good spot.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So perhaps when we get closer to preparations of wedding and things, I know during those period, that's when people get to so
So one thing to consider,
yeah,
if you're open to just chatter,
okay.
is all relationships face disruption,
Mm,
right? Like there's going to be conflict of some sort in every
okay.
relationship. And when conflict normally happens, we either want to defend ourselves or we want to run away from it completely because conflict can be really uncomfortable. But it's important when you're in a loving relationship to like try to maintain connection even when there's conflict.
Right.
And so there are like steps to repair that I normally share with clients. And so the first one is, see where both of you are on a scale of 1 to 10. Like, how upset are you? 10 being like, I want this to be over with. I never even want to see you again. And a 1 being like, wait, somebody was upset? Like, what happened? And so if you are a 4 or lower, then you can move forward with this like repair process.
Mhm.
If you're a 5 or higher, don't even open the door of the conversation because nobody would be able to receive it.
Yeah.
So you have that gauge, you see where you both are first, and then you decide who feels ready to talk. Who wants to talk first?
When we fight,
Mhm.
I don't know if
Disagree.
when we disagree, it's always me that carry a long face. It's not her. Yeah.
And why is that?
Because I go out of my way to not get angry or not offend people.
Mhm.
And so when people don't give me that consideration, it annoys me.
Yeah, I bet. It doesn't feel like, wow, look at all the things I've done for you, and you can't consider this one thing for me. It feels disappointing.
More like you should know who I am by now.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I don't like trouble.
Mhm.
But when people don't pay attention, it pisses me off.
Mhm.
Yeah. But then she's the one that always makes peace.
So she stirs the pot and she calms it.
Yeah. Always. Like always, always, always.
Yeah. And so why is she always the one making peace?
Well, because sometimes I could be dramatic.
And who called you dramatic?
Well, she knows I could be dramatic, and I know I could be dramatic
Mhm.
when it concerns her. So, sometimes it's just a way to get her to see that I don't like it so that it won't be done again.
Mhm.
Yeah, something like that. But in my head, I'm waiting for her to come, of course.
Okay, so what do you bring is she so like personality wise, when something happens, do you feel like this needs to be resolved right now?
Oh yeah, of course. I can't sleep on problem.
And is she more of the type that's like,
Same.
she's the same?
Yeah.
It needs to be resolved right now.
Yeah.
She doesn't need to take some time.
Okay. If I'm not giving her face, then she will try to give me space, but she can't sleep over it. Yeah, I think we share that. I hate to sleep over problem. I like to resolve issues so that I know where I am. Yeah, otherwise I can't pray,
Yeah. So I'm asking these questions because sometimes when we are in a relationship and we feel like something has happened and we want to resolve it now, I like to say that your attachment style is like you're a wave crashing on an ocean. It never stops hitting. Sorry, you're a wave crashing on an island.
Right.
That wave never stops hitting that island. And sometimes that's how our emotions can feel when we are of a certain attachment style, where it's like, okay, this has happened and we have to resolve it and we have to resolve it. And hey, I'm sorry that happened, but no, we need to resolve it. And da 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 da. And what you said, sometimes when you're not giving face and you walk away, but you're really in your heart, like, she's gonna come through the door in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And when she does it, you're like, wait a minute, what happened? Why did she walk through the door? Right? Because really what you're saying, you're distancing yourself, but you're doing it because you actually want to know that they still love you and that they're gonna still show up, they're still gonna be there, they're still
Yeah,
gonna
it
hold your
feels good,
hand.
doesn't it?
Exactly. But then you have people on the other side who, when something happens, they're like, I need to leave, I need to go for a walk, I need to go for a drive. You know, they take a day to process before they come back. Um, they take a day to process before they come back, and then they come back, and then they don't need to talk about it at all because they resolved it on their own.
No,
Yeah, that's definitely not
not
you.
me, not her.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
it's interesting that both of you have that wave crashing on the island mentality, but I wonder when it's happening, who takes a step back to allow the, so it sounds like she takes a small step back to allow
Most
you to
times.
crash.
Most times.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, I think I am more okay. I'm more tolerant when I want to be.
Hmm.
Yeah.
When you want to be,
Yes.
does that mean that like if it doesn't impact you as deeply?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Not everything that get my attention.
Okay.
Yeah, but if it gets my attention, yeah, then there's a problem.
Uh-huh. So what's getting your attention?
Well, if so, we have rules.
Uh-oh, rules are always meant to be broken. Always.
Yeah, so we have rules. And when those rules gets broken, that's what pisses me off because usually when we say things, it ends there. But when we say things and it never ends there, that's when I get pissed off.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hmm. So when some boundaries are set and then those boundaries are crossed.
Mm-hmm. I don't like too much drama. So when
This
we
is why you set the boundary.
exactly.
Hmm. Hmm. So if you have a cup of water and you have
But
a
funny
beautiful.
enough, if I'm the one that crossed a boundary,
Mhm.
just remember that actually.
Would you remember?
That I'm the one that mostly crossed the boundary.
Huh. And you set the boundary.
Well, life is funny.
I agree.
Well, I think this was what you needed. Like to see that, oh, okay, maybe it's not looking like how I assumed. Yeah. I'll tell you, I taught, so I am faculty, like I mentioned earlier, and I taught last weekend. And one of the lectures I gave was on boundaries.
Right.
And I tell people that, you know, you give a boundary because your boundary is a gift to the world.
Mm.
It's literally what illuminates the path to intimacy
Right.
because you're letting people know how to love you.
Yeah.
If I communicate a boundary, it means if you do this, it shows me that you appreciate me. And it means it shows me that I can also trust you. If you don't do this, then it makes me feel like you don't care for my well-being or for the things that I need. And the beautiful thing about boundaries is they're not meant to be stagnant. They're meant to be fluid.
Mm.
So I can set a boundary today, and maybe in a year that boundary changes because I have a different relationship with you.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
my values has improved.
or that part, right? And you trust more of who you're in relationship with.
Yeah.
And so, you know, maybe there just needs to be some evaluation of those rules.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. You're right.
Welcome to my love lab.
Yeah. Well, I know I am open-minded for the most part.
Mhm.
So yeah. If we get there, of course, I will let you know. But right now we're perfect. Well, we're good, I should say.
Good is good.
Yeah.
Good is good. And hopefully you won't get there because you'll have some tools already in your toolkit.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
And yeah, as long as y'all are showing up for each other, that's what matters.
Yeah, yeah. Like, you know, I know it's cliche, but I think I'm the lucky one because no, but it's true. I've never met someone who is more tolerant.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Even when she's wrong. I mean, even when I'm wrong, she's the one that takes initiative. And to be fair, though, I tried to do that. You want to understand who someone is and things like that. Because for me, when I'm in, I'm fully committed.
So
Yeah,
you're loyal.
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So what would trigger you to break up with somebody?
Lies
Okay.
for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else is negligible.
Okay. So you know what your tolerance level is, but if there's any dishonesty,
Not me. You've lost me.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I hate people that lie.
Do you remember like your first experience of being lied to?
Yeah, I think that's where it came from because Shasha, bring that juice for me, okay? Yeah, the remaining one. My sister's baby.
Good evening.
They came to see Student Entrepreneurship Week.
Oh, wonderful. And to support you.
Yeah.
But you were saying, yeah, you can remember it came from long ago.
Yeah. When we were little,
Mm-hmm.
there was this person I trusted and they disappointed me. So I hate people that do those things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Tom Chris, you're not alone, right? Exactly what you said is what shows up in most of our relationships. There's something that has happened, and when we were younger,
Yeah.
that we say, you know what? No one's going to do that to me again.
Yeah.
I don't want to feel this way again. You promised me a pony. I never got my pony. Where is my pony? Right. And even though I was 6 and I might be 66, I still feel how that felt.
Yeah.
And those are normally the things that we take into our relationships.
Mm.
And they typically inform our tolerance level for things. Yeah. And those are the things that deeply impact us the most too when they do happen.
Mm. Well, yeah. I don't like to lie, so I don't like to have people lie to me.
Yeah. It's not a nice thing.
Yeah.
Huh? Thank you for that mini live demo. In case you didn't realize that's what it was. Yeah. I appreciate your openness.
Thank you.
And it's good to see that you had some perspective.
Yes, I always do.
Good.
Unless I don't.
That's
Yeah.
okay too.
Yeah. Gentlemen, when is our next meeting coming up? 10:15.
Okay. Are you getting a break in between that?
Yeah, we have 15-minute break at 10.
Okay.
Your meeting is going on now, so yeah, yes, it's going on.
Okay. I think we started early too.
Yeah, I know, right? Because Prince finished early.
Mm.
Emma Duncan, 10:15 to 11. Barrett, 11 to 12. Glennon, 12 to 1. God is my strength. Otherwise, there are so many people.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully there'll be some good and vibrant conversations through the night.
Yeah, I like conversations though, when I have strength.
And at 84 hours in.
I know.
I mean, you're doing well. I think I would have been like, guide me.
I guess, a guy asked me, how are you preparing? I said, I'm not preparing because I've been prepared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been prepared. The article, writing, all those things that make me face my computer for the whole day. And the events we've produced in the past, finding speakers, dealing with partners and things like that. So this one, I knew I wasn't going to. The only problem I had was let nobody cancel, because then it would go against us.
Yes.
And then I won't.
Yes, you finished your
I guess so. But there are two, right? Okay. She who?
Your baby now.
Okay.
That's the moral.
Is it cold?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
At least there was honesty in that. Thank you.
Oh yeah, she's very honest. So how many videos do we have listed? Are we live now?
Yeah, we're live.
Really?
Yeah, we're live. Yeah,
God have mercy. And I'm blabbing all these things here.
we are live. There's a live button.
That's us.
Okay.
Mhm. You didn't really track the questions. Is there 4? You have to do 4 questions, right?
Is there any question?
Mhm. You didn't track the question. Is there 4? You have to do 4 questions, right?
Is there any question? Lots of people questions, right? Is there any question?
You need me to say to the next one comes? Yeah, because we're gonna dance or something.
He's thinking of a question for you.
Oh.
And you should, that's what you're looking at you.
He's like, no, I'm done. Done. I'm done, Erica. I'm done. You don't have to fun that.
Cool. And you should, that's what you're looking at you.
He's like, no, I'm done.
The quality is nice.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good thing the whole time. For sure.
I wasn't so sure what it would look like.
It looks great.
Yeah.
And this 720. It's not 1080.
Hmm?
It's 720, it's not 1080.
Oh.
Mhm. Yes.
Because it's a long story minimized quality.
So you're saying if it's 1020 will be better than this?
Hmm.
Hmm?
You want me to get you something?
No.
Did you shut in when I told you that you had stepped into my relationship lab? Were you like, Erica, I didn't know that was happening? Or are you like, let me just silence myself before I reveal too much?
I have already.
Reveal
So,
too much?
mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. We don't have to go back to that path. You see, I recognize the signs. You know, when I got started in this work, I wanted to only support West African Christian men.
Mm-hmm. Why?
I felt like they were, and African American men, I felt like they were the most suppressed and being able
Surprised.
to share their most authentic feelings without judgment and criticism. I'm seeing some heads nodding.
Mm-hmm.
Like, especially if they're firstborn, carry weight, a lot of weight. There's a lot of expectation, there's a lot of responsibility.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no room for everything. But that's not, there's no reality behind that. There shouldn't be so much reality behind that.
Yeah.
And so yeah, normally once a chord is struck, most of my West African men tend to say, "Oh, she got me. Let me be quiet now."
I just want to be a good boy for my sake.
Sing it for us. Sing it loud.
Mhm.
Yeah. Because it's hard
What's that?
to actually know somebody's really listening and understanding and not judging and criticizing. It almost feels too unrealistic.
Well, it depends. It depends. Isn't it what the whole arrangement should be?
Yeah, but if everything in your life has been counter to that experience, the moment you walk into something where you're getting it, you almost start to initially lose trust in it.
I'm overly trusted, actually.
Mm.
Yeah, I trust a lot. She keeps telling me, stop trusting everybody. I think we're a complement of each other in more ways than I thought possible. Yeah.
So there's some balance there.
Yes.
How long have you been together?
2 years.
Oh, that's long enough to know.
Yes. Yeah. I know people. When I see people, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have two gifts. One, I know talent. Two, I see things before they happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Amma, tell me what you know about me. What do you see?
Not that way. I can only know that one by revelation.
Okay, well, maybe not from the divine,
Okay.
but from your intuition.
Intuition. But I've told you already.
Oprah.
Not necessarily Oprah, but someone that has her own show and creating those experiences for women and men and giving them tools to heal themselves in a way that Ghanaian culture never experienced before. And then everybody will start talking about you. And of course, you make a lot of money because the people that you'll be targeting will be returnees and Ghanaians with a lot of money. Those ones that build those big houses with nobody inside it.
Election year.
On a more serious note, yeah, think about it. And if you're ready to activate it, then yeah, let's build the experience for you.
Okay.
Now, even if we don't get to build it for you, then just know that you have a place like that has all the amenities that you might need to activate your workshop and live streams.
Yeah. Definitely love and appreciate the invitation.
You're welcome.
For sure. All right. We've done well.
Thank you so much.
Like, just one last conversation for like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
2 minutes or 9 minutes?
Okay, I need 2 minutes.
9 minutes.
I'm sure I had to be the longest conversation of the day.
No,
started
it's,
over an
it's
hour.
1 hour,
No, we've been going
an
for
hour,
almost
20
an hour and a
minutes.
half
Okay.
since 8:40. We started early.
Oh, yeah. When people meet me, their life changes. I have a gift. If you meet me and your vision doesn't expand,
Mm.
you didn't meet me, or I didn't open my mouth, even if I didn't talk.
Wow.
It's true.
I believe it.
Hey, Sasha, who is this? Madame. Really? Yeah, that's serious.
I didn't
Yeah,
work
that's
for you.
serious. Yeah, that's serious. Mhm.
You were crying just to attract attention.
Nice.
I was thinking pity. Yeah. Oh, and they created a party for your pity. It wasn't authentic.
Chris Angel. In Nigeria,
No, please.
I shouldn't.
Aw.
Mm.
This one was education, but we can't watch it. Okay. We still need 2 minutes.
Let me take some pictures.
Oh, okay. But you have a question.
We have a live audience.
What's one common issue in relationships?
That's a big one. Common issue, and I think we talked about it. Boundaries are crossed.
Mhm.
Boundaries are crossed. Another common issue is lack of communication
Mhm.
and lots of assumption. So we often think, you said it earlier too, you
Yeah.
should know who I am.
By now, right?
You should know what I want. And the thing is, nobody's a mind reader.
Mm.
And unless you say it, nobody can know it's what you expect or want or need. Even if you've told a person, sometimes, some of us need gentle reminders.
Mm.
And so, yeah, communication is definitely.
Yeah.
What is not, what is
You know, why?
Mm,
One of the things I appreciate about her is that when we say something once, we don't repeat it again.
yeah.
Well, I think her mind is amazing. Like,
Mhm.
she has a photographic memory.
Mm,
Yeah. Even if I don't put it in my awareness,
yeah,
once so we need to talk about it, and
she's remembered.
yeah.
Are you the same?
Sometimes when I'm not being stressed by S-Fan,
Mm-hmm.
we're enjoying our conversation here.
Hey, really?
Yeah.
Are you in the WhatsApp?
No.
Oh,
Erica is the best.
hey, thank you. I'm happy it's good comments.
Erica is the best.
Thank you.
Interesting.
At least the questions got answered.
Mhm.
At least the questions got answered.
Yeah.
Normally, people are also talking about how religion has impacted their experience of wanting to be in a relationship.
Religion.
Mhm. But most religions have some doctrination on the purpose of relationship. So it influences people's ideas, mindsets, trends. And sometimes that can shut people down. And sometimes that can open people up.
Mm.
And so it just depends on which side of that
Mhm.
you want.
Relationship whisperer. Well, after Student Entrepreneurship Week, we will have, maybe we'll do one live session because it seems young people need it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's, a good one for young people is consent. Consent
Okay.
conversations.
Mhm.
I was talking with a girl at Lake. She reached out to me and she said to me, "Oh, my friend told me I've been raped, but I don't know." So she encouraged me to reach out to you. And I was like, "Okay, well, just tell me what happened." She told me she was dating a guy and he told her the only way to get good at sex was she had to be more regularly having it. And she was a virgin. And she said she wasn't ready. And he said, "This is the only way to be ready." And so he had sex with her, but she said she wasn't ready. So she said no, but he didn't. And then she said, "Okay, well, because he's done it before, that must be how it happens. That must be everybody's experience and how it happens."
Mhm.
And then she started to notice that she wasn't feeling good about it. Like it was too heavy on her. And he kept doing it. He would just show up at random times and say, "Nope, this is how you get good. It doesn't matter what you want." Da, 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 da.
He's a horrible human.
Exactly. And she was just like, she didn't know she didn't fully understand what was happening.
Mhm.
And it was her friend who was trying to guide her. And so she came and we spoke briefly, but we spoke. And it broke my heart because it's just like, that shouldn't be the experience of anybody
Mhm.
today.
Yeah.
And then I talked with some younger men about it, and they also had no concept of consent.
Mm.
They felt like, "Oh no, but a girl, she plays hard to get. She says she doesn't want it, but she does." And I said, "Well, who tells you these things?" And then they got quiet. So it's a big thing. It's a big thing. Knowing a yes is a yes and a no is a no.
Yeah.
And it's not just around penetration and genitals, but also around how you give care to somebody's body
Mhm.
completely. So yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, we should. We have to.
We should do that, sure. Yes, it's break for you.
It's break for me.
Get your video ready to cry more.
I wanted her to do the video.
Okay.
Yeah, but you all need to be around when she's doing the video itself.
I don't have enough strength though.
You can sit.
Huh?
So I'll just talk about how far you've been watching the stream and how, let's say, blessed you've been by the stream and how impressed you are. And I'm looking forward to like seeing seeing him get celebrated and actually win the Guinness World Record.
Okay.
And then I'll talk about your experience on sets and how you felt about the place.
Okay, where?
So where I started, so you're in the mic already, so I'll
You
just
want me to
use.
stand? No, I
Yeah,
prefer
you
to
can sit
sit.
anyhow you feel comfortable. No, the best way you feel comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah, so no pressure. All right. Just smile. Sorry. To my. No. I'm not doing this. Okay, I'll end this film now.